Chapter 12:13. Ling Longshue's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Xian. His temperament had more or less changed, especially the way he held his sword. It had undergone an earth-shattering change. Lin Xian's divine sense moved, and the sword disappeared from his hand. It turned into a golden light and entered the back of his hand, forming a small pattern. "How is it?" Ling Longshue asked. "It's great. It feels like, how should I put it? I was originally immortal, but then I obtained the power of light and became Ultraman Tiga." Ling Longshue. She didn't understand. Hee, I feel like I've become a lot stronger. Ling Longshue nodded. It's natural for you to become stronger. This sword is a sacred artifact, a top-tier spirit artifact. The fact that this person has a sacred artifact shows how powerful he was in the past. I just don't know who he is. Lin Xian sighed. Ling Longshue shook her head. The experts here don't care about fame. They only hope to pass down there one day. That's all. Lin Xian then bowed. Thank you, Senior. Putting everything else aside, at the very least, Lin Xian was given a Saint-grade spirit artifact that he had never seen before. Lin Xian was given a Saint-grade spirit artifact out of nowhere. Although an increase of 4 stars seemed a little small, after all, this was the strength of a Saint Realm expert. However, Lin Xian had obtained a sword technique. If he let that little girl Morong Yu fight with him again, Lin Xian could beat her to tears. That's right, Lin Xian had obtained a sword technique inheritance. This person's sword technique might have been decades, or even centuries old, but he had instantly learned it. Even if Morong Yu was very powerful, she couldn't be stronger than someone who had over a century-old sword technique, right? With this sword technique, Lin Xian's battle strength had increased who knew how many times. There were probably not many people in the entire continent who could beat him in swordsmanship. Let's go back, Lin Xian said to Ling Longshue. Regarding Lin Ya's matter, Lin Xian was relieved. Although he would be worried if he couldn't see her, since the senior said it was fine, then Lin Xian would treat it as if Lin Ya had gone on vacation. After the two returned, they went to Ling Longshue's house. Lin Xian picked up little Shir and spat on her little face. Little Shir was very obedient. How is it? Bing Lingyue quickly asked. That senior is right. This is actually a stroke of good fortune for my sister, said Lin Xian. Then it should be fine. Last time, I went with Ling Long and saw how powerful that senior is. Bing Lingyue nodded. Yes. Lin Xian let out a long sigh. Perhaps this time was really good for Lin Ya. Although she was in danger, since it was a stroke of good fortune, Lin Xian shouldn't care. Perhaps he was really too selfish before. Lin Ya had such a powerful ice attribute. She should have cultivated and become a strong person. However, she had been helping him manage the Art Xian group behind the scenes. Although this was something that Lin Ya had always been willing to do. Hey, you guys eat. I'll go back first. There's still many things to do at the Art Xian group. I'll come back to accompany you guys after I'm done. Lin Xian said as he stood up. Don't worry too much, said Ling Longshue. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry. I'm just worried that I won't be able to see my sister. I don't know what will happen to her, but I'm actually quite happy. Then you go. Lin Xian nodded and left. Then he went to the Art Xian group. Morong Qing was really busy today. Only when Lin Ya wasn't around did she truly understand how tiring it was. It was just right for the two of them to manage. It wasn't very tiring. She could even come to Lin Ya's office to brag and drink tea. But today, although it wasn't physical labor, she didn't rest at all. After all, the Art Xian group wasn't just limited to Lin and City. It had businesses all over China. It had even started to expand in other empires. There were also businesses from the 3 major forces. Moreover, the Art Xian group's businesses weren't limited to just 1 or 2. Other companies specialized in one thing, but the Art Xian group specialized in many things. Moreover, it was across industries and varieties. This was even more difficult. Postpone all the social engagements for me. Cancel all the meetings with the other families and forces. We'll talk about it later. Morong Qing said to a beautiful assistant beside her. Okay, I'll go and inform them. Lin Xian walked in at this time. Morong Qing looked up. How is it? Lin Xian shook his head. I didn't find her, but she should be fine. Murong Qing showed a puzzled expression. What do you mean by that? You didn't find her, but she's fine? Murong Qing was puzzled. Well, I asked a senior to help me calculate. She said that for my sister. This is a good fortune. Murong Qing, what kind of expert is proficient in the art of divination? As far as she knew, no human cultivator practiced this. They didn't have the capital. The demon clan. I see. Then you let her go. Lin Xian nodded and sat down. I'm relieved, but I can't see her. What if she's been wronged or something? Lin Xian was worried about this now. It's good that she's fine. It's a good fortune. It's okay to be wronged. It can improve her more. Don't always think in this direction. Brother, what kind of improvement can be called a good fortune? Others are at most called opportunities, Murong Qing said. She was relieved. Lin Xian nodded. I know. Don't worry. What's the situation with the Art Xian group now? Murong Qing stretched her body. After your sister left, I realized how tired it was. The Art Xian group is mainly in a period of continuous growth, not a period of stability, so there are a lot of things to do. Hey, Boss Lin, aren't you giving me a raise? Murong Qing then looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Raise? You'll be tired for a few days. I'll find someone to sit in my sister's position and help you share the burden. Lin Xian said. Oh, who? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, then you go. I still have a lot of materials to review. The more this situation is, the easier it is for the company's finances to be in trouble. Well, thank you. Lin Xian then left. Basking in the sun, Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. This candidate had to be capable and trustworthy. There were too many capable people. Murong Qing could casually find someone to sit in Lin Ya's position. But what about trust? Was her trust useful? So Lin Xian thought of Bai Xianxian. But Bai Xianxian also had her own things to do. Lin Ya, Murong Qing, was in charge of finance, and Bai Xianxian was in charge of martial arts and power. So she couldn't do it. There was still one more. Lin Xian then took out his phone. Chapter 12:14. Luo Qinxi did not know what Lin Xian was doing now. She was bored to death these few days. Fortunately, she would look for Zi Qiyue and an Xin to play with them. However, their identities were more special, so it was difficult for them to go out and play. She had not seen that bastard Lin Xian for a while, and for some reason, she missed him. At this moment, her cell phone rang. Luo Qinxi glanced at it casually. Oh wow, this person actually took the initiative to call her. Dear Boss Lin Xian, what's the matter? Something big. Where are you? Luo Qinxi frowned slightly. The same hotel as before. An hour later, Lin Xian was done with her. Luo Qinxi lay in Lin Xian's arms, panting heavily. This is the big thing you were talking about? You came in and stripped me? Lin Xian had been suppressing his anger about Lin Ya's matter. Although he knew that she would be fine, this idiot Zhao Mengyue actually took Lin Ya away just like that. Therefore, Lin Xian was actually suppressing his anger. He was worried that he had nowhere to vent it, so he vented it on Luo Qinxi. There were tears in Luo Qinxi's eyes. Bastard. Forget it that he came in and did that. Did he fucking treat her as a punching bag? Did he think that her body was made of iron? I'm sorry, Lin Xian said awkwardly. Luo Qinxi did not want to move at all. It's like this. I want to ask you for a favor. Get lost. You came in and did this to me. You still want me to help? Lin Xian, I'll apologize to you in the future. Lin Xian squeezed his big hands. Say it. Luo Qinxi rolled her eyes and crossed her legs on Lin Xian's body. My sister and a friend have been managing Art Xian Group. Now that something has happened to my sister, I want you to take over for the time being. What's wrong? Luo Qinxi asked. Lin Xian shook his head. It's fine. She can't handle such a big company like the Art Xian Group by herself, so Luo Qinxi then said, Do you trust me that much? Why did you believe her? Because of the system. Lin Xian had a relationship with the girl who triggered the system's quest. So how could he not believe it? The girl who triggered the system's mission must have a good character. Look at Bing. Although they're on opposite sides, she is a good person. Of course. You're one of my people. How can I not believe you? Moreover, Luo Qinzi had her own company, and it was a very big company. She was even the richest person in Lin and City in the past. Hence, she would be able to handle it with ease. Tisk, I'm giving you my salary, dear. I'm pretty carefree now. If you don't agree, do you believe that you will cry? Lin Xian then smirked and pressed her down. Luo Qinzi, I agree. I agree. She was instantly scared. She would have agreed at first. She only said that she wanted to provoke Lin Xian on purpose. However, she did not dare to be angry now. She would die if he did it again. That's a good girl. Lin Xian grinned. When the time comes, you can look for Murong Qing. I'll talk to her. Got it. Luo Qinzi rolled her eyes. Lin Xian left in the afternoon. Miao Xiao Miao, Ling Ying, and the others were also concerned about Lin Ya's situation. Lin Xian briefly explained it in the group, and they were relieved. Phew! Lin Xian stretched. There should not be too many problems with Lin Ya now. If there was no mission at the Martial Arts Academy, Lin Xian did not want to go there for the time being. He wanted to relax a little. He really could not find the Evil Fiend Temple. What could he do if the three major forces could not find them? However, at least for now, everything was fine. Let's go to Xian's place first. Xian should be evaluated soon. Lin Xian felt the importance of strength more and more now. Xian's mission was very important. He had to max out the proficiency of all his current attributes. His mastery of space wasn't very good. It was just that his mastery of space was full. Therefore, it was normal for the younger generation to not be a match for him. However, if he could max out the proficiency of his attributes, that would be amazing. When he arrived at Miao Xiao Miao's place, the cafe welcomed an unexpected guest, Murong Yin. At this moment, Murong Yu was sitting with Xian and chatting. Miao Xiao Miao was playing on the computer at the next table. Wang Qianqian was playing with her phone at the front desk. Lin Xian's entrance attracted everyone's attention. Lin Xian. Murong Yin frowned when he saw Lin Xian. Of course, he knew Lin Xian. Of course, he also knew the relationship between Lin Xian and Xian. Xian was betrothed to him when he was a child, and she was so beautiful. He naturally cared about her. Xian saw Lin Xian and breathed a sigh of relief. He saved her life. Young Master Murong is here too. Lin Xian smiled and sat next to Xian. Xian leaned to the side, leaving more space for Lin Xian. Murong Yin frowned subconsciously when he saw this. I'm here to chat with Xian and have a meal. Young Master Lin is? Murong Yin smiled and said, Oh, I'm here to write a song for her. Lin Xian said, I see, but I'm really grateful to young Master Lin for writing so many high-quality songs for Xian. I'll treat you to a meal if there's a chance. Murong Yin smiled. Lin Xian scratched his head. No, what does it have to do with young Master Murong that I'm writing songs for Xian? Of course, Lin Xian pretended not to know about their relationship. Murong Yin was stunned. I'm Xian's fiancé. Of course it has something to do with me. Murong Yin said with a smile. Oh, then what if I'm her boyfriend? Lin Xian scratched his head and said, Xian, Miao Xiao Miao, Xian knew that Lin Xian wanted to help her. Of course, Lin Xian knew how annoyed Xian was. She wasn't the one who arranged the marriage. Moreover, what era was it now? Who would take a child marriage seriously? It was just two families talking about it. This Murong Yin, on the other hand, announced to the public that Xian was his fiancé. He would even admit that Xian was his fiancé in the media interviews. Xian also had a headache. She was a superstar, but the whole world knew that she had a fiancé. The key was that she had only seen this fiancé a few times. Because of her family, she was too lazy to explain. However, Xian's lack of explanation became evidence that Murong Yin had always thought that she had acquiesced. Xian had already told Lin Xian about this. Plus, he liked this girl. Xian didn't like him, but because of her family, he couldn't do anything. Lin Xian had to help Xian and himself. At least there should be a reason, right? Murong Yin furrowed his brows. Lin Xian was Xian's boyfriend? How come he had never heard of this? Chapter 12:15. Xian knew what Lin Xian wanted to do. She actually wanted to stop him because she didn't want Lin Xian to have any conflicts with the Morong family. The Morong family was still powerful. Although Morong Yan's family didn't have much to do with the sanctuary, it was still the Morong family. And Xian didn't expect Lin Xian to say such things to help her. But now that Lin Xian had said it, if she still said that they weren't a couple in order to protect Lin Xian, it would be a slap to Lin Xian's face, which was definitely not good. So Xian didn't say anything, and Xiao Miao naturally didn't say anything either. Young Master Lin, what do you mean? Murong Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Nothing. Can an Xian find a boyfriend? Lin Xian looked at Murong Yan with a smile. And it is my fiancé. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. No, young Master Murong, what era is it now? There's still a child betrothal, and there's no paper agreement for it. It's just an Xian's father and your father talking about it when they were drunk. Can two people talk about it, and you two get together? Murong Yin clenched his fists. An Xian was his, and whoever touched her would die. And then what do you think? Murong Yin looked at Xian. And Xian said, Murong Yin, we've only seen each other a few times since we were young, let alone like you. The so-called child betrothal is a joke, and I'll definitely choose free love. So I don't want you to say that we're a couple in front of the media again. These years have had a great impact on me. Murong Yin angrily slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Xian. And Xian was shocked. He then put down his hand. Okay, I got it, Murong Yin said. And Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that you understand. You're so outstanding and have such a good family background. What kind of girlfriend can't you find? I hope you can find your other half. And Xian said, this Xian was really a very good person. She didn't get angry even after being slandered like this. It was already very good that she could say such things. See you in the future. After saying that, Murong Yin walked away. When he reached the door, his eyes flickered with viciousness. Bitch! Murong Yin clenched his fists tightly. In his eyes, an Xian was unfaithful. She had a fiancé, yet she still looked for a boyfriend. If this wasn't Biaozi, then what was? However, all of this was because he was overconfident and belittled himself. It was just a verbal betrothal, but he announced to the media that an Xian was his girlfriend. How could any girl not be angry if they knew about this? However, an Xian had to face a lot of public opinion and pressure. Because he announced that an Xian was his girlfriend, an Xian lost tens of millions of fans overnight. An Xian didn't blame him for this. She had told him about it on the phone, but Murong Yin just said that he was sorry and that he would be careful in the future. Then he said that she was his girlfriend, and he felt that there was nothing wrong with that. What else was there to say? What's the use of those fans? She had a big family and a big business. Did she lack the money that her fans earned for her? Lin Xian also knew that this Murong Yin was very problematic. It was as if an Xian was just a tool in his eyes, a tool that was already in his hands. But he didn't respect an Xian at all. Otherwise, with his outstanding, handsome, and good family background, he might really be able to get together with an Xian. However, he didn't respect an Xian at all, so an Xian naturally didn't like him. You were too impulsive just now. After Murong Yin left, an Xian looked at Lin Xian worriedly and said, It's fine. How powerful is he? I'm friends with Murong Yu from the Murong family. She's the daughter of the master of the sanctuary. Do you think I'm afraid of him? And Xian didn't know what to say. How is it? Now, you've settled this matter, right? Lin Xian said with a smile. Solve my ass. An Xian rolled her eyes. Although my father told me that I should just ignore this arranged marriage, if he insists on causing trouble, maybe Murong Yan's father will come looking for my father. What does that have to do with you? Can you have some manners? Miao Xiao Miao rolled her eyes and said. Lin Xian smiled and scratched his head. But thank you very much. You have to be careful. An Xian said. This hooligan is taking advantage of you. Today, he said you're his girlfriend. Tomorrow, he'll really take advantage of you. Sister Xian, you have to be careful. Miao Xiao Miao said. Miao Xiao Miao's understanding of Lin Xian wasn't just a little bit. Ahem, what nonsense are you talking about? Be careful, or I'll beat you up. Lin Xian glared at Miao Xiao Miao. This little girl was getting more and more impudent. At this moment, Zhao Yunqi pushed open the door and walked in. Lin Xian. Zhao Yunqi's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Xian, and then ran over happily. This girl was also Lin Xian's mission target, but it was probably easier since the mission reward was metal. But Lin Xian really didn't want to get girls one by one. It was too much of a bastard. Let's just slowly extend the time and leave it to fate. What are you doing? Lin Xian smiled and pinched her pink cheeks. Then Miao Xiao Miao rolled her eyes. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Zhao Yunqi's face turned red. I went to buy fried noodles. Then she raised her hand and put a few servings of fried noodles in a bag. Is there a portion for me? Lin Xian smiled and asked. Oh, I can give you mine. Lin Xian smiled and said, No need, I've already eaten. Then an Xian and the others took the fried noodles one by one. Wang Qianqian also walked over to eat. Lin Xian, are you here to write songs for an Xian? Zhao Yunqi asked expectantly. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Wow. Zhao Yunqi couldn't help but exclaim. She idolized Lin Xian too much. She felt that it was a blessing to be able to see him write songs with her own eyes. An Xian, how many days until the awards ceremony? Lin Xian asked. An Xian said, 1 week. The deadline is 3 days later. That means that songs released in 3 days won't be counted in the awards. 3 days, then let's record 8 songs. An Xian, other people might write a good song in a month, but this Lin Xian just calmly said that he would write 8 songs in 3 days. Wow. You guys eat first. I'll write one first. Lin Xian still remembered the bet for the Golden Melody Awards. He had to go for it at the end. Otherwise, he would lose one award and all his previous efforts would go to waste. Lin Xian, you can write one song after we eat? That's amazing. Zhao Yunqi's mouth opened slightly as she looked at Lin Xian with stars in her eyes. Don't talk about me. You and Miao Xiao Miao are the real amazing ones. I want to give up my talent in this area and exchange it with you guys. Lin Xian smiled. This was definitely true. At this time, Zichiyue, who was in disguise, walked in. Chapter 12:16. Phew, the wind is really strong today. Zichiyue smiled as she took off her jacket and cap. Then, she shook her wavy hair. She was really beautiful. It was already summer because Lin Xian had stayed there for half a year. It was already past August. Zichiyue looked at Lin Xian and smiled. I heard that you were here, so I came over. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead and said, Beauty Z, even if you're here, I can't write songs for you. It's almost time for the awards ceremony. I plan to help an Xian come up with a few more songs in the next few days to try for the awards. Zichiyue sat down next to Miao Xiao Miao and smiled. I'm not here for you to write songs. I'm just here to have fun and watch you write songs. Watch me write songs? Don't tell me you've fallen in love with me? Lin Xian grinned. Miao Xiao Miao pouted. Stinky hooligan. Flirting with other girls every day. Why is this Lin Xian such a hooligan? I'm so angry. Zichiyue pondered for a moment and then smiled. Forget it. I'm not an old cow eating young grass. I'm mainly here to have fun with everyone. I just finished my work and came to Lin'an City a few days ago to give myself a break. Since you want to write songs, I'll learn from Senior Lin Xian. You won't be able to learn. Lin Xian shook his head and said, You won't be able to learn from a genius like me. Zichiyue, she covered her mouth and chuckled. Then she looked in front of Lin Xian and asked, Are you writing a song? Yes. Let me see. Zichiyue walked over expectantly. The other girls were all sucking on the noodles and were extremely cute. This song was called Countdown. It was also a very good song. If it's a Golden Melody Award, the previous songs definitely won't be a problem. It might not even be able to win 4 or 5 Golden Melody Awards, Zichiyue said. Lin Xian, not enough. Zichiyue, still not enough? I made a bet with an Xian to help her win 10 awards of the Golden Melody Awards this time. Zichiyue, how should she put it? It was too exaggerated. Some people only wanted 1 Golden Melody Award for their entire lives. Sometimes 1 Golden Melody Award was enough to make a person successful. However, this Lin Xian was so confident that he could help her win 10 Golden Melody Awards. This was something that had never happened in history. It was mainly because he was too confident. How confident did this person have to be to say such words? Moreover, he had not only won a total of 10 awards, he had won 10 at the Golden Melody Awards this time. To be honest, Zichiyue didn't believe it, but it wasn't certain. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be possible, but if it was Lin Xian, then it was very possible. You guys are crazy. Zichiyue shook her head. It was indeed too crazy. If he really won 10 Golden Melody Awards, it would definitely cause a sensation. However, based on the quality of the previous songs, there was a possibility. By the way, have you noticed the recent rankings? Zichiyue asked an Xin. An Xin nodded. Wu Hongfeng's team asked Senior Zhang Xiao to produce an entire album. Now, they're crazily releasing songs. They should be aiming for the Golden Melody Awards. Zhang Xiao is also very talented. I also have 2 songs that he helped to produce. However, I have also listened to the latest songs. They are not bad, but there is still a certain gap between them and yours. At least in my opinion, the gap is quite big. However, the rankings of his songs are surprisingly good. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. How is it good? An Xin then opened the rankings and showed it to Lin Xian. An Xin songs were all at the top. The entire chart was basically dominated by an Xin and then Wu Hongfeng songs. Although the top 3 songs were an Xin songs and one was Zichiyue's, the 4th, 5th, and 6th places were all taken by Wu Hongfeng's new songs. Perhaps the 3rd place would also be taken by Wu Hongfeng in the future. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. How should I put it? Wu Hongfeng's current popularity is also very high. However, in terms of the quality of the songs, an Xin has dominated the rankings for so long. With so many songs being squeezed out in just 2 days, the possibility of cheating can't be ruled out. Zichiyue said. She was a veteran in the entertainment industry. She was very clear about these things. It would be too exaggerated if a song was directly pushed to the 1st or 2nd place, so it was pushed to the 4th, 5th, and 6th places. In this case, it would definitely be paid special attention by the Golden Melody Awards jury. Once it was paid special attention, the ranking would be higher, and the probability of winning would be much higher. It doesn't matter. An Xin shook her head. This time, it was indeed a fight between 2 gods. Moreover, there were only 2 gods, an Xin and Wu Hongfeng, at least in the eyes of others. It has quite a lot to do with it. Moreover, his songs have pushed you down from the other smaller software awards. If it's a Golden Melody Award that may be related to data, he might even win it. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and said, it's okay. If he can win the Golden Melody Award by cheating, then I have to doubt the credibility of the Golden Melody Award jury. Let's release our songs. Here. Lin Xian then handed the first finished song to an Xin. Thank you, and Xin took it. What are you thanking me for? I wrote it for you because of our bet. I did it to win. I'm very curious about what your bet is. Zichiyue asked with a smile. Zhao Yunqi stuck out her pink tongue and said, I asked many times, but he just wouldn't tell me. An Xion's little face was slightly red. Anyway, I'll also participate in the Golden Melody Awards. Of course, I'm just going to take a look. These few days, Lin Xian really did not do anything. He did not go to the martial arts academy even once. He just walked around with an Xian, Lu Yufan, Linglong Shui, Luo Chenxi, and Bai Xianxian. Of course, he spent most of his time writing songs for an Xian and the Art Xian group. Luo Chenxi was indeed Luo Chenxi. After taking over the Art Xian group for 3 days, she was basically familiar with it. Muron Qing was also relaxed, but wow, this Lin Xian was poisonous. How could there be so many beautiful girls around him? She still knew Luo Chenxi. She was a big star in the past. How could he poach such a person? The key point was that Lin Xian could let her sit in this position. It must mean that he trusted her a lot. Had they known each other for a long time? How could he trust her so much? The only reason she could think of was Luo Chenxi and Lin Xian had an affair. It must be so. Bastard Lin Xian. However, they got along well with each other. They were all beauties. Moreover, they had a cooperative working relationship. Lin Xian was the key. Next was the Golden Melody Awards ceremony. Chapter 12:17. Lin Xian wrote a total of 18 songs for an XIN. Naturally, the ranking was needless to say. Now in the top 10, an XIN had 5 songs, Zichiyue had 1, and the remaining 4 songs were written by Wu Hafeng. Lin Xian listened to Wu Hongfeng's songs and felt that they were not bad. They could be considered good songs, but it was impossible to squeeze out the other songs he wrote. If it was someone else who posted these songs, it was possible, but it was an XIN. With an XIN's traffic and popularity, such good songs were squeezed out by Wu Hongfeng's songs. Lin Xian didn't believe it. It was impossible for them not to be on the list. However, they were also smart. They did refresh the list, but they didn't dare to be too obvious. Normally, only one of his songs would be in the top 10. That song was indeed very good, but it would be ranked at the bottom. They only refreshed the list a little and didn't dare to refresh the list too high. The purpose of refreshing the list was indeed to look good before the Golden Melody Award and increase the probability of winning the award. The Golden Melody Awards had already been decided. However, only a few people knew about the winners of this award. They were all big shots in the entertainment industry. Basically, there was no possibility of them being bribed. They did not lack money or fame, so the fairness of this award was still relatively high. An XIN went to Zhangjiang City, where the award ceremony was held a day in advance. Lin Xian took Miao Xiaomiao, Zhao Yunqi, Lu Yufan, and Yi Yi, the 4 beautiful girls, to Zhangjiang City in the Nebula car. Lin Xian, how many Golden Melody Awards do you think an XIN can win? Lu Yufan sat next to Lin Xian and asked. I think she should be able to get 7 or 8. As for whether she can get 10, I'm really not sure. Lin Xian said. Although he was very confident in these songs, there were some uncertain factors. Moreover, the last 8 songs were released too late. They should have been included in the selection, but because they were released too late, there was too little data in the market. Moreover, because every song in the front was too good, although the songs in the back were also very good, they couldn't rush into the top rankings in just a few days. Fortunately, the data didn't determine everything. Every song is super good. Zhao Yunqi loved every song from the bottom of her heart. She only had an XIN songs in her playlist and nothing else, and she never got tired of listening to them. Forget it. Let's just treat it as a tour when we reach Zhangjiang City. The Golden Hall was currently filled with people. They were all singers and actors from the entertainment industry. Half of them had definitely seen them on TV before. You would have an impression of them when you saw them. The others were some C-listers who had also been invited, including some managers and the like. As an important candidate this time, an XIN naturally sat in the first row. On her left and right were 2 very beautiful girls who seemed to have a good relationship with her. Everyone was chatting, and countless media reporters were constantly taking photos. This time, in the eyes of many people, an XIN and Wu Hongfeng were the 2 most likely candidates for the Golden Melody Award. Of course, there were other possibilities, such as songs that were not very popular but could still achieve the Golden Melody Award because of their quality. It was just that on the surface, it was the 2 of them. Anan, is Lin Xian here? A beautiful woman in her late 20s asked curiously beside an XIN. I don't know. I didn't see him either. Moreover, an XIN hesitated for a moment and said, even if Lin Xian is here, he doesn't like to show his face. I can't say anything. Aya, we have such a good relationship. I like him very much. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Li Ziming said. All right, but he really isn't here yet. The door opened. Lin Xian walked in quietly with a few girls and then sat in the most inconspicuous back corner. In the eyes of others, they were unknown C-listers who did not know anyone. Therefore, to avoid awkwardness, no one would chat with them. Wow, so many celebrities, wow. Lu Yufan's big eyes were twinkling with little stars. I said, calm down. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Okay, Lu Yufan stuck out her pink tongue. However, this hall was really beautiful and dazzling. It was indeed worthy of such an award ceremony. Sister Chiyue isn't here? Zhao Yunqi glanced around. At this moment, the lights in the hall lit up and then the song started. Then, Zichiyue walked out in a long purple dress. She was instantly greeted with applause and cheers from many celebrities. Then, she sang the mellow song, Sunny Day. Your song. Yi's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Xian. You're quite good. Lin Xian smiled. Sunny Day was ranked high. How should he put it? This song might have been at the top for a long time. Then, a good song came and pushed it down. A few days later, it rose up again. It had always been like this. This was a song that could withstand the test of time. Of course, Lin Xian felt that there was another big reason, and that was the music video of this song. Don't be nervous. You have more than a dozen songs during this period. You will definitely win a Golden Melody Award. Maybe even 3 or 4. If it's done well, this time, it will directly push you to the peak of your career, Liang Yu said to Wu Hongfeng. They were also sitting in the first row. After all, Wu Hongfeng was the latest competitor to fight with an Xin and Immortal. Plus, he was already popular, so he attracted even more attention. I know, it's just that last week, an Xin released 8 songs. Every one of them was so good, so I might be a little worried. Wu Hongfeng looked at Zi Qiuyue, who was singing on the stage, and said, You have more than a dozen songs, and some of them are not bad. The Golden Melody Award jury should give you one of the awards. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to win the most valuable awards. But that's not necessarily true. Because you have a good chance of winning the Golden Melody Award, you will definitely win this award. An Xin is not a newcomer, so she won't be able to win it. Liang Yu said. Wu Hongfeng nodded. After the song, Zi Qiuyue bowed and then stood on the small golden stage. Then 2 people came on the left and right. One was a man who looked to be about 50 years old. He was one of the seniors in the music industry, Lin Feng. The other was a woman who was about 50 years old. She was also a senior. She was the previous generation's queen, Ji Xiaohong. Their appearance on the stage was immediately met with another round of applause. Zi Qiuyue smiled and said with a microphone, Welcome everyone to the 29th Golden Melody Award ceremony. I am Zi Qiuyue. Another round of applause. I am Lin Feng. I am your old friend, Ji Xiaohong. Then, the 3 of them started a conversation. Chapter 12:18. Zi Qiuyue smiled and asked Lin Feng, Senior Lin Feng, you're also a respected senior in our music industry. At the same time, you are also one of the judges of the Golden Melody Awards. I feel that everyone is looking forward to it. Can you reveal a little information about the Golden Melody Awards? Of course, Zi Qiuyue said it on purpose. After all, she wanted to have a conversation. That won't do. To be honest, although I am one of the judges of the Golden Melody Awards, there are hundreds of seniors and friends in the music industry. The Golden Melody Awards are partly based on our votes and rankings. It also depends on some data and public popularity. But to be honest, I don't know who will win the awards now. Lin Feng said with a smile. I see. If I can be a judge one day, I will know. Then, Zi Qiuyue said with a smile, the following awards ceremony will be broadcasted live. Let's start the live broadcast now. Then, all the audience waiting in front of their mobile phones and computer screens watched this scene excitedly. When the screen was black, the bullet screen was crazily filled with the names of an Xin, Zi Qiuyue, Wu Hongfeng, and other stars. Of course, Lin Xian was also mentioned. Now, let's not waste any more time. Let's start the first Golden Melody Awards. The first award is the Best Group of the Year. Let me look at the big screen and see which groups have been nominated. Then, the big screen began to flash. One after another, groups appeared with the music video of the song. At this time, Zi Qiuyue slowly opened the card in her hand. I announced that the winner of the 29th Annual Best Group Award is Super Peak Group. The first 2 awards had nothing to do with an Xin. Lin Xian watched from the back anxiously. How many Golden Melody Awards were there? Could she win 10? Damn. Lin Feng then said, the next award is the Best Mandarin Album of the Year. Let's look at the big screen and see who has been nominated. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He had a chance to win this award. The nominees for the Best Mandarin Album of the Year are an Xion's album, Miao on Xuan, Wu Hongfeng's album, Heaven and Earth, and Zhang Yu's album, Mockery. Wow. Everyone watching the live broadcast crazily filled the screen with an Xion's and Lin Xian's names. I bet an Xion will win the award. This album is so fucking sensational. The 10 songs inside were simply invincible. If this Golden Melody Award doesn't belong to an Exant, I'll never fucking believe in this Golden Melody Award ceremony again. Of course it's an XIN. It was this album that allowed me to meet Lin Xian. It's also the only album where I can sing all 10 songs. Relax, relax. Lin Xian, Lin Xian. The bullet screen of the live stream was rolling like crazy. Lin Feng opened the card and glanced at it. Then, a thought-provoking smile appeared on his face. Then, I now announce that the winner of the annual Mandarin Album Award is the album Miao Anshuan, brought by our new generation of rising stars, an XIN. Whoosh! Amidst the applause, an XIN walked up the stage happily. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to my fans, thank you to the judges, and thank you to my friend Lin Xian. After that, she omitted 100 or 200 words from her acceptance speech. Then, she walked down the stage with the trophy in her hand. Wu Hongfeng's face darkened. His album also had a chance to win an award. Since an XIN won it, the chances of him winning an award were even lower. An XIN turned to look at Lin Xian, then turned back. Then, the next award will be more impressive. It's the annual Best Female Singer. When Lin Xian heard this award, the corner of his mouth curled up. He must have won it. I announced that the winner of the annual Best Female Singer is an XIN. Amidst the background music of Sunny Day, an XIN walked up the stage again. Damn, what an honor. An XIN's honor. To be honest, Lin Xian really helped an XIN a lot. I wonder how many awards an XIN will win this time. I think it'll be quite a lot. I guarantee at least 4. That's quite an exaggeration. Lin Xian and an XIN are really a godly duo. Then, let me announce that the winner of the annual Best Male Singer is Wu Hongfeng straightened his tie and was about to stand up. This award should be his. The winner of this award is Lin Xian. When Ji Xiaohong said this name, she was a little stunned. Lin Xian was amazing, but he wasn't a singer. What? Lin Xian? Has he joined the entertainment industry? That's impossible. I haven't seen him. Then what's going on? Although I don't think there's anything wrong with it, it's still very strange. Lin Xian was also dumbfounded. Damn, why was there still him? Wu Hongfeng froze on the spot. At this moment, someone ran up to Ji Xiaohong and whispered a few words into her ear before leaving. Oh, it's like this. Someone just told me the reason. Although this Mr. Lin Xian didn't join the entertainment industry, he participated in the singing of an XIN songs. At the same time, he caused quite a stir among the fans on the internet. His influence was quite big. Several hundred judges felt that even if he didn't join the entertainment industry, they still hoped that he could be included in the list of nominees. In the end, they voted for Lin Xian. Everyone was enlightened. Damn, this Lin Xian has changed the rules, hasn't he? Nonsense, he's so talented that he even caused a phenomenal sensation in the music industry. Even if those seniors in the music industry don't want to give him this face, they can't stand up to our bombardment. Haha. A certain male celebrity with the surname Wu is going to die of anger. His fans are probably in despair, haha. Then Wu Hongfeng's fans and those who were gloating over his misfortune started flaming him in the bullet screen. Lin Xian shouldn't be here, right? Even if he was, he probably wouldn't show himself. Then an XIN, please help me take back Lin Xian's trophy. An XIN went up to take back Lin Xian's trophy. Wu Hongfeng clenched his fists tightly. Why? A big award that he was sure to win had actually been taken away by someone who didn't even set foot in the entertainment industry. He hated it. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Damn, this group of people is interesting. If he joined the entertainment industry, he would probably become a senior. Next, I'll announce the next award, Best MV of the Year. Let's take a look at the nominees. When the nominees were announced, everyone was shocked. 5 nominees, 5 songs, all from one person. An excellent when they saw this, everyone in front of their screens couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was too fucking domineering. It was too unreasonable. Ha ha ha. This was probably going to be recorded in history. Wow, this is the first time I've seen something like this. Since the winner has been decided, let's take a look at which song it is. The winner of Best MV of the Year is Sunny Day. Zichiyue said with a smile. There was no doubt that it was the winner of this award. Chapter 1219. An walked up the stage once again to receive her award. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, my friends. I'm very grateful. An bowed slightly and walked off the stage. Zichiyue then smiled and said, An is brilliant today. She has already won 3 Golden Melody Awards in such a short time. Lin Feng smiled and said, If I remember correctly, Heavenly Lady Z has won the most Golden Melody Awards in one award ceremony, right? I think you won 6 Golden Melody Awards in one ceremony. Then he looked at the crowd and said, Then, can an Xian surpass yesterday's Heavenly Lady and become the second Heavenly Lady? Zichiyue said, I don't think there's a problem. The bullet screen was also discussing crazily. I really don't think there's a problem this time. There are about 30 Golden Melody Awards, right? Excluding those that have nothing to do with an Xian, there should be about a little more than 10. Damn, in the entire music industry, 6 out of 10 awards related to a singer? I suddenly feel that it's a bit exaggerated. An Xian has won 4 awards in the past, and that was an Xian's peak. Now, don't forget that there's Lin Xian. This Lin Xian was able to make the Golden Melody Awards judges make an exception and award him as the best male singer. Do you think it's impossible for an Xian to win 6 awards this year? Wow. In the end, it's still that Lin Xian. Lin Xian, I love you. At this moment, Wu Hongfeng was so upset that he wanted to cry. It's okay. It's good that we can win 1 award. It's good enough that we can win 1 award. The Best Newcomer Award will definitely be yours. Liang Yu comforted Wu Hongfeng. Then, let's give out the next award, the Best Newcomer Award of the Year. The nominees for the Best Newcomer Award of the Year are Wu Hongfeng, Zhang Qi, Hai Xiaoyu, and Lin Xian. Wow, that everyone else was fine, but Lin Xian was also here. Lin Feng then explained with a smile. Since Mr. Lin Xian has won the Best Male Singer Award, it means that our Golden Melody Awards jury has already seen Lin Xian as a member of the music industry. Therefore, he is qualified to participate in the Golden Melody Awards. Lin Xian sat at the back, feeling helpless. Wow, what were these people trying to do? Did they just force him into the entertainment industry? Bastard. Wow. Lin Xian, is this award yours? Liu Yufan said enviously. What's the point? Lin Xian expressed his discomfort. He didn't want the award himself. He wanted to give the award to an Xian. People are so angry that they don't get the award, but you're not happy when you get it. Miao Xiao Miao grumbled. Cough, cough. In everyone's eyes, there was probably no suspense to this award. Wu Hongfeng clenched his fists tightly. It's him. It had to be him. This was the only award he had the highest chance of winning. It had to be him. It mustn't be this Lin Xian. Then, I hereby announce that the winner of the Best Newcomer Award is Lin Xian. Whoosh. Wu Hongfeng's eyes suddenly shrank, and the veins in his eyes suddenly increased. Why? Why did it have to be Lin Xian during his peak year? Why? Why did this Lin Xian not even belong to the entertainment industry? Yet he was able to win awards consecutively. But what was his status? He had no right to give his opinion to the Golden Melody Award Committee. They were made up of hundreds of veterans in the music industry. What right did Wu Hongfeng have? No one in the entire music industry had the right to have any opinions about this committee. An Xian's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. Lin Xian was really amazing. He hadn't even joined the entertainment industry, and he had already won 2 awards. An Xian, I'll have to trouble you to bring this award to Mr. Lin Xian again. Lin Xian smiled and said to an Xian. An Xian then walked up the stage amidst a round of applause and took the award. Damn, this Lin Xian is invincible. Today might be his home ground. That's amazing. This is the first time I've seen someone who hasn't joined the entertainment industry, yet the music industry still forcefully gave him an award. It has to be this Lin Xian. It can't be helped. All of Lin Xian's songs have dominated the charts. This kind of phenomenal situation has only been achieved by Zichiyue at her peak. Now that she has become a heavenly concubine, Lin Xian has caused a sensation in the music industry. The reason for this situation can only mean that most of the veterans in the music industry are especially fond of his songs. Don't forget, in this short half a year, Lin Xian has another record. I'm guessing that he'll take away this award. What record? Keep watching. You'll know when you see it. This year's Golden Melody Awards ceremony inexplicably makes me feel very special, and I like it very much. Ji Xiaohong said with a smile. That's because there are many talented people pouring into the music industry every year, injecting vitality into our music industry, Lin Feng said with a smile. Then let's announce the next award. This award is also very valuable. In a sense, it represents the music industry's recognition of a certain singer's songs and talent. This award is called the Annual Number of Competing Songs Award. Ji Xiaohong paused for a moment, then said, "As for this award, I might need to explain. This award is based on data, because in the music industry, there are countless programs every year, such as singing competitions, star creation programs, talent shows, and even any variety show's background music. In these programs, the participating singers will choose their songs to compete in. At the same time, the variety show often intersperses the background music. This award is based on the combination of all the songs that have appeared in all the variety shows this year. There will always be a singer whose song appears in these programs the most times. The more times it appears, the more times it is selected to be adapted by other singers. This proves that in their hearts, these songs are good songs. Okay, then I announce that the winner of the Annual Number of Competing Songs Award is an XIN. Wow. Then an XIN walked onto the stage amidst a round of applause. That's right, this is the award. This is the record that Lin Xian helped an XIN win. The song from that album has been performed by more than 100 singers in various programs in the past 6 months. Especially that song, Sunny Day, has appeared in more than 1,000 different programs in half a year. It's too exaggerated. Wow, this Lin Xian is really amazing. This is an XIN's 4th award. This year, she has reached the same level as her peak. This year, she will definitely surpass it. An XIN's speech was almost finished. She could only say a few words awkwardly and walk off the stage. Next, we will announce a very valuable award, the Best Lyricist of the Year. Zichiyue smiled and opened the card. I announced that the winner of the Best Lyricist of the Year is Lin Xian. Wow. Chapter 1220. The Best Lyricist of the Year award was equivalent to the Best Male and Best Female Singers awards. As for Lin Xian, he won 3 awards. Wow, that's too scary. There's a total of 10 awards, right? An XIN got 4, and Lin Xian got 3. What are the two of them up to? I thought that an XIN and Wu Hongfeng would be fighting it out this year, but I didn't expect that poor Wu Hongfeng would end up as an accessory. Haha. Lin Xian is awesome. An XIN went on stage to give Lin Xian another award. Next up, we will announce the Best Lyricist of the Year award. The winner is Lin Xian's Sunny Day. Wow, it's well-deserved. It's definitely well-deserved. This year's Lin Xian songs, be it the melody or lyrics, are absolutely impeccable. If it were anyone else, I would really be suspicious. How awesome. Lin Xian has won 4 awards. Lin Xian, wow. His mind was blown. Why did he have to make himself the lyricist and composer of the song? If it were an XIN, wouldn't she have won 6 awards by now? Wow. Uncomfortable. Sob, sob, sob. If others knew what Lin Xian was thinking, they would probably scold him. You're uncomfortable? The ones who were even more uncomfortable were sitting below. This Mr. Lin Xian is really going to become a legend in the music industry. Nothing like this has ever happened in all these years. He didn't even join the music industry, but he took away 4 trophies. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh as he said that. Ji Xiaohong said, but I feel that it's well-deserved. This Mr. Lin Xian songs have become a phenomenon this year. Now, anyone who walks around a bustling city for a few minutes will hear Mr. Lin Xian songs. All right, then let's announce the next award, Best Lyricist. Lyricist and composer were 2 completely different things. Well, next up, I will announce that the nominees for Best Lyricist are Zhang Xiao, Lin Xian, and an Xian. Wow, it's Lin Xian again. Just ask him which award he's not nominated for. He's invincible. Then who should this award be given to? Most of the singers in an Xian's Jilingshuan participated in the arrangement of the music. Of course, it was not done independently. It must be an Xian. Lin Xian prayed there. Yi, and the others' mouths twitched. Wow, this person is so infuriating. Next, I announced that the winner of the Best Arranger of the Year award is. They hesitated between Lin Xian and an Xian for this award. But after thinking about it, an Xian was in the music industry and they wanted to make her famous. They really liked this young lady. So if this award was given to Lin Xian, it would be another loss. They could still make this decision, so they gave it to an Xian. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. He was scared to death, scared to death. An Xian went up on stage again to win her 5th award. She was really excited. An Xian, this should be the first time you've won 5 awards at the Golden Melody Awards, right? Zichiyue asked with a smile. Yes, thank you everyone. An Xian nodded. Good luck. Thank you, Sister Chiyue. Then an Xian walked down the stage. Next up, we will announce an award that is purely based on data. That is the award for the most played song of the year. Please take a look at the big screen. Then the big screen showed the top 10 songs with the most played songs. Sunny Day was in first place. Holy shit, that's too exaggerated. What did you find out about the top 10 songs? They were all fucking written by Lin Xian this year. 9 of them are an Xian's, and 1 is Zichiyue's. But Zichiyue's song was also written by Lin Xian. Damn, if this Lin Xian joins the music industry, wouldn't he be crowned emperor? Didn't you notice that Wu Hongfeng's 2 songs have always been in the top 10? He even got first place in all the other small stations. Why didn't he squeeze into the top 10 for this award? Everyone, please take a closer look. Wu Hongfeng's face darkened, but he still had to maintain a smile. Wow, this is a bit too exaggerated, but I think it's reasonable. Then, we will give this award to our Xian again without any suspense. Zichiyue said with a smile. With the background music of Sunny Day, an Xian went up on stage to receive her award again. 6 already, Zichiyue said with a smile. An Xian blushed. Heavenly Concubine Z. An Xian tied with your record. Yes, Heavenly Concubine and Zichiyue said with a smile. An Xian hurriedly said, Sister Chua, don't joke around. It will be one day. An Xian then ran down with a red face. She glanced at Lin Xian and stuck out her pink tongue at him. Then, she sat there quietly. All right, the next award is a very big one. It's a very prestigious award. The best single of the year. There are millions of songs in a year. It's really difficult to choose one from them. Then let's take a look at the big screen. Who are the nominees for the best single of the year? The big screen then began to flash one by one. The first song was Sunny Day. The second song was Angel and the Devil. The third song was Those Flowers. The fourth song was Sunny Day. 10 songs. The 10 songs that Lin Xian wrote for an Xian all dominated the charts. Gulp. Everyone stared at the screen with their mouths agape. Fuck, I'm really convinced. Wow, they're all an Xian songs. They're all written by Lin Xian. Lin Xian is fucking invincible. What is this called? He beat the entire music industry by himself. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. An Xian's mouth fell open when she saw this scene. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Wu Hongfeng clenched his fists tightly. His song wasn't on the list? This is going to be interesting. Zichiyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. She especially admired Lin Xian in her heart. She couldn't even do this when she was at her peak. Lin Xian's record was probably unsurpassable by anyone. Then let's look forward to which song an Xian wrote to become the best single of the year. You can check it on your phones and let everyone see if they guess correctly. Then, Sunny Day was crazily spammed on all the platforms. The results of this song were beyond doubt. Occasionally, other songs would appear, but they were instantly squeezed out by Sunny Day. Sunny Day, is it? Then let's see if this award is. Zichiyue said as she opened her card and smiled. I hereby announce that the winner of the Best Single of the Year award is an Xian Sunny Day. There was no doubt. Then, An XIN went on stage to receive her 7th award. She had broken the record that Zichiyue had dominated for a long time in the music industry. An XIN, you've broken a record today. Zichiyue smiled. Thank you for your help, Sister Chiyue. I'll always be a junior. Also, thank you for Lin Xian's help. If it weren't for him, I definitely wouldn't be where I am now. Chapter 1221. The next award, Best Male and Female Duet Song of the Year. This award was not as good as the Best Single Award, but it was still a Golden Melody Award. The winner was Lin Xian. An XIN's Choral C. An XIN's 8th award. The next award, Best Ancient Style Award. The winner was an XIN's A Taoist Nun Friend. An XIN's 9th award was in her hands. Lin Xian was sitting in the back. The last one, just one more to go. Meanwhile, those people in front of their phones and computers had been deceived. Holy shit, a fight between the immortals? They were still guessing that it would be a fight between the immortals this year, but what happened next? An XIN dominated the rankings by herself. Was this the Golden Melody Award ceremony? This was practically an XIN's award ceremony. The only person who could compete with an XIN was Lin Xian, but Lin Xian was with her. Wow. Holy shit. An XIN has won 9 awards. The previous record was Zichiyue, who won 6 awards. Not only did an XIN break that record, she even won 9 awards. This is a record that can never be broken. This Lin Xian is too scary. Wow. Begging Lin Xian to join the music industry. Begging. Tens of thousands of people are begging Lin Xian to join the music industry. Mo Min's comments began to flood the screen like crazy. Lin Xian, take a look at this. Yi handed the cell phone to Lin Xian. Lin Xian saw the comments on the screen. Tens of thousands of people are begging for blood. Let's see if they bleed. Lin Xian handed the cell phone back to Yi. Join the music industry? That was impossible. Was he free? Why would he join the music industry for no reason? Did he want to sign it? Did he want a name? Did he need one? Even if he did not join the music industry, would the name Lin Xian be famous? He already had a name. It was just that they did not know what he looked like. To Lin Xian, it was more important for him to improve his skills. What was the point of singing? Of course, many people made different choices. Some people liked this kind of life, such as an XIN, but no matter how she sang, an XIN would definitely step onto the path of cultivation in the future. Because even if it was the simplest path, if you wanted to maintain your youth and live longer, then you had to raise your cultivation. There was still one last award. Lin Xian did not know much about the Golden Melody Awards. He did not know what other awards there were. If there weren't 10, then who could Lin Xian blame? He could only blame himself for snatching an XIN's awards. As for an XIN, how should she put it? Excitement, anticipation, nervousness, and fear. She actually won 9 awards in one go. It was unbelievable. It was really unbelievable. Lin Xian was too amazing, but if she really got 10, would she become Lin Xian's girlfriend? She was really grateful to Lin Xian for helping her get these things, but she really didn't know what to do. What should she choose? What should she do? Zichiyue glanced at him and smiled. The next award is for Best Album Producer of the Year. Lin Xian, this award didn't seem to have anything to do with him. Although he helped with the album, he was only limited to writing the songs. As for the production, it was an XIN, so this had nothing to do with him. Next, I announced that the winner of the Best Album Producer of the Year is an XIN. When she heard this name, an XIN's mind went blank. At this time, the award seemed inexplicably unimportant to her. More importantly, on Lin Xian's side, wow, she had really gotten 10. Did that mean she was Lin Xian's girlfriend? Congratulations, you won 10 Golden Melody Awards in one go. I'm afraid no one will be able to surpass this record. Zichiyue handed the trophy to an XIN and smiled. Envious? Not at all, because she no longer needed to struggle. Now, she could even leave the music industry and choose an ordinary life. Because her status in the music industry could no longer be higher. The only thing she could do was continue to release her favorite songs and let others like them. She had stopped accepting variety shows a long time ago because she no longer needed variety shows to gain fame. Of course, some people like the feeling of reality shows, but that was another story. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Lin Xian. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, how could I be where I am now? Lin Xian is really amazing. An Xian smiled and said. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely happy. 10 awards, waha! The girls were in his hands. Lin Xian and an Xian had been together for a long time. He knew that an Xian wasn't the kind of person to cheat. And he felt good. Look at Lin Xian. He's smiling evilly again. Lu Yufan nudged Yi with his elbow and pointed at Lin Xian. Yi looked over. Which girl had caught Lin Xian's attention again? The awards ceremony ended. This time, an Xian was completely famous. There was also another person, and that was Lin Xian. Previously, there had been discussions about Lin Xian on the internet, but now, there was no longer any noise. Hundreds of veterans in the music industry and experienced musicians were so positive and praised Lin Xian. How could a bunch of people who didn't know anything talk about him? Lin Xian brought Lu Yufan, Miao Xiaomiao, Zhao Yunqi, and Yi to a restaurant. They booked a private room and ordered food. Not long after, an Xian and Zichiyue sneaked in. Phew, we were almost discovered. An Xian patted her chest and took off her mask. Where's the trophy? Lin Xian glanced at it. I asked Sister Ling to bring it back. I can't carry so many trophies. They're too heavy. An Xian stuck out her tongue and sat down. Oh, by the way, I'll give you your trophies when the time comes. An Xian said. Lin Xian nodded. Whatever. I don't want them. You can keep them. Huh? I don't want them. Why? You can keep them for your collection. Lin Xian smiled. Then can I keep 2 for my collection? Zichiyue said with a smile. Anything is fine. Lin Xian grinned. Amazing. Your song and an Xian won more than a dozen Golden Melody Awards. You've made history. Zichiyue sat down and said. I can't help it. I'm just talented. Sister Chiyue will definitely be better next year. An Xian said. Zichiyue rubbed her delicate chin and said, Not necessarily. It's hard to say if I'll still be in the music industry next year. Huh? Sister Chiyue, are you going to quit the music industry? An Xian's mouth opened slightly. Zichiyue nodded and said, Yes, after all, I'm not young anymore. It's time to quit and improve my realm. If I don't improve my realm, it'll be too late. I've been in the music industry for so long. I've worked hard and gained a lot. When the time comes, you'll be the same. An Xian nodded. But I haven't completely decided whether it's this year or next year. To be honest, I want to live a less tiring life. Zichiyue then looked at Lin Xian and said, How nice would it be to find a boyfriend and live with him? Chapter 1222. Lin Xian was shocked. Why was Zichiyue looking at him when she said she was looking for a boyfriend? Could it be that she was hinting? Oh no, was she telling him something? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. He didn't seem to have much contact with Zichiyue. Was a superstar like her looking for him to be her boyfriend? There was something fishy going on. Zichiyue was simply too beautiful, especially since she was a big star and a heavenly concubine. She gave people a special kind of desire to conquer her. She was the kind of goddess in the hearts of thousands of people. If you could conquer her, TSK, just thinking about it made you feel very good. Hey, what are you thinking about? Miao Xiaomiao patted Lin Xian's head. Ahem. Lin Xian came back to his senses and said with a smile, Beautiful Chiyue, it's not easy to find a boyfriend. There are plenty of men for you to choose from. Zichiyue smiled slightly and poured herself a glass of red wine. Then shouldn't I find a boyfriend I like? Zichiyue said with a smile. Sister Chiyue, who do you like? An Xian asked expectantly. They weren't the only ones who cared about Zichiyue's love life. The entire continent cared about it. If Zichiyue were to announce that she was in love one day, there was no doubt that her Weibo would be paralyzed on that day. I don't know. If I like someone, I probably wouldn't be single right now. Zichiyue said with a smile. Yi asked. There were rumors online that Sister Chiyue and Xiao Sheng are a couple. Zichiyue said with a smile. Xiao Sheng and I are friends. But your relationship seems very good. Yi said. It's very good. He likes men. Everyone damn. The entertainment industry is really messed up. Why are there so many gay people? Lin Xian couldn't help but complain. Who else? Zichiyue and the others looked at Lin Xian curiously. Lin Xian shook his head. No, I just heard about it. Luo Qinxi's boyfriend of 10 years was also gay. Lin Xian had never met a third person who was gay. He had never even heard of such a person. In this entertainment industry, TSK. The entertainment industry was really scary. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's drink. After they finished eating and drinking, Lin Xian and the others boarded the plane to return home. Don't worry, Zichiyue and the others might have some other arrangements. After returning to Lin and City, Lin Xian first went to the Art Pavilion Corporation to check on the situation. As for the matter of an Xian, his future girlfriend, he would wait for her to come to Lin and City before settling it. There was no rush now. In the Art Xian group, Luo Qinxi was sitting in the office while Murong Qing was on the other side. The two of them cooperated quite well. Lin Xian pushed the door open and walked into Luo Qinxi's office. Luo Qinxi raised her head and glanced at Lin Xian. His first reaction upon seeing Lin Xian was he wanted to hammer him to death. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Xian looked at Luo Qinxi's expression and could not help but laugh out loud. I really want to strangle you to death now. Luo Qinxi gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Oh! Lin Xian then locked the office door behind him and walked over to Luo Qinxi and placed her on his lap. What's the matter? Lin Xian asked with a smile. What's the matter? Didn't you know? I was leisurely eating, drinking, and having fun, living a happy life. You brought me here and made me sleep for only 4 hours a day for the past few days. Damn it! Luo Qinxi hated Lin Xian to the core. Although she could earn money, she was not short of money. She was very angry. Normally, he could play as much as he liked and sleep as long as he wanted. But now, damn it, then I'll let you relax, okay? Don't you dare. Lin Xian then pushed her onto the table and smiled. Then, an indescribable sound came from the office. Bastard! Luo Qinxi gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian with a blushing face. Bastard! Why did she have to meet him? Damn it! Are you comfortable now? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Get lost. Luo Qinxi rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and quickly ran to the bathroom. Lin Xian then stretched. Sigh. He thought of Linya again when he came here. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the office door. The door handle turned, but did not open. Murong Qing stood outside in confusion. Why did he lock the door? Lin Xian walked over and opened the door. He saw the beautiful Murong Qing in front of him. Murong Qing was slightly stunned when she saw Lin Xian. Then, she revealed a thought-provoking smile. Lin Xian was in Luo Qinxi's office, and the office door was locked. What would a normal person think? Most importantly, Luo Qinxi was hired by Lin Xian. Since Lin Xian dared to let her sit in this position, it proved that Lin Xian trusted her. And now, the relationship between the two of them was self-evident. This Lin Xian was quite impressive. Luo Qinxi was a big boss and a big star. Although she had retired for many years, she was still the dream lover of many people. Lin Xian managed to get her. Luo Qinxi hurriedly tidied her clothes in the bathroom. Cough, cough. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Xian coughed dryly. Where's Luo Qinxi? She went to wash her face, Lin Xian said. At this moment, Luo Qinxi walked out, looking very calm. I'm sorry. Maybe I've been working for too long. I need to wash my face. Luo Qinxi said with a smile. If you really can't do it, go back and rest, Murong Qing said with a smile. No need. I still have some work on hand. What's the matter? Well, I'm handing over some work. Come in and take a seat. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I'll get you some water. Murong Qing smiled and looked at Lin Xian. You're a big boss. You'll get us some water? Of course. Do you want some tea? Sure. Murong Qing followed Luo Qinxi to the desk. Then, Murong Qing sniffed slightly. It was a strange smell. What's wrong? Luo Qinxi asked. Oh, nothing. Then, The two of them walked together and handed over their work. Lin Xian brought them some tea. As the two of them handed over their work, Lin Xian listened by the side. Oh, by the way, there's a very important question. Is a Xian group maintaining the status quo or continuing to expand? Murong Qing asked Lin Xian, who was beside her. If we continue to expand, do we have the capital? Expansion is easy. Naturally, we don't lack the capital. It's just that if we continue to expand, you may need to find a person in charge. If not, it's fine to maintain the status quo. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Let's maintain the status quo first. If the two of you get tired and quit, won't I be fucking confused? Just remember to pay them more. Chapter 1223. After Lin Xian left the art pavilion group, it was already dark. Under normal circumstances, they would have gotten off work by now. However, since Luo Qinzi had just taken over the company a few days ago and had some other matters to attend to, the two leaders might be busy for a while. Lin Xian lit a cigarette and sat on the steps not far away, thinking about life. Now, he might be able to consider breaking through to the celestial venerable realm. However, the difficulty of breaking through to the celestial venerable realm was not small, and it would take some time. After all, this realm required a lot of experience points. Now, let's meet the girls first, and then get ready to grind levels. Lin Xian then went to Linglong Shui and the others. At this moment, the three of them were eating hot pot. Knowing that Linya was fine, they were relieved. Naturally, their lives were very comfortable. Little Sure sat on Linglong Shui's lap, her big eyes staring straight at them, eating delicious food. She didn't know what it was, but she knew that it was delicious. Her saliva was about to flow out, but she couldn't eat it. Her teeth had not grown out yet. How could she eat these things? Seeing that Lin Xian had arrived, Bing Lingwei got up and went to the kitchen to get a pair of chopsticks for Lin Xian. Little baby. Lin Xian carried little Sure and played with her in his arms. Little Sure then pointed at the delicious food on the table with all her might and looked at Lin Xian with her big eyes. Her meaning was very clear. She wanted to eat, but they wouldn't let her eat, so she was begging her dear father to help her get something delicious. You can't eat it yet. If you want to eat it, you have to wait for a while. You can only eat it when you grow up. Lin Xian smiled and pinched her pink cheeks. A little Sure then unhappily bit Lin Xian's hand. You little girl. Lin Xian could not help but laugh. Hee, little Dragoni can eat it. I'm happy. Little Dragoni hugged a meatball and happily flew a few rounds. Little Sure was so envious that she pouted. You've grown up again? Lin Xian glanced at Dragoni and noticed that she seemed to have grown a little. Linglong Shui nodded. Yes, I've grown a little. Then maybe it won't be long before it becomes as big as a normal person. Lin Xian said expectantly. Dragoni being young also has its advantages, but Lin Xian still wants her to be a bit older. After all, she'll be able to do other things. Now that I've grown up, I can eat even more delicious food. Dragoni said happily. You're eating quite a lot now. Ling Longyue could not help but ask. Hey, Lin Xian, I'm so bored. Let's go out and play after dinner, okay? Ling Longyue looked at Lin Xian pleadingly. She's a very proud girl. Normally she wouldn't be like this, but she's really bored. It was not fun for her to go out alone. Compared to Sister Bing, there was something different. Some time ago, when Linglong Shui was pregnant and had just given birth, they had been accompanying her. She had not had fun for a long time. Okay, Lin Xian nodded. Then Lin Xian looked at little Sure in his arms and asked Linglong Shui, Little Sure, have you gone out to play? Linglong Shui shook her head. At most, I've carried her around the neighborhood. I haven't gone out. Then let's eat together. This girl is still trying to eat good food. Do you know that the nai you're drinking is the one your father wants to drink? The three girls, stinky hooligan. After eating, the few of them put on their clothes, and then Linglong Shui carried little Sure and walked out. They didn't go out to play too much. Actually, they just went out for a walk. They didn't go to places with too many people because they were too beautiful. If they went to places like the mall, it would be a mess. However, as long as Lin Xian was around, just going out for a walk felt very different. When they returned at night, Lin Xian naturally didn't have to say much. He went into the room with Linglong Shui. Last time, he was really screwed over by little Shi. Lin Xian didn't do anything to Linglong Shui the entire night. This fairy Lin Xian was really craving for it. He had craved it for too long. No matter what tonight, even if this girl cried and made a scene here, he would have to push Linglong Shui down. In his memory, Lin Xian and Linglong Shui had known each other for so long, but they hadn't done it more than 5 times. Damn! When he thought of this, Lin Xian felt a little scared. The baby was already born, and they hadn't done it more than 5 times. One could imagine how much Lin Xian craved it. Little Shi was lying in the crib. She seemed to be a little active tonight. She kept swinging her little hands and feet, refusing to sleep. My great aunt, please go to sleep. Lin Xian looked at the little girl with a sad expression. Linglong Shui's face was slightly red. Why don't you go and find Lingyu? Linglong Shui said to Lin Xian. If little Shi didn't sleep, how could they do it? Although she didn't understand, and they could ignore it, it still felt weird. What if this girl cried and made a scene in the middle of it? Would they really not care? Of course they would care. How should he put it? Actually, Linglong Shui also wanted to be intimate with Lin Xian. She was different from before. Now that the baby was so big, would she still reject Lin Xian's needs? Of course not. But what could they do if little Shi didn't sleep? But I just want to do it with you now, Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. It wasn't that Bing Lingwei wasn't pretty. Damn, Bing Lingwei was a queen. How could Lin Xian not want to do it with her? It was just that Linglong Shui and his baby were already pregnant. Lin Xian just wanted to spend more time with her. He felt very guilty. When the baby was born, and Linglong Shui was pregnant for half a year, he didn't even spend a day with her, but little Shi doesn't sleep. Linglong Shui was helpless. Lin Xian then glared at little Shi. You're making a scene. If you make a scene again, I'll hit you. Little Shi pursed her lips. Hee, good girl. Lin Xian smiled, then turned to Linglong Shui. You or your face? Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian's face with slight surprise. What's wrong? Lin Xian looked at himself in the mirror, puzzled. A big turtle pattern had appeared on his forehead for no reason. Lin Xian, damn. You little girl. This girl was amazing. She directly used the law of creation to create a turtle pattern on his face. Little Shi waved her little hand and smiled happily. Are you my biological daughter? Linglong Shui nodded seriously. Yes. Good. You little girl, you're amazing. Just you wait. When you grow up, I'll teach you a lesson. You have to go home before dark. You can't sleep in. When the time comes, I'll sign you up for 8 tutoring classes and let you learn piano, violin, guitar. You forced me to do this. Linglong Shui. Chapter 12:24. Xiao Shi didn't really understand. She didn't understand at all, but she vaguely felt that her future was going to be very difficult. Of course, Lin Xian was just scaring her to help her vent her anger. This girl was too naughty. She was so young and didn't know anything, yet she was already so naughty. She would probably be even naughtier in the future. Good girl, go to sleep. Lin Xian grinned at Xiao Shi. Little Shi pouted her lips once more. Then she started crying, and it was the kind of crying that only thundered but didn't rain. Lin Xian? This little girl, Linglong Shui, hurriedly went over and hugged her, and she stopped crying an instant. Fine, I lose to you. Lin Xian angrily pinched her little face. Go find Lingwei, we'll talk tomorrow. Linglong Shui said to Lin Xian. Okay, then I'll go find little Icy. Lin Xian then glared at Xiao Shi, opened the door, and walked out. After walking out, Lin Xian sat in the living room and bitterly smoked a cigarette. Xiao Shi would probably take after him when she grew up, and definitely not Linglong Shui. If she took after Linglong Shui, she would definitely be a cold little tsundere, but now she was too naughty. After smoking a cigarette, Lin Xian walked to Bing Lingyue's door. Her room's lights were already off. Then Lin Xian gently twisted the door handle, pushed the door open, and walked in. Bing Lingyue was lying in bed with her eyes closed. When she heard movement, she opened her beautiful eyes. Before she could get up, Lin Xian pressed her down. Whoosh, her pretty face suddenly flushed red. Hee, little icy, Lin Xian said and went in. Bing Ling Wei. To be honest, she was already prepared for this, but when Lin Xian went in, her mind was still blank. How should she say this? Lin Xian could do whatever he wanted with Bing Ling Wei, and she would definitely accept it. Xiao sure didn't allow you to touch Ling Long again? Bing Ling Wei was being hugged by Lin Xian. Feeling Lin Xian's warmth, her voice slightly trembled. Yeah, I'll teach this girl a lesson later, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he slid his hand under Bing Ling Yue's clothes. Bing Ling Yue's pretty face blushed. Hee, little icy. Lin Xian let out a naughty laugh. You, don't move. Bing Ling Wei, S's and Ling Wei. Don't moves move? Why am I here? T. S's to you to Ling Wei. Teet, S have a teet. Bing Ling Wei was speechless. Ding. Prince Charming points plus 100 million. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission. Mission reward. Heaven Class 10-star martial art. Ice Immortal art has been issued. Lin Xian didn't care about the reward. Damn, this little icy is the best. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Hiss, my waist hurts. My waist hurts. Bing Ling Wei was in a deep sleep. Her face was still red, but she was too cute in his arms. She was the Ice Empress, the Empress of a generation. She was too gentle. Bing Ling Wei felt Lin Xian's movement. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she opened her beautiful eyes. When she saw Lin Xian's face, she quickly shrank back. What's wrong? Are you shy? Lin Xian asked with a smile. No. Bing Ling Wei gently shook her head. So fragrant. Lin Xian kissed her forehead. I won't be making breakfast this morning, Bing Ling Wei said softly. Firstly, she didn't want to move. Secondly, she was inexplicably embarrassed to see Ling Long Shui and Ling Long Wei. Are you tired? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Yes, Bing Ling Wei gently nodded. But what else do I want to do? Lin Xian smirked. Bing Ling Wei was speechless. But Lin Xian then whispered in her ear. Bing Ling Wei was speechless. But come on. Bing Ling Wei hesitated slightly, and then slowly crawled into bed. Half an hour later, Lin Xian comfortably walked out of Bing Ling Yue's room in his pajamas. You. Ling Long Yue was sitting on the sofa, hugging Dragoni while eating snacks and watching TV. When she saw Lin Xian coming out of Bing Ling Yue's room, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she pointed at Lin Xian angrily and was speechless. Although she knew that Lin Xian and Sister Bing had that kind of relationship, but seeing Lin Xian coming out of her room made her angry. What about you? Lin Xian leaned over and snatched the potato chips from her hand to eat. Dragoni happily flew into Lin Xian's arms and happily let Lin Xian feed her chips. Ling Long Yue was inexplicably angry. Sister is clearly beside you, and you still go to Sister Bing. What? You want to be with me too? Lin Xian looked at the unhappy Ling Long Yue and asked with a smile. Go to hell, Ling Long Yue said unhappily. I'll make breakfast for you guys. Lin Xian then carried Dragoni to the sofa and walked into the kitchen. Ling Long Shui came out with Little Shur in her arms. Little Shur was eagerly reaching out to the chips. She really wanted to eat them. You can't eat them yet. You can only eat them when you grow up, Ling Long Shui said softly to Little Shur. Little Shur pouted her lips. She can eat them when she grows up, but she will be bullied by that bastard of a father. Ling Long Shui then walked into the kitchen. Aren't you going to see Yiren Bing? Ling Long Shui asked. Of course, I'm going to see her after I'm done with you guys. After that, I'll go break through to the Sky Sovereign Realm, Lin Xian said as he cooked. When he saw Little Shur, he leaned over and gave her a big peck on the cheek, leaving behind a mouthful of saliva. This made Little Shur extremely unhappy. She kept wiping the area where Lin Xian had kissed her with her small hands and pouted her lips. The pregnancy of a dragon is very special. When a dragon baby is born, it will have a very strong power, just like Dragoni. Therefore, during the period of pregnancy and giving birth to the baby, the dragon's strength will be greatly weakened and absorbed by the baby. At the same time, this period of time is also very dangerous for the dragon. Linglong Shui said to Lin Xian. But what danger can she be in? Lin Xian asked in confusion. If she wasn't worried about some kind of danger, she wouldn't have hidden the news of her pregnancy. Ever since her belly got a little bigger, she only stayed in her own place and came to my place. She never went to another place. Even the members of the palace below her 10th Fey God Temple don't know about it. Linglong Shui said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that she's worried about the 9th Fey God Temple? Lin Xian thought. That was possible. The Fey God Temple and the Fey God Temple weren't partners, nor were they friends. They were independent. In fact, the two Fey God Temples or the two Fey Gods might even fight. Chapter 1225. When Lin Xian heard Linglong Shui's words, he fell into deep thought. Yes, Linglong Shui's words made sense. Who was Yirenbing? She was a demon god, a powerful existence. But now, she just stayed at her own place, or even came here directly. This proved that she was afraid of something. In Lin Xian's eyes, Yirenbing was a fearless existence. She must be afraid because she was worried about the baby. This was the only reason. Therefore, her pregnancy must have greatly reduced her strength. Let her stay here. It's better to have you and little Bing Bing to protect her. Lin Xian said. Do you think she might come here? Linglong Shui asked. What he said made sense. Yirenbing was so arrogant. She probably wouldn't even admit that her cultivation had decreased, let alone come here. The Heavenly Island was her territory. But Lin Xian had seen the demon god of the 9th Demon God Temple go to the Heavenly Island with his own eyes. So was it really safe there? I'll go take a look later. Lin Xian said. Okay. After a while, Bing Lingwei came out. When she saw Lin Xian, she subconsciously blushed. This empress was so adorable sometimes. However, she pretended to be as indifferent as before. Let me make breakfast. Bing Lingwei walked in and said. It's okay. You go rest. I'll make it. I've already started. Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay. Bing Lingwei walked away. She didn't know what she was going to do after walking around the room. Then, she sat on the sofa and watched TV. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Her Majesty the Empress was truly interesting. He really wanted to press her under his body again. Very quickly, Lin Xian finished making breakfast. It was a simple bowl of noodles, but everyone liked it very much. Especially Lin Xian's seafood noodles. It was simply too delicious to eat in the morning. Those who didn't have a big appetite would probably finish the soup. Little Shir sat on Linglong Shui's lap, her face full of desire as she looked at the people around her eating delicious food. She didn't know what it was, but she felt that it was delicious, and everyone was eating happily. Lin Xian saw little Shir's big eyes darting back and forth between a few of them. He smiled and picked up a piece of noodles with his chopsticks and offered it to her. Little Shir. Here. Little Shir's face was full of joy. Then she stretched her little head forward and her little mouth was about to touch the noodles. At this moment, Lin Xian pulled back and put the noodles into his mouth. Yummy. The girls, little Shir paused in place, her small mouth twitching. Here. This is for you. Lin Xian picked up another piece with his chopsticks and hammered it a few times before reaching it out. Little Shir opened her small mouth in anticipation, but just as she was about to touch it, Lin Xian retracted his chopsticks and ate it himself. It's delicious, but I'm not giving it to you. Are you angry? Lin Xian looked at Shir with a smug expression. Shir. The three girls, wow. This Lin Xian was a beast. He's used to playing cheap with other girls, but little Shir is your daughter, your biological daughter, and you're so cheap even though you're your biological daughter. Aren't you worried that Shir will fight you when she grows up? Linglong, you looked at Lin Xian and said. Then, she happily took a bite of noodles. To be honest, these noodles were super delicious. Little Shir, do you know how to eat? Lin Xian smiled and reached out his hand to tease the girl. Shir opened her mouth and bit Lin Xian's finger. Looks like she does. Linglong, you couldn't help but laugh. This girl. Lin Xian pulled his hand out and pinched her little chubby face, smiling helplessly. But to be honest, this girl was really good at not crying or making a fuss. Soon, everyone finished eating, but Lin Xian was still busy in the kitchen. Why are you still making noodles? Linglong Yu leaned against the door and ate some fruit as she asked curiously. I'm going to Irinbing's place to bring some for her. Then why didn't you make more just now? Linglong Yu mumbled. Xiao Linglong, if you have time, teach this girl who only knows how to eat how to cook. Make more. By the time we're done eating, the noodles will become lumps. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Linglong Yu. Oh, Lin Xian then wrapped up the noodles that he had made. I'm going. Lin Xian said. Okay. They nodded. Lin Xian then crushed a bead and disappeared from where he was. Lin Xian felt that he was living an unimaginable life. He couldn't be called an emperor, but he was brazenly having a few more girls. Wasn't this an emperor? Imagine, one day, Lin Xian had nothing else to ask for and could only lie at home with girls. Wasn't this the life of an emperor? Damn! With a flash of light, Lin Xian arrived at the island. Mr. Lin Xian. The girls who saw Lin Xian all bowed. They were all super shocked. At first, they didn't think much of it, but then they realized that the demon god's stomach was getting bigger and bigger. Only then did they realize that she was pregnant. God! As for who did it, was there need to say more? The girls here were all Irinbing's absolute confidants. It was hard to say about the 10th demon god's temple, so she didn't appear and just moved around on this island. Is your boss in a room? Lin Xian asked. The demon god should be in the back garden. Thanks. Lin Xian then walked over. Irinbing was sitting there eating fruits and drinking tea. There were few girls serving her. She was living a very comfortable life, but her stomach was indeed big. She should be more than 7 months pregnant. If possible, the baby could be born in another month. Dragons generally took a very long time to conceive, but if the man was a human, then the human genes would still occupy a part of the pregnancy. At least under normal circumstances, the time of birth was about 9 or 10 months. Otherwise, it might take many years for the belly to grow a little. Irinbing looked up at Lin Xian, who was walking over. On the surface, she didn't seem to care, but in fact, she was quite happy to see Lin Xian. She just didn't show it. Yo, what's someone doing here? Irinbing looked at Lin Xian and laughed. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed and sat beside her. He put the packed noodles on the table and said while opening it, I missed you, so I came to see you and made some noodles for you. Irinbing looked at the seafood noodles. To be honest, she quite liked it. Chapter 12:26. Perhaps Linglong Shui and company had eaten Lin Xian's seafood noodles a lot, but Irinbing had only eaten it once or twice. The rest of the dishes were made by Linglong Shui and Irinbing. The taste was about the same, but it wasn't made by Lin Xian. She also liked to eat it. The seafood noodles had opened another door to her food. They were all noodles, but with some seafood added. The taste was too different. Have some, Lin Xian said with a smile. Irinbing gently waved her hand as the other girls walked away. Following that, she picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. It was still the same taste. Lin Xian sat beside her and reached out to touch her tummy. I wasn't there when little Shur was born, but I'll definitely be there this time, Lin Xian said. Up to you. After all, you aren't important. Irinbing was indeed still the same Irinbing. I heard from Xiao Linglong that dragon's cultivation will be greatly absorbed by the babies when they are pregnant. Therefore, your strength will decrease greatly during this period, right? Lin Xian asked. Irinbing took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian. She said indifferently, it will decrease. It's just a drop of 1 or 2 stars in the heavenly Tao. It's nothing much. A drop of 1 or 2 stars in the heavenly Tao was too exaggerated. 1 star in the heavenly Tao realm was probably equivalent to 10 stars in the Great Void realm. Furthermore, it would take even more time and effort for the Fae. The Fae had a much longer lifespan than humans, but when God opened a door, he would also close a window. The Fae's cultivation was much slower than humans. Linglong Shui was still fine. Her race was nothing special, but dragons were more special. This was because the babies of dragons were probably at the nomological or domain realm when they were born. Then can you recover? Lin Xian asked. Yes, you can recover without cultivating. It's just a matter of time. Lin Xian nodded. I see. In fact, to a heavenly Tao realm, a temporary drop in one's realm by 1 or 2 stars did not pose much of a threat to them. If a heavenly Tao realm expert wanted to live, they would not die under normal circumstances. If a heavenly Tao realm expert wanted to escape, there was no way to stop them. This was especially true for someone like Bing. She was very strong, and she was also a purebred dragon. Her ability to fight across levels was definitely not weak. Even if it was weakened by 1 or 2 stars, it wasn't something that others could covet. The reason why she was so worried and careful was because of the baby in her belly. Now that the baby was so big, if something happened and she had to fight with the baby, what were the chances of the baby surviving? So all of this was actually for the baby. The two of them chatted for a while. Lin Xian looked at the noodles and saw that there wasn't much left. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. This Bing was about to finish her noodles without saying a word. Is that enough? If it's not enough, I'll make more for you, Lin Xian said with a smile. Dragons, on the other hand, have a great thirst for power during pregnancy. Perhaps such food wasn't very effective for dragons, but their appetites were definitely huge. During this period of time, Bing's mouth had never stopped. She paused in the act of drinking the soup. Darn it, she actually embarrassed herself in front of him. I'm not eating anymore. Bing then pushed the remaining noodles aside and subconsciously licked her red lips. Lin Xian smiled. I'll make it for you, my dear demon god. Following that, Lin Xian smacked his lips at her beautiful face before walking away. Bing, this supremacy didn't ask you to do it. Bing reminded him. Yes, yes, yes. I made it myself. Lin Xian walked away with a smile. Bing then brought the noodles over and finished the soup. It was too delicious. Lin Xian hummed a little tune as he made another big bowl for Bing. She had a lot of ingredients here, and she had everything she needed. She could eat anything she wanted. Bing looked at the big bowl of seafood noodles Lin Xian brought over and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It had to be said that in order to conquer a woman's heart, one had to conquer her stomach first. This sentence actually made some sense. Come, my demon god. Eat. I didn't ask you to do it. You wanted to do it yourself. Bing emphasized again. Yes. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Bing then continued eating her noodles. Do you have any news about the demon clan? Lin Xian asked. Bing's movements paused slightly. Even if I did, why would I tell you? Why? Do you want to see me be persecuted by the demon clan and the baby be born fatherless? Even if you don't do it for the human race, you can do it for me, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian realized that if he wanted to make Bing let go of her reservations and arrogance, he had to give her a reason. Once he had a reason, she would tell him. Although she was still a demon god, she no longer attacked humans. In fact, she had already made her stance clear. It was just that she refused to admit it. TCH, if you die, then you die. It's the same without you. Bing continued to be stubborn. Oh, then what if the baby asks about his father in the future? What will you say? Lin Xian's question left Bing speechless. That's right. Lin Xian wanted her to think from the baby's point of view, so she lost. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Lin Xian smiled and continued to ask. Just tell me, what's the demon clan doing? The demon god temple was separate and had nothing to do with each other. The demon god temple could do whatever it wanted, as long as it didn't do anything special. Then there was the Demon League. The Demon League was equivalent to the Emperor, while the 10 demon god temples were equivalent to the Lords. The Lords had nothing to do with each other, but the Demon League was the Emperor. It could control the Lords. Therefore, although the demon god temple was powerful, the Demon League was even more powerful. Even if the 10 demon god temples were destroyed, the Demon League behind them would be even more powerful than the 10 demon god temples. Nothing much. If anything, It's more likely that the Demon God Temple is focusing on the Martial Divinity Institute. The Martial Arts Academy? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. The establishment of the Martial Arts Academy was indeed something. Even the Demon God Temple had noticed it. The power of the Martial Arts Academy was unimaginable. What's the specific measure? Lin Xian asked. Iran Bing shook her head. I don't know. Maybe they have already suspected me. Lin Xian frowned. Maybe it's because I've been to the human clan too many times these days. As far as I know, the Demon League held a secret meeting and didn't invite me. At that time, I thought it was good that I didn't go because I was pregnant. But now that I think about it, it's clear that something is wrong, Iran Bing said. Does it mean that you may be targeted by the Demon League now? Iran Bing shook her head. It's not that serious. Chapter 12:27. Lin Xian felt that for the demon race, if they didn't trust someone, that person would be dangerous. Iran Bing then explained to Lin Xian, the Beast God Palace is an independent existence. If they really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with me, it means that they have one more enemy, which is my 10th Beast God Palace. Iran Bing paused for a moment before continuing. Every Fey God temple relies on the Fey gods to grow stronger step by step. It doesn't mean that every member of the Fey God temple is assigned to the Fey gods by the Myriad Demon Alliance. Therefore, the members of the 10th Demon God temple belong to me. But they're also demons. Iran Bing said, therefore, if the Myriad Demon Alliance treats me as an enemy one day, more than half of the members of the 10th Demon God Temple will leave even though it belongs to me. This is very normal. This is also why I haven't appeared below during this period. There must be many members of other Demon God Temples among them. Once they find out, things will become a little tricky. Then what are you thinking about? Go and stay with Xiao Linglong and the others. They can protect you and take care of you. There's no need, Iran Bing said calmly. Damn, you're here alone now. Let alone me. Even Xiao Linglong and the others are worried about you. Lin Xian said helplessly. Do you think I'm a fool? Lin Xian, but I'm worried. Listen to me and go to Xiao Linglong's place at least for now. Iran Bing glanced at Lin Xian and then smiled mockingly. Lin Xian, damn. Seeing her expression, Lin Xian was annoyed. Don't think that you can order me around just because I'm pregnant with your baby. Sister, I'm not ordering you around. I'm just worried. Lin Xian felt very troubled. He was fine at first, but after this conversation, he was really worried. Anyway, you don't have to worry. Iran Bing said. Fuck, I can't fucking control you, can I? Lin Xian rolled up his sleeves. Iran Bing looked at Lin Xian fearlessly. What was he trying to do? Pa! Lin Xian slapped her butt. It wasn't a real butt. After all, she was sitting down. However, there was a part of her butt. Iran Bing, will you be obedient? Iran Bing looked at Lin Xian as if she was looking an idiot. Lin Xian saw the look at her eyes. What the heck? Big sister, can you listen to me? Lin Xian felt helpless. There's no need. Do you really want me to use my big baby? Iran Bing, her lips curled up. How do you use it? Fuck. Lin Xian grabbed her and released his spatial powers. He followed her to her room. Then, Lin Xian decisively took out his brother. Iran Bing, before she could react, this bastard, then Lin Xian hugged her head and fucked her. Cough, cough, cough. Iran Bing coughed a few times. Then, she licked her lips and swallowed the blood at the corner of her mouth. Lin Xian, do you have more? Lin Xian, wow. If she wasn't pregnant, Lin Xian would definitely make her submit. Give me some face. Lin Xian said helplessly. Then feed me if you have a guts. Iran Bing's lips curled up slightly. At this moment, Iran Bing's expression changed slightly. She walked to the rooftop. Lin Xian followed her and walked over. There seemed to be someone below. Xie Qiui is here. Go and deal with him. Iran Bing said. Beg me. Lin Xian said. All right, I'll go then. Aye. Lin Xian was convinced. He was defeated, all right? I'll go. Where's her demon god? Xie Qiu also stood there, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Lord Demon God isn't here. We don't know where Lord Demon God is. A girl bowed respectfully and said. Xie Qiui's lips curled up. It's fine. I'll wait. Then he sat there. Bing wasn't here? How was that possible? He could still vaguely sense the existence of a powerful force here. You. Xiaoqi pointed at a beautiful girl. Come and kneel and serve me. That girl's body trembled. Lord Xie, this isn't the 9th demon god's palace. That girl then said. Oh, you're not willing? Xiaoqi glanced at that girl. If it's Lord Demon God's order, I won't hesitate. I'm also a demon god, but this is the 10th demon god's palace. You're courting death. Xiaoqi's power surged. Then, a group of girls gathered here. He wasn't afraid at all. This was the 10th demon god's palace. Even if Xiaoqi was the 9th demon god, he couldn't be so presumptuous. Xiaoqi saw this scene and sneered. Then, he retracted his power. Bing's people are really imposing. Under normal circumstances, would he dare to be so presumptuous? Definitely not. However, the main reason he came here was to lure Bing out. It was said that Bing was pregnant. He came here to verify if it was true. So, luring Bing out was the most important thing. Bing was here. At this moment, Lin Xian walked out. Damn it, he was a little lightheaded. This Bing was a demon. He was gone, but she was still sucking. Wah! Xiaoqi looked at Lin Xian and narrowed his eyes. Sorry, Lord Xie. Lord Demon God just fell asleep. If you have something to say, please tell me. Lin Xian sat in front of him and waved his hand. A few girls walked over and massaged his shoulders. 2 of them knelt down and massaged his legs. Xiaoqi saw this scene and narrowed his eyes again. Who do you think you are? I am a demon god. Do you think you are fit to interfere with the matters between demon gods? Xiaoqi said coldly. If this wasn't the 10th demon god's temple, he would have died long ago. How could he be so arrogant? Oh, Lord Demon God said that I have the same rights as her here. Lin Xian played with a demon god token. Also, I am a man. In terms of strength, I can't compare to Lord Xie. But in terms of status, Lord Xie seems to be on the same level as me, right? Lin Xian smirked and looked at him. Of course, he could guess why Xiaoqi was here. After what happened, how could he come here so easily? He might have found out about Bing from somewhere and come here to investigate. He didn't need to do anything. He just needed to see Bing. Even if Bing's belly wasn't big, he could still sense whether there was 1 or 2 lives in front of him. At this moment, a girl came over with tea and poured a cup for Lin Xian. She wanted to pour tea for Xiaoqi. Hey, what are you doing? How can the tea from this small place be worthy of Lord Xie's status? Are you looking down on Lord Xie? Back off. Give Lord Xie 2 ounces of melon seeds for him to chew. These melon seeds were planted by our family. They are quite precious. Lin Xian grinned. Chapter 1228. Xiaoqi slightly clenches his fists and then loosens them. This person is actually humiliating me. He is deliberately humiliating me. Why does he have this qualification? Even if he is Bing's man. No, at most he is Bing's plaything, right? Why does he dare to be so arrogant in front of me? He must have some kind of confidence. Confidence? Xiaoqi thinks for a while and can't think of what confidence this person has. Could it be he is not just Bing's plaything? Bing gave him so much power, and now that there are rumors that Bing might be pregnant, then maybe it is his. Fuck. Although he is very unwilling, but thinking of this, he feels uncomfortable. Lord Xie, if you have anything to say, just tell me. I will report to Lord Demon God. Lin Xian crosses his legs and drinks tea. Xiaoqi tightly clenches his fists and then loosens them again. Fuck your mother. What is Xiaoqi's identity? What is this ant in front of me? Now, an ant dares to act like this in front of me, but I still have to endure. Hee. Are you sure you can make the decision? I said, if you tell me, I will report to Lord Demon God. What does this have to do with me making the decision? Lin Xian says, you don't have the qualification to know this. This sovereign will only tell Demon God. Since your Demon God is sleeping, then this sovereign will wait for her to wake up. Xiaoqi says with a sneer. Today he must see Bing. If this Bing doesn't come out no matter what, it basically means that she is pregnant. then you can wait. Lord Demon God is not on this sky island. Lin Xian says. TSK, didn't you just say that your demon god is here? Lin Xian scratches his head. When did I say that? Don't you get it? I said that Lord Demon God is resting. Don't you know that I am implicitly asking Lord Xie to leave? Lin Xian sneers. You dare to chase me away? Xie Qiui stares coldly at Lin Xian. Sure, I won't chase you away. I don't know where Lord Demon God went. Because she left, I'm here to take charge. There are some things that I'll do. Lord Evil, you can either wait here or come back after some time. It's up to you. But if you want to wait, please wait in the 10th Demon God Palace below. It's not convenient because there are only girls here. Thank you, Lin Xian said as he stood up. What if this sovereign doesn't? Xiechio also stretched his neck. No, even if you're a demon god, you don't have the right to barge into the 10th Demon God's temple, right? Then this sovereign wants to see, since your demon god is not here, how are you going to stop this sovereign? Xiechio is not sure if Bing is here. So, he wants to see if she will still not come out if he kills everyone here. Of course, he didn't dare to kill her. If Bing really wasn't pregnant and came to the 9th Demon God Temple, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was just scaring her. Then, a powerful force surges out. Lin Xian takes out the token and releases his power slightly. Rays of light appear and shoot towards Xiechio. Lord Xie, if you continue to be impudent here, don't blame me. Lin Xian smirks. Xiechio was also trapped in a ray of light. Even the power of his wrath was unable to break through it. Seems like you are still not happy. Lin Xian moves his mind. Lightning surges out of the light as it constantly bombarded Xiechio. Bing has naturally set up a series of defensive measures in this place. This thing can trap heavenly Tao realm existences, but it is insufficient to kill them. Xiechio half knelt there. His body is char-black as he gasped for breath. Lord Xie, you can't blame me. If I don't take action, wouldn't we be in trouble? I'll ask you one more time. Are you leaving or not? Lin Xian sneered. This feeling is very strange. A mighty demon god is being toyed with in the palm of a little trash like me. Release this sovereign. This sovereign will leave now. Xiechio said coldly. Lin Xian then removed the enchantment. When your demon god returns, get her to come find me. Xiechio also said, and then his figure disappeared. He already knew that Bing was likely on the Sky Island. It was just that she refused to come out. Although it was vague, he could sense that the Sky Island had a powerful force. It was likely Bing. And if that was the case, Bing did not dare show her face. It was likely that she was really pregnant. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and returned to Bing's room. How was your performance? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Average. However, the lack of fear when facing a demon god is still passable. Bing said lightly. Then, this matter now. Bing said. He must have come because the news of this noble one's pregnancy may have spread through some channels. However, it is not certain. Even if this noble one goes out or not, the news of this noble one's pregnancy has already been confirmed. Lin Xian stroked his chin. And there's no need for him to come here to confirm this matter. Because even if I'm pregnant, this bug is still a bug. So, Lin Xian said so. He may have joined forces with other demon god palaces or been ordered to investigate by the Demon God Alliance. Bing nodded. So the Demon God Alliance is already suspicious of the 10th Demon God Temple. Bing shook her head. It's not a suspicion. They're already preparing to kill me. Lin Xian frowned. Don't you mean that at this critical moment, they don't want to make an enemy out of the Demon God Temple? What if I'm pregnant? What if half of the 10th Demon God Temple defected? What if they can seal me on the Sky Island and kill me first? Bing asked. Then why aren't you leaving? Lin Xian glared at her. Bing smiled. I'm not leaving. Go and find Linglong Shui. In fact, Bing didn't completely betray the Demon God Alliance. How should he put it? She never attacked the other demon god temples. She only attacked Xiechio because Xiechio attacked Lin Xian. As for the rest, she just didn't attack the human race for a short period of time. This was very normal. It was even longer than that. Then the human race and the demon race ran on both sides. Then there was Lin Xian, the human man. This was probably all the information she revealed to the Demon God Alliance. It was a bit far-fetched for them to conclude that Yiren Bing betrayed the Demon God Alliance based on this information, but they couldn't rule out the possibility that the demon race had some special abilities, or that Xie Qiui was behind this. But for Lin Xian, this was enough to make this demon god one of his own. Chapter 1229. At this moment, Xie Qiui had arrived at the Myriad Demon Alliance. A group of experts from the Myriad Demon Alliance had gathered in one of the halls. Xie Qiui then walked in. "How is it?" an old man asked Xie Qiui. "We've been there. We didn't see her, but that human man is there. Yiren Bing is on the island, but she hasn't come out. So we can basically conclude that she doesn't dare to come out. She must be pregnant." Xie Qiui sat there and laughed coldly. He still liked Yiren Bing, but she was already someone else's woman. Moreover, he knew that this woman would never fall for him. So he would destroy this woman. Betraying the Myriad Demon Alliance was a big enough crime, right? It was enough to kill her. This Yiren Bing from the 10th Demon God's Temple is too audacious. She actually dared to betray the Myriad Demon Alliance and secretly went to the human world countless times, revealing our plans step by step. An old man angrily slammed the table. The Myriad Demon Alliance had asked Xie Qiui's 9th Demon God's Temple to send people to the human world to investigate. Xie Qiui did as he was told and killed all of his people. Then he explained to the Myriad Demon Alliance that he wasn't sure who did it, but he suspected that it was Yiren Bing. There was no need to do too much. Just pointing some fingers at Yiren Bing was enough. Plus, Yiren Bing had appeared in the human world, and then there was the man from the human world say, if a demon fell in love with a man from the human world, would she help the human race or the demon race in the future? It was very obvious. Therefore, the Myriad Demon Alliance pointed all the fingers at Yiren Bing. Plus, Xie Qiui had done a lot of things on purpose. These people were already suspicious of Yiren Bing, so they naturally blamed a lot of things on Yiren Bing. Yiren Bing is a night shadow dragon. Her hatred for the human race is only because her parents died in a war with the human race. She took revenge many years ago, so her hatred for the human race naturally lessened. Plus, there are some special circumstances, so it's normal for her to betray the human race. An old man nodded. Then what do you think we should do now? Xie Qiui said. Yiren Bing is in charge of the 10th Demon God's Temple. Once the 10th Demon God's Temple learns that she has betrayed the demon race, most of them will leave the 10th Demon God's Temple. The rest is not worth mentioning. The main thing is Yiren Bing's personal strength. Night Shadow Dragons are orthodox dragons. They're extremely powerful. It's possible to defeat them with more experts, but it's extremely difficult for us to kill them. An old man said, if she's pregnant, her first reaction will not be to fight, but to escape. We just need to completely seal off the heavenly island where she is. No matter how strong she is, she won't be able to break through. Then, she will be a turtle in a jar. The remaining experts will definitely be able to kill her. Xie Qiui said coldly. We all know that. Whether Yiren Bing is pregnant or not, it's a fact that she has betrayed the Myriad Demon Alliance. For the human race, she attacked the 9th Demon God's Temple. For the human race, she killed the people of the 9th Demon God's Temple. These are all evidence. Then when should we do it? Xie Qiui asked. Lord Xie, what do you think about this? Someone asked Xie Qiui. Xie Qiui said, I don't care about the other demon gods' temples. The 9th Demon God's Temple will definitely support the Myriad Demon Alliance. The other demon gods' temples don't need to do anything. The experts of the 9th Demon God's Temple and the Myriad Demon Alliance are enough. I think the sooner, the better. A long delay may lead to trouble, in case Yiren Bing realizes it. Good. Then, the Myriad Demon Alliance will send 10 Heavenly Tao experts and 50 Absolute Void experts to cooperate with Lord Xie to kill Yiren Bing. Xie Qiui's eyes flashed. Then, first of all, we need to quickly set up a powerful barrier around the area. One that even Bing can't break. That's not difficult. The sixth elder of the Myriad Demon Alliance is proficient in powerful barriers, but he needs a few minutes to release them. So, we may need Lord Xie to buy some time. Xie nodded. No problem. Then, we'll do it tonight. On the other side, on Heavenly Island, Linglong Shui and Linglong Yu were busy. Bing ate cucumbers as though she was supervising them. Release one over there as well. Bing pointed in a direction. And here, Lin Xian and Bing Lingyue, who were carrying little Shi, stood beside her. Will it work? What if something goes wrong? Lin Xian asked worriedly. Don't you think too highly of the Fey God Temple and the Myriad Demon Alliance? If they are that powerful, why can't they take down the humans? Linglong Shui is already at the Heavenly Dao Realm. Her spatial powers are unparalleled. Lin Xian nodded. Of course I know. It's just that I can't help but worry. Do you know more, or do I know more? Bing glanced at Lin Xian. Holy shit. Lin Xian shut his mouth. They will likely take action tonight or tomorrow. Since that Xie is here, it means that they can't wait any longer. Bing's eyes shimmered with a glint. Then, you will have to obediently stay with the humans after this. Lin Xian. Bing hesitated for a moment before nodding. If it was just her, she wouldn't be worried. But now, with the baby in her womb, she had to obediently stay by Linglong Shui and company's side for the time being. This Myriad Demon Alliance sure is interesting. I haven't even done anything, but they are already prepared to kill me. Bing's lips suffused a sneer. That's why, in the future, help us humans. We humans are rather close to each other. At the very least, we won't kick you to the curb when you've outlived your usefulness, said Lin Xian with a smile. Humans are like that too. Lin Xian, I just want to live my own life. I don't care about anyone. Bing said calmly. Time slowly passed. Linglong Shui had been busy ever since she arrived. She only stopped late at night and wiped the sweat off her forehead. I'm so tired. Linglong Yue also flew down and took a deep breath. Thank you. Have some 100-flower wine. Bing took out the last of her treasured 100-flower wine. That's all, asked Lin Xian. I haven't been to the fairy tribe for many years. Naturally, this is all I have. If it weren't for the fact that you all helped me, I would have enjoyed all of this for myself. Bing waved her hand and poured a cup of 100-flower wine for each of them. Then it was empty. Linglong Yue took a sip, and her face lit up with satisfaction. Let's rest for a while. We might have to fight soon. Bing said. After about an hour, they were sitting there grilling meat. Then, a figure landed on the ground. Yo, didn't Lady Bing go out? What? You're back now? Xie sneered. Chapter 1230. Lin Xian and the rest were sitting there barbecuing meat. Bing was facing Xie, and Xie also saw Bing's big belly. She was really pregnant. He, Xie, would destroy the woman he couldn't have. Now, the elites of the 1,000 Demon Alliance were releasing a barrier in the distance. This barrier was very big, and it was to ensure that Bing wouldn't notice it when it was released. Xie came over to attract their attention. It didn't matter if he pretended to be friendly or hostile. As long as he attracted their attention, they wouldn't be able to leave. Linglong Shui and the rest turned to look at him. Xie was instantly shocked. Where did these goddesses come from? Why were their appearances so shocking besides their auras? Who was that Lin Xian? Why could he be among them? Was he Bing's friend? Birds of a feather flocked together. He didn't know Linglong Shui and Linglong Yue, including Bing Lingyue. This was normal, because he didn't have the capital and ability to investigate Linglong Shui and the rest. But if it was the Void Fox, he would definitely know. Yo, there are a few beauties here. Xie laughed, but didn't dare to go closer. Then, Xie looked at Bing and said, Master Bing is pregnant? He was just wasting time out of boredom. A few minutes. Just a few minutes. How could they not know that he was stalling for time? So, Bing asked, Oh, nothing. Congratulations, congratulations. It's not easy for you dragons to be pregnant. Bing smiled, then took a bite of meat and said calmly, Master Xie, what's the matter? I heard that Master Xie came to find me early in the morning. Nothing, as long as Master Yi is fine. What can happen to me? Bing chuckled. That's good. That's good. Xie Qiui was actually a little flustered. Originally, he had thought of many topics to talk about on the way, but because there were a few more people around Bing, it was hard for him to say anything. Who are these beautiful women beside Lordy? Aren't you going to introduce us? Xie Qiui asked with a smile from afar. Yep, I found another topic to stall for time. He thought that his plan was flawless, but he and everyone else thought too simply of Bing. Everyone thought that she had simply lived for a long time and had not experienced much of the ways of the world. She was not that smart. In fact, those people felt that they might have guessed it. Guess what? Bing guessed that she was no longer trusted, but they definitely did not expect that Bing had already guessed that they would make a move immediately. Actually, if Xie Qiui did not come in the morning, Bing definitely would not have guessed that they would make a move. But he came. He felt that he came to see if Bing was pregnant or not, and if it was safe to make a move. And from Bing's point of view, they were all exposed. They were all exposed. Oh, you should have heard of it, and you definitely know it, but you don't know it. Oh, Xie Qiui raised an eyebrow. This lord has heard of it? It's that famous? Who is it? Bing's lips curled. You'll know in a bit. Xie Qiui laughed in his heart. In a bit? You'll all die in a bit. Xie Qiui looked at the time. It should be about time. Master Xie, aren't you going to sit and eat with us? Bing's lips curled as she said. You're eating with friends. Why should this lord join in? Oh, then what is Master Xie doing here? Bing said. Oh, there's something else. Master Xie, say it. Xie Qiui then coughed dryly. How is this barbecued meat cooked? Lin Xian, fuck. This idiot couldn't find a topic to stall for time. So he said this? Amazing. Master Xie, are you stalling for time? Bing asked. Xie Qiui paused. Why should this lord stall for time? This lord admires Master Yi, so I came to see Master Yi. Being able to see Master Yi for one more second is happiness. Xie Qiui said with a smile. He looked at the time. 3 minutes were up. It should be about time. But this lord might not be able to see Master Yi in the future. Bing asked with a smile. Oh, why is that? Is Master Xie going to be buried? The one buried is not this lord. It's you and all of you. Xie Qiui said with a smile. Master Xie, did you not notice anything? What did you notice? Xie Qiui asked with a frown. Master Xie, did you not notice that you are surrounded by my people? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, fully armed girls appeared in the surroundings. Ha ha! Xie Qiui laughed. They can stop this lord. Lin Xian saw Shui Bingxin and Shui Binglan. Fuck! These two girls were not that strong. What if something happened to them? Lin Xian still had feelings for them. Xie Qiui then said with a smile, Master Yi might not know, but actually, Master Yi is also surrounded. Xie Qiui then pointed to the sky. Lightning flashed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One by one, figures sped over from afar before landing behind the group. Dozens of people. All of them were Heaven Dao and Void. Come back. Bing stood up and said softly. Then hundreds of girls on the sky island pushed to their side. Oh, Master Yi, are you afraid? Master Yi, you guessed that this lord is here to target you. But did you guess that there are dozens of Thousand Demon Alliance members behind? Xie Qiui laughed. Bing let these girls come out to confuse the Thousand Demon Alliance members. She wanted them to think that she was only targeting Xie Qiui. But when they stepped onto the sky island, it was different. And now, they were not prepared. Bing, you betrayed the Thousand Demon Alliance, betrayed the demon race, and joined the human race. Your crime is punishable by death. What else do you have to say? An elder from the Thousand Demon Alliance pointed at Bing. His attitude was too arrogant. Betrayal? May I ask the Thousand Demon Alliance, old fart, did you see this lord betray? Did this lord help the human race? Bing said with a smile. You're still smiling? I'm afraid you don't know the situation you're in. Then, the sixth elder of the Thousand Demon Alliance released his power, and a barrier appeared. This place is already surrounded by a barrier. You're already turtles in a jar. You can't escape. As for Erenbing's crime, this lord saw it all. The great dragons are pregnant with the vile spawn of the human race. I feel ashamed for you dragons. The sixth elder sneered. Oh so? Erenbing's mouth slightly rose. Then this lord wants to ask everyone. We can't escape from this barrier, but can you escape? What do you mean? Chapter 12:31. In fact, when they came up, they had a trace of suspicion. Erenbing should have known what they were here for when she saw them. Her first reaction was not to run away. Instead, she seemed to be very leisurely and not afraid at all. That trace of suspicion was that either this woman did not react in time, or she did not react in time and was pretending to be mysterious, making them mistakenly think that she still had some tricks up her sleeve. Tell me, what else could there be in the 10th Demon God Temple other than the power of some formations she might have set up on the Sky Island? And she, Erenbing, couldn't cause any more trouble. Although that formation was powerful, it definitely did not have the power to strangle the heavenly Tao. So why did Erenbing dare to be so calm? She was pretending. Ha ha! Erenbing, why are you still pretending in a situation of certain death? The price of betraying our Fey race is death. The sixth elder pointed at Erenbing and sneered. If she was not a Fey god, then it would not matter. But she was a Fey god. If a Fey god betrayed her, then she must be killed. A situation of certain death. Indeed, it is a situation of certain death for you. Erenbing said with a slight smirk. Still pretending? Go. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, several powerful figures rushed towards them. Linglong Shue's hair fluttered in the wind. Little Sure, don't look. Little Sure, don't look. Lin Xian hugged Little Sure from behind and swayed, not letting her see this scene. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a mysterious space suddenly appeared in front of the figures that were rushing over. It was similar to a wormhole. They rushed indirectly. Some people reacted and wanted to retreat, but a terrifying force pulled them indirectly. At this moment, the world fell into silence. Void. Seeing this scene, those people's pupils suddenly shrank. Above space was the void, and the only one on the continent who could control the void was the Void Fox. This was also why space was said to be the strongest among the Void Foxes. They could already imagine what would happen to those people. Either they would go to a mysterious space where they would never be able to come out, and they might be able to live for a while, which might be good news. Or they would directly go to a space where they would not be able to survive. Void Fox. They pointed at Linglong Shui. No wonder. Everyone, how many void gates do you think the world's strongest Void Fox can set up in a day on this Sky Island? Erenbing looked at them with a slight smirk on her face. What? Those people's pupils shrank. Open. Then, Linglong Shue's body's power. Around them, in the sky, front, back, front, left, and right. The group of experts struggled with all their might, but they could not escape the fate of being sucked in. If it was a normal battle, Linglong Shui would definitely find it difficult to control the entire situation with her space or void when facing Heavenly Tao Realm experts. She could even suck in Heavenly Tao Realm existences. It was very, very difficult. If Heavenly Tao Realm existences did not want to die, they basically could not die. But who could they blame now? Linglong Shui had spent an entire day setting up an ambush here. This was a completely different concept from releasing it during a battle. Therefore, their plan of beating her at her own game was indeed beautiful. The main reason was that the other party did not expect them to be able to do so. Void Fox. Basically, no one knew that she was good friends with Erenbing. Lordy, save me. Xiaoqiui struggled with all his might in an attempt to prevent himself from being sucked into the space. Fuck, you're cursing the person next door. She did not suddenly appear in front of him and kick him in the face before returning to her original spot. Then he was sucked in as well. The surroundings fell silent. They believed that victory was in their hands, but they never expected that they would be gone before they could even make a move. There was no other way. Linglong Shui, who was at the Heavenly Tao realm, had spent a lot of time setting up her spatial powers. How could they withstand it? The entire island of heaven was destroyed into a mess, but that did not matter. It could be repaired with a bit of time. The main reason was that they did not even take action. How weak! Linglong, you said. You say it as though you did something. Lin Xian shot a glance at Linglong Yu. Says who? I also created quite a number of these void doors. Linglong Yu said. Someone is the one who really did nothing. Linglong Yu rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. That did seem to be the case. Says who? I'm carrying little Shir. If not, your sister wouldn't be able to use her strength, right? Lin Xian smiled as he pinched little Shir's cheeks. Following that, little Shir whimpered and gave Lin Xian a bite on his finger. All of you clean this up, Bing said to the people behind her. Yes. To Lin Xian, this was good news. With the 9th Fey God Temple's Fey God gone, the enemy that posed a great threat to him was gone. The 9th Fey God Temple was leaderless. The Myriad Fey Alliance could not be said to have suffered heavy losses, but the loss of more than 10 Heavenly Tao Realm existences and dozens of Great Void Realm existences was extremely good news for humanity. Ignoring the loss of more than 10 Heavenly Tao, even the loss of 1 Heavenly Tao was equivalent to 1 less Heavenly Tao for humanity in the upcoming battle. They would have to deal with 1 less Heavenly Tao, reducing the number of casualties. Then, you shall stay with Xiao Linglong from now on, said Lin Xian. Bing nodded. Although she was proud, this matter did not allow her to continue flaunting her abilities. Now that the Myriad Fey Alliance had been killed by her, it was equivalent to her becoming an enemy of the Myriad Fey Alliance. There were also the enemies of the other Fey God Temples. It was indeed very dangerous for her to continue staying here. If she was alone, she would have been fine. She was truly unafraid. Even if she could not kill anyone, she would cripple them. Was the Nightshade Dragon and the Orthodox Dragons a joke? However, she had a baby in her stomach now, and it was already more than 7 months old. However, Xiao Linglong's place has 3 bedrooms and a living room. Lin Xian stroked his chin before looking at Linglong Yue. Linglong Yue, all right. I got it. Linglong Yue scratched her tiny head. How sensible, Lin Xian said with a smile. Linglong Yue rolled her eyes. Why don't I go somewhere else? Said Bing Ling Yue. Then, Bing Ling Yue continued. Yue is from the Void Fox race after all. Although her strength is inferior to Linglong's, her spatial dimension is indeed formidable. If there's an emergency, she can actually do more than me. Bing Ling Yue said very rationally. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. All right, then, you can stay with me. Now that my sister has left, there's no one at home. You can stay there. Chapter 1232. Thinking of Linya, Lin Xian sighed again. Although she might not have any friends to live with her for the time being, Lin Xian would be able to stay there more often. It would be very comfortable if one day Linya came back when Lin Xian wasn't around, or if she came back purely because she had something to do. She would definitely tell Bing Lingyue something if she could meet her. Bing Lingyue nodded. Okay, someone might just want to do something bad. Linglong Yu muttered unhappily. You say it as if I can't do anything bad if you live together. Lin Xian grinned. That seemed to be the case. What about the Monster God Temple? Lin Xian asked. Bing said, those who should leave will leave. Those who don't will stay here. Bing looked at Bingxin and said, Bingxin, take this. Bingxin took the token that Bing threw to her. Give this to the 10th Monster God Temple's Grand Elder and let him take charge. Yes. Bingxin bowed and walked away. Bing might not trust others, but she trusted the Grand Elder very much. He had followed her for many years. He did not follow the Monster God Temple, nor the Monster God Temple. He followed Bing. Let's go then, Linglong Shui said. Bing hesitated. I have a good friend. Bing thought of the Sky Rainbow Flower. The Sky Rainbow Flower? Ling Longxuan knew her well. Although the sky rainbow flower was a plant, it had gained sentience. It was really good friends with Yi Renbing. Lin Xian asked, "Are you worried about leaving it here?" Yi Renbing shook her head. "It's not that I'm worried. I just don't think it's a good idea to leave it here. Forget it, it's fine. After all, it has lived here for so many years." After this incident, the Myriad Demon Alliance will probably still be wary of Linglong's void power and won't do anything for a while. After all, they don't want to suffer heavy losses before they face the human race. Lin Xian also nodded. "It's good that you're okay. Let's go then." "All right, Shua." Then they disappeared and appeared at the place where Linglong, Shui, and the others lived. Yi Renbing looked at the house and secretly praised it. "I'm not used to living in such a small place, even though I have such a big place." Then she sat on the sofa. Lin Xian hugged Shika and sat beside her. "But you have friends. I'll go tidy up the room." Then Bing Lingwei went back to her room. "That's all for now." Lin Xian placed Shika in Ling Longshue's arms. The girl then went to find Nai to drink. Soon, Bing Lingwei finished tidying up the place. "Then I'll take little Bing Bing back first." Lin Xian said, "Go back and rest early." Ling Longshue said, "Let's go." Then Lin Xian walked away with Bing Lingwei. Bing Lingwei had a bad feeling about this. It was the feeling of a little rabbit going to the big bad wolf's house. How should she put it? At least she had Ling Longshue and Ling Longshue here. Lin Xian couldn't do whatever he wanted. But when she went to Lin Xian's place, with only the two of them, she felt it was over. On the way, Lin Xian held Bing Lingyue's hand. "Little Bing Bing." "Yes." Bing Lingyue looked at Lin Xian. "There's a clothing store in front. Do you want to buy some special clothes?" Lin Xian smirked. Bing Lingyue was speechless. "I'm not buying," she said. "Ha ha." Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the queen's blushing face, it was really interesting. Lin Xian was just teasing her. But every man had this kind of hobby. If Lin Xian was more forceful, Bing Lingyue wouldn't reject him. But Lin Xian was just joking. "If I'm not there, you might have to live there alone. I can't think of any friends who can accompany you." Lin Xian. Bing Lingyue nodded. "It doesn't matter. I can find Ling Long and the others. It's just that we don't have to sleep in the same house. I can continue to be with them during the day or before bed at night. It's not a big deal." Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, as long as you don't have any problems. Let's go home and do some work." Back at home, Bing Lingyue was bullied to death by Lin Xian. Balcony, kitchen, living room, bathroom. That was the most impudent Lin Xian had ever been, because no one else cared about him. There was only him and Bing Lingyue in the house. And Bing Lingyue was very, very obedient. Damn, wasn't this fucking blissful? The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Bing Lingyue was in a deep sleep. She was in a deep sleep because Lin Xian had really tormented her. Lin Xian wanted to give her a peck on the cheek, but he suddenly thought of her face last night. Forget it, forget it. Let's not kiss. Lin Xian didn't want to eat his own offspring. Humming a tune, Lin Xian took a shower and then went to the kitchen to make breakfast for Bing Lingyue and Ling Longshui and the others. Bing Lingyue had already woken up and showered last night. "Let's have breakfast. After breakfast, I'll send it to them," Lin Xian said. "Okay." After sending breakfast, Lin Xian played with little Shir for a while and then left. There was still work to do. That's right, an Xin had returned to Lin's city and was now at Miao Xiao Miao's place. Lin Xian sent an Xin a message and asked her to invite her to a restaurant. An Xin was very happy. Lin Xian ordered the food. Someone knocked on the door, and an Xin poked her head in wearing sunglasses and a cap. "Come in," Lin Xian said with a smile. Then an Xin, Miao Xiao Miao, Zhao Yunqi, Lu Yufan, and Yi Yi walked in together. Lin Xian? No, it wasn't an Xin alone. Lin Xian sent an Xin a message to invite her to a meal. However, an Xin didn't think that she would be the only one invited, so they came together. Wow, Lin Xian didn't feel good. He was thinking of asking an Xin out alone and confessing to her. After completing the mission, he would receive the mission reward. How comfortable would that be? This girl actually brought so many third wheels. Damn it. Lin Xian, you ordered so little food. Meow Xiao Meow came over to take a look. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. What should he say? Should he tell them that he only invited an Xian alone? He would be killed if he did that. Oh, there's still a lot of food that hasn't been served yet. You guys eat first. I'm going to the washroom. After saying that, Lin Xian hurriedly slipped out. That's right. He slipped out and was about to order more food. Then, a woman's figure attracted Lin Xian's attention. Zhao Mingyue. Chapter 12:33. Although it was only her side profile and she seemed to have changed a little, only Zhao Mingyue could give Lin Xian such a flirtatious aura. Although Lin Xian was close to the heavenly venerable realm, he definitely wouldn't attack Zhao Mingyue here. The reason was simple. First, whether he could catch her was a problem. Second, if he attacked here and caused a war, Lin Xian would be the main culprit. Although Lin Xian missed Linya very much, Lin Xian knew that Linya would be fine. So, he was much more rational. If Lin Xian didn't know whether Linya would be fine or not, then Lin Xian would definitely be irrational. No, from the moment Linya disappeared until now, Lin Xian wouldn't be rational. He will even go crazy. He will do all the things you can imagine. Zhao Mingyue came over to pack a few dishes. After picking them up, she turned her head and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also saw her clearly. It was indeed her. Zhao Mingyue's lips curled up slightly. Then she turned around and walked out quickly. On the street outside, Zhao Mingyue stopped and turned to look at Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, how many times has it been? You're always like this. Where's my sister? Lin Xian asked. Your sister is fine. Why? Do you want to see her? Lin Xian frowned. Where is she? Zhao Mingyue laughed. Do you believe that even if I tell your sister that you want to see her, she won't want to see you? Lin Xian clenched his fists. What was the most infuriating thing? The most infuriating thing was that under the investigation of the Eye of Cave Spirit, Zhao Mingyue was actually in the heavenly venerable realm. Why the fuck? Fine. It was reasonable. After all, he hadn't improved his realm for half a year, and he rarely went out in the city. However, Zhao Mingyue's realm improved faster than Duan Lingxiao's. And, the corners of Zhao Mingyue's mouth curled up as she looked at Lin Xian. You should thank me. Thank you for what? Thank you for turning your sister from a mediocre arcane body realm martial artist into the current absolute void realm. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. That mysterious expert had said that this was Linya's good fortune. But now, Linya had reached the great virtual realm? Why? How'd he do it? Why did this happen? What did she go through? Would it be painful? Lin Xian, the next time we meet, we might have a fight. And the next time we meet, you definitely won't be my match. But I really like you. I might kill anyone else, but you. I'll consider sparing your life. Also, don't look for me again. You won't be able to find me. Also, don't provoke me because your sister's in my hands. After saying that, Zhao Mingyue swaggered forward. Ka ka ka. Lin Xian clenched his fists, then loosened them. Who? Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. If that was the case, this Zhao Mingyue was just a tool to improve Linya, then Lin Xian wouldn't be too worried. But he couldn't see Linya, and she had somehow reached the great virtual realm? Wouldn't Lin Xian be worried? Yes, this was indeed a good fortune, but Lin Xian didn't know if Linya had suffered, so Lin Xian sighed. I'm so angry. Just you fucking wait. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Then, Lin Xian turned and walked away. It was very strange. What did this Zhao Mingyue do? How could she reach this point? She could even give Linya good fortune. It was very strange. When he returned to the private room, the girls were laughing and chatting. Lin Xian, the Martial Arts Academy's second enrollment is coming soon. We're all going. Liu Yufan said to Lin Xian. Liu Yufan and Yi Yi were no longer the flower vases from before. Both of them were at least in the law realm now. Perhaps because of their attributes, they couldn't become top martial artists like Ling Ying, but they were definitely not bad either. Moreover, they only needed time. As long as they were willing to work hard, their actual combat ability wouldn't be low. Meow Xiao Meow was much more powerful. Her hard work was something Lin Xian had never seen before, but she had also given up a lot. Because of Lin Xian and Miao Zhenghao, she had given up the opportunity to enter the martial arts academy last time. But this time, she had to work hard too. Now Miao Xiaomiao was already 15 years old. She was no longer the little girl from before. This girl was slowly growing up. Sure, but the martial art academy's assessment is very cruel, Lin Xian reminded her. I know. And Xian bit her lip and said, What about you? Lin Xian asked with a smile. And Xian looked at Lin Xian and asked, Lin Xian, do you think I should go and cultivate now? Do you? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Then go and cultivate. Lin Xian knew that this girl was hesitating between cultivation and her career. Both were very important. Follow your heart. Your family is also a big family. It won't be too difficult to increase your realm, but it might not be very strong, Lin Xian said. I know. I'll make a statement tomorrow and withdraw from the entertainment industry. And Xian clenched her fists and said, Actually, she had been hesitating before. Then, she won 10 Golden Melody Awards. It should have been the peak of her career, but she felt that it was a perfect end to her career. So many people around Lin Xian were working hard to cultivate. She couldn't fall behind. What was the use of only knowing how to sing? Liu Yufan, Yi Yi, and the others were very strong. Miao Xiaomiao was strong too. Zhao Yunqi wasn't strong, but she was already working hard to improve. Also, she was very smart. She could invent many things for Lin Xian to make money. Thinking about herself. Ugh, she was so useless. Are you sure? Lin Xian looked at Xian in surprise. And Xian nodded. Yes, I have many friends here. I like this kind of life. I also want to improve my own strength. They looked at Xian. And Xian then looked at Zhao Yunqi and said, I'll work hard to cultivate with Chi-Chi and strive to improve as soon as possible. Zhao Yunqi nodded her head vigorously. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, if you want to cultivate, go find Bai Xian Xian. Who's Bai Xian Xian? Lin Xian smiled and said, It's that person in the group with the username Big Sister. You guys can chat with her privately. Okay, Lin Xian thought for a moment. Bai Xian Xian should be able to help them. Also, there was the 9-colored Holy Lotus there. Their realms were so low. With the help of the 9-colored Holy Lotus, they wouldn't have to go kill monsters. At the very least, their realms would be very, very fast. Even if they went out to fight, Bai Xian Xian would definitely protect them. If he didn't have time, he would definitely send an Azura Palace member. Next, it was time for Lin Xian to develop the Azura Palace. Murong Qing's research on the attribute increasing medicine had been completed. Chapter 1234. After Lin Xian finished his meal with the girls, they asked Lin Xian to hang out with them. However, Lin Xian said that he had something to do. There would be a press conference tomorrow, and he had to prepare for it. After that, the girls went off to have fun by themselves. Lin Xian arrived at the Yixian group. It was already dark, and it was not very early. Most of the employees of the Yixian group had gotten off work. Of course, there were some who were working overtime, including Luo Chenxi and Murong Qing. Luo Chenxi stretched herself and ended all her work for the day. Just then, Lin Xian pushed the door open and walked in. She stopped pouring water and looked at Lin Xian. What the fuck are you doing here? Luo Chenxi saw that Lin Xian was full of resentment and could not help but swear. Lin Xian locked the door from the inside. Luo Chenxi. At this moment, she really wanted to curse. Then, Lin Xian pushed her against the wall with a smirk. I give up. I really give up. Luo Chenxi tidied up her clothes. She gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian angrily. Hee hee, Lin Xian smirked. I see that you are very tired after working for the whole day. I want to give you a break. Lin Xian grinned. Get lost. Luo Chenxi rolled her eyes. I said just agree to be my girlfriend. Lin Xian sat on the chair with Luo Chenxi on his lap. Then, Lin Xian started to be naughty. How many girlfriends have you had? Luo Chenxi asked. 7 or 8. Luo Chenxi, you wish. Lin Xian smiled and said, we're already like this. Don't tell me you're still thinking of abandoning me For another man? Why not? Luo Qinzi flipped her hair casually. Say that again. Why not? Lin Xian then pressed her down on the table. Luo Qinzi revealed a horrified expression. You. 20 minutes later, say that again. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. I was wrong. Stop. Luo Qinzi was on the verge of tears. Then do you agree? Lin Xian was even faster. Luo Qinzi. Okay, I'll agree, okay? Luo Qinzi really wanted to cry. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. Random domain has been unlocked. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. This domain seemed to be something. Then, Lin Xian threw her aside. Luo Qinzi, just you wait. Lin Xian smiled. Clean it up. Luo Qinzi, you. Really, why is my life so bitter? First, I met a gay. Then, I met a shameless pervert. Luo Qinzi's GUI was there. As for Lin Xian, he was carefully sensing the domain he had obtained. Realm weakening domain. It's definitely a top-notch domain. Because this domain has the most exaggerated effect. It ignores realm. The current effect is to activate this domain. This domain isn't an independent domain. It's different from Xiao Yun's dark domain. When Lin Xian activates the domain, it will always be within 100 meters of Lin Xian. In other words, when you fight with Lin Xian, you will definitely be in Lin Xian's domain. And once you're in Lin Xian's domain, your realm will be weakened by 2 stars. Yes, it's currently weakened by 2 stars. It can even be upgraded. When it's upgraded to the Heavenly Venerable Realm, it will definitely weaken by 3 stars. This domain isn't strong. It ignores realm. Lin Xian is now at the 10-star domain realm. If you let Linglong Shui come over, her realm will also be weakened. Her Heavenly Dao realm will also be weakened. Therefore, this domain's effects are even more exaggerated in higher-level battles. It's a very useful domain. Furthermore, it can be used on more than one person. As long as you enter this domain, as long as Lin Xian wants someone to weaken, that person will be weakened. Furthermore, it's a forceful reduction, regardless of your realm. Lin Xian shuddered. Luo Qinzi's petite body suddenly paused. After a few seconds, she hurriedly ran to the bathroom. Lin Xian revealed a naughty smile. Comfortable. My entire body feels comfortable. Soon, she walked out with her face flushed red. The way she looked at Lin Xian was filled with resentment. She was a goddess-level girl. Countless people should be fawning over her. She should be rearing fish and raising spare tires, enjoying the feeling of being sought after. But now, she was being bullied by a man to such an extent. Knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the office door. Luo Qinzi's petite body trembled. At this time, it must be Murong Qing. Her relationship with Lin Xian was probably already known by this smart woman. Lin Xian hurriedly walked over to open the door. Murong Qing turned the handle and realized that it was locked. She knew that Lin Xian was definitely here. As for why, she did not need to guess. Lin Xian's head hurt. He was still unable to win over Murong Qing. Good evening, Big Boss Lin. Murong Qing's lips curled as she looked at Lin Xian and said, Cough. Don't fool around. Murong Qing then handed the document to Lin Xian and said, the Attribute Increasing Medicine project has been completed. What do you have to say? We'll hold a press conference early tomorrow morning. Lin Xian. Is it that urgent? It's about time. The experts will still need some time to conduct a loyalty test, Lin Xian said. Actually, Murong Qing thought for a moment and said, the Attribute Increasing Medicine is to attract experts from all walks of life to join the Azura Palace and become a member of our forces. Their loyalty may be important, but we have to think clearly. To both of us, this is more like a working relationship. They work for us, and we give them the Attribute Increasing Medicine, right? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, what's wrong? So, isn't it good if we treat them the same way we treat ordinary employees? Even if they're experts, they must have an identity card or something like that in the human world. When the time comes, we can use this as collateral. As long as they still want to live a normal life in the human world, we can conduct a loyalty test on this basis. Isn't that good? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, that's fine too. Anyway, Bai Xianxian has experience in this. Just leave it to her. We only need to know that when we need experts, we still have a lot of them. Murong Qing then said, according to your standards, 80% of the medicine I make is to increase the warrior's attributes by 5%, and 20% is to increase the purity of attributes by 10%. No problem. As for the rules, you can decide. I'll go back first. I'll come back tomorrow. Go ahead. Lin Xian let out a dry cough and walked away. Let's have a meal together? Murong Qing smiled and looked at Luo Chenxi. Oh, okay. Chapter 1235. On the other side, Lin Xian went to Linglong Shue's place. They were not asleep yet, so Bing Lingyue was still with them. Bing Lingyue was playing with a cute little Shir. Iren Bing was watching TV with her big belly. Poor Linglong Shue. She was preparing hot pot. Of course, Linglong Shue was there as well. That's right, they had only discovered hot pot not long ago. Oh my god, it was convenient, delicious, and tasty. They did not even have to worry about getting pimples. How could they get pimples when they were at such a high level? They just had to prepare some ingredients for hot pot and cook them around the table. It was much easier than cooking rice. It was also very delicious. They could cook rice if they wanted to eat it. So now, every night for a week, they had been eating hot pot. The girls might be more casual in other aspects, but they were very particular when it came to food. After coming to the human world, they only cared about food. Poor little Shir. She could only watch them eat delicacies every day. Sometimes she would suck on her nine-eye and look at the colorful food in their chopsticks with her big eyes. Her small mouth would move along with them, and she would imagine that she was eating those delicacies too. Someone must have tortured Lingyue quite badly last night. Iren Bing glanced at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, no, I didn't even touch her after we got home. Bing Lingyue? Then why does Lingyue smell like you? Lin Xian, Iren Bing's lips curled up. Don't even think about it. We are monsters, so our sense of smell is naturally extremely sensitive. Even after bathing, we can still smell a deeper layer of smell. Her, hair, face, all sorts of places have smell. Bing Lingyue blushed. Cough, cough, cough. Stop fooling around. Can't we have a good chat? Lin Xian smiled and sat beside Bing Lingyue. Then he pulled Shir's hand and swung it around. Little girl, when will you grow up? Although little Shir was super cute now, Lin Xian really wanted her to grow up. At the very least, he wanted her to know how to walk and call him daddy. Wow, just thinking about it made him excited. I should be able to crawl in 3 months, and I should be able to try walking in half a year. Linglong Shue said. Smack! Lin Xian then suddenly kissed little Shir. Woo woo woo. Little Shir kept rubbing the spot where Lin Xian had kissed her, looking extremely disgusted. Not bad. This proves that this girl won't be easily tricked by a man in the future. Lin Xian said with a smile. How did you know? Iren Bing asked with a smile. That's right. Didn't you see how she despises me, her biological father, for kissing her? I'm her biological father. If her biological father despises her, then don't you think other boys would despise her even more in the future? Lin Xian said very reasonably. What if Shir despises you? Impossible. Lin Xian then reached out to Shir. Awu. Then Lin Xian was bitten again. The food is ready. Let's eat together. Linglong Shue said to Lin Xian. Okay, let's eat. I'll carry Shir. Then poor Shir was tempted by Lin Xian with all kinds of food. She felt like she could eat it, but Lin Xian wouldn't let her eat. She was very angry. On the other side, Zhao Mingyue brought the food she bought to Linya. Linya now had a head of snow-white hair. The only difference from before was that this head of snow-white hair caused her aura to change completely. Eat some. Although I can't give you a normal life while you're with me, I'll do my best to make you like an ordinary person. At the very least, I can guarantee you 3 meals a day. Zhao Mingyue said. Linya lifted her head. Her eyes were still the same as before. Linya then took the chopsticks and ate the food in small bites. Oh, right, I met Lin Xian just now. Linya's delicate body suddenly trembled. How is he? Of course he asked about you. Zhao Mingyue's mouth arced upwards. And then? And then there's nothing. What? You killed over 1,000 people yesterday. You're no longer the Linya from before. You're now a murderer who will be wanted by the entire human race and the 3 major factions. Do you think you can still go back? Don't think about it. Just follow me with peace of mind. Zhao Mingyue's mouth arced upwards. Linya slightly tightened her grip on the chopsticks. I understand. She then let out a long sigh of relief. Also, if there's a chance, I'll definitely let you meet Lin Xian. But I don't want you to meet him, at least not now. After eating, we should get back to work. Zhao Mingyue glanced at a person in the corner who was tied up. His mouth was sealed with tape, and he was struggling nonstop. Make him quiet down, Zhao Mingyue said indifferently. The next instant, Lin Ya's delicate body erupted with power, and that person was instantly sealed in ice. After eating, the 2 women dragged the tied-up person to a place. This was a very deep place, as if it was somewhere in an ancient tomb. The space in front of them was extremely large, and there was a shallow layer of water below. Countless bats flew out, but they were all instantly sealed in ice by Lin Ya's power. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a beautiful and magnificent coffin suspended in midair with 4 chains tied to it. Rip. Zhao Mingyue tore off the tape on the man's mouth. Who are you? Why did you capture me? Let me go. Let me go. The man was terrified. Zhao Mingyue's lips rose slightly. Don't you like to drink blood? Your sister, your father, and your mother's blood were all drunk by you, right? The man's pupils suddenly shrank. Lin Yu frowned. Who are you? How did you know? Zhao Mingyue then laughed. Since you have such a perverted hobby, I'll fulfill your wish. In the future, you don't have to be so scared when drinking blood. You can brazenly drink it. Become a blood demon. Do it. Whoosh. Lin Yu pulled him and flew directly to the top of the coffin. Then she opened the lid and stuffed that person inside, standing on top of it. A heart-wrenching scream came from the coffin. The entire coffin trembled nonstop, and soon it gradually calmed down. Bang. An arm covered in blood runes reached out from the coffin. Boom. The coffin shattered. Then the man stood in the void with bloodshot eyes. Not bad at all. Zhao Mingyue's lips rose slightly. Next. Chapter 1236. When Lin Xian returned home, Bing Lingwei went to sleep. Lin Xian didn't disturb her. He sat on the sofa alone and looked at everything. Then he went to Lin Ya's room. Everything here had not been touched. Everything that belonged to her was here. Yes, Lin Xian knew that Lin Ya was with Zhao Mingyue. However, Lin Xian also knew how disgusting this woman was. To be honest, even if Lin Xian knew that this was Lin Ya's good fortune, he didn't want her to follow Zhao Mingyue. Didn't he want Lin Ya to come back? Of course he did. However, Lin Xian didn't have a choice. He really didn't have a choice. If he had Linglong Shui or Linglong Shui by his side, they would definitely be able to take down Zhao Mingyue. For example, if he met Zhao Mingyue today, if he had Linglong Shui by his side, how could she escape? Even if she had a way to escape, all space was nothing in front of Linglong Shui. But there wasn't. Linglong Shui wasn't by his side. Did he have to let Linglong Shui follow him every day just to find Zhao Mingyue? How could that be possible? Little fairy, what are you doing now? Lin Xian lay on Lin Ya's bed with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Lin Xian got up. He thought of Lin Ya's diary. He wondered if she had written any more stories ever since she had gotten the diary. Lin Xian opened her drawer and took out the diary that had been there for some time. Then he opened it to that page. Sure enough, after Lin Ya got the diary, she continued to write short stories every day. Lin Xian slowly flipped through the pages, looking at each diary and each story. Just as he was about to flip to the next page, Lin Xian suddenly paused and flipped back to the previous page. The story was simple. Today, they, along with Linglong Shui and the others, had gathered at Drunken Pavilion for a meal. It was a tavern that held a lot of meaning to her, and she did not expect the owner to be the son of the orphanage's old principal. They had played with him many times when they were young. The food was delicious, and the owner was a kind person. Unfortunately, Lin Xian was drunk that night, but he was a very trustworthy friend. Why did Lin Xian pay special attention to this? The reason was simple. 2 exclamation marks. That's right, there were 2 exclamation marks behind it. Lin Xian then flipped to the front and flipped to the last few pages. He discovered something very, very incredible. In the entire diary, only this part had 2 exclamation marks. Linya was a meticulous person. Otherwise, she would not have been able to start a company and manage the art pavilion group. Moreover, she was very serious. And what was the most important thing to Linya? It was Lin Xian. The entire diary, including the following pages, contained countless stories about Lin Xian. No matter how sad or happy they were, there was no place with 2 exclamation marks. But here, was it a coincidence? No, Lin Xian did not think so. Perhaps it was, but Lin Xian needed to confirm it. Because he was puzzled. After putting on his clothes, Lin Xian directly ran out. Fortunately, Drunken Pavilion closed at 2 in the evening. Lin Xian rushed in. "Handsome, what's the matter?" At this moment, the cashier was a 20-year-old girl. "Sister, where's your boss?" "The boss left after collecting the money at 7 or 8. "Do you need something from a boss?" Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, I need something. Could you give me a call?" "Yes, the cooperation number is the boss's." Lin Xian glanced at it and quickly dialed the number. It rang for a while before it was picked up. "Who is it?" "Brother, I'm Lin Xian." "Lin Xian?" The voice was puzzled. "I don't know you. My sister is Linya. We're from Dawn Orphanage." The other side was stunned. "So that's how it is. I saw your sister a while ago. What's the matter?" Lin Xian hurriedly asked. "Did my sister say anything to you?" "Just a few days ago." The other side paused. "She didn't say anything, but 2 nights ago, a little girl ran in with a stone. She said a beautiful sister called Dawn gave it to me and told me to keep it. I'm guessing it's Linya. What's the matter?" Lin Xian's eyes flashed. "Nothing, brother. Where's the stone?" "It's in my shop. It's in the foot cabinet at the front desk of Drunken Pavilion. I threw it in there." "Thank you." Lin Xian hurriedly hung up. "Beauty, can you see if there's a stone in the foot cabinet?" Oh. Then, the little beauty opened it and took out an ordinary-looking stone and handed it to Lin Xian. "Thanks." Lin Xian took the stone and walked out. It was a very ordinary stone about the size of a palm. There didn't seem to be anything special about it, but Lin Xian didn't think so. Shua, with a thought, Lin Xian unsheathed the holy sword in his hand and directly split the stone in half. As expected, Lin Xian picked up the stone. There were 4 words carved on it. 12 demon gods. As for how it got in, it wasn't important. It wasn't difficult. Just by releasing inner strength, one could carve the words without damaging the surface. There was no need to doubt it. This was left behind by Linya. Zhao Mingyuan must have restricted her freedom, including not being able to use mobile phones or any other electronic devices. She must be with Linya at all times. When she went out to do things, she must be with Linya. Or perhaps she had some way to prevent Linya from doing anything. But Linya was smart. As long as she followed Zhao Mingyuan, as long as she seized the slightest opportunity, she would have a chance. Yes, Linya couldn't betray her. She didn't dare. But sometimes she still had to seize the opportunity to do something. What did that diary actually mean? It meant that Linya had foresight. It couldn't be called foresight. It was a kind of worry. She knew that Lin Xian would provoke a lot of enemies outside, or perhaps the Yixian group's enemies. It would be difficult for them to deal with Lin Xian, so she would become the target of Lin Xian's enemies. Linya realized this a long time ago, so she had a trick up her sleeve. She didn't want to tell Lin Xian about her worries because it would make Lin Xian worried. So she didn't tell Lin Xian. If there was such a day, she hoped that Lin Xian would find out about what she had left behind. She definitely wouldn't let Lin Xian's enemies know about it. The thing she had left behind was actually very difficult to find. She didn't have much hope. She just did it tentatively because she wasn't sure if something would happen to her. This diary had too much to do with Lin Xian. She also knew that if something happened to her, Lin Xian would definitely read this. So, Lin Xian and Lin Ya's tacit understanding and familiarity with each other over the years were not just for show. Chapter 12:37. Lin Xian didn't need to think too much. Lin Ya must have found an opportunity to stay here. The boss said that a little lowly ran in to deliver the stone. It must have been when Lin Ya and Zhao Mengyue were in Lin City. Lin Ya found an opportunity for Zhao Mengyue to leave and found a little lowly by the roadside. Lin Ya didn't talk about anything else, including her own matters. Instead, she talked about the 12 demon gods. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Surveillance video? Lin Xian thought about it. It was a little difficult. Zhao Mengyue didn't have many people who knew what she looked like. Moreover, her appearance was always changing. That was why she could walk around the city unscrupulously. If she brought Lin Ya along, Lin Ya must be in disguise. It was useless to check the surveillance video. That was indeed the case. If Lin Ya didn't disguise herself, her snow-white hair would be enough to leave an impression on everyone who saw her. Lin Ya didn't talk about her situation. Instead, she talked about the 12 demon gods. Although Lin Ya didn't say anything else and only mentioned the 12 demon gods, the information revealed was that she was fine. She stayed there to do more things and provide more information. This was Lin Xian's understanding of Lin Ya. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know much about this. Lin Xian went back and used his phone to search on Baidu. The things he found on Baidu were all fanciful things. There was even content from cartoons. He couldn't believe it at all. Are there still demons in this world? Lin Xian felt that this world was getting more and more mysterious. Back at home, Bing Lingwei sat on the sofa and looked at Lin Xian. What's wrong? Didn't you go back to your room to sleep? Lin Xian looked at Bing Lingwei and sat beside her. He put the stone on the coffee table. I heard you rushing out. I don't know if anything happened. Bing Lingwei said softly. Lin Xian felt a warmth in his heart. I just found some traces of my sister. Bing Lingwei quickly asked, what did you find? Lin Xian shook his head. Nothing specific. My sister left this behind. Lin Xian pointed at the stone. Bing Lingwei took a look at it. The 12 demon gods. She frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Yeah, it's probably very difficult to find my sister's whereabouts. They might even spend most of their time away from the city, and that Zhao Mengyue must be keeping a close eye on my sister. However, the information my sister left behind was about other things and not her safety, so there shouldn't be any problems. The key now is, where are these 12 demon gods? Lin Xian looked at Bing Lingwei in confusion. Are there demons in this world? Bing Lingwei shook her head. I'm not sure. Demons seem to exist. Demons, demons, demons. It can't be a groundless rumor. In my memory, there were demons who wreaked havoc in the world, but it seemed to be the demon clan or the resentful spirits. I've never seen the so-called demon clan. Lin Xian thought for a while. Zhao Mengyue might be looking for the 12 demon gods. I think I know who to ask. Let's go to bed. Lin Xian kissed her before returning to his room. After returning to his room, Lin Xian opened WeChat and dialed Murong phone, Murong Yu's father. As the master of the Holy Palace, he was very familiar with this kind of thing. After sending the message, Murong phone replied to Lin Xian almost instantly in the middle of the night. Uncle Murong, you're still awake? Lin Xian greeted him symbolically. Murong phone typed a word. Do you think that with my position, I can still work at 6 in the morning and get off work at 6 in the evening? What's the matter? Lin Xian asked. I want to ask about the 12 demon gods. Does Uncle Murong know? Murong phone immediately called him on WeChat. Why are you asking this question? Murong phone asked curiously. Does Uncle Murong know? Lin Xian asked. Murong phone thought for a moment, then nodded. Of course I know. They're demons that existed in ancient times. It's unimaginable how long ago they were. Lin Xian was speechless. Damn it. Ancient times? How long ago was that? No one on Sky Blue Planet had survived from that time, right? That long ago? Uncle Murong, I need to know more about the 12 demon gods. I suspect that someone is plotting against them. What? On the other side. Murong phone was aghast. Wait, I'll go look for the information left behind by the Murong family's ancestor. After about 5 minutes, Murong phone returned to the table and sat down, flipping through the ancient book. There are very few records regarding the 12 devil gods, because they are too ancient. However, my Morong family has been passed down for thousands of years and can be considered as one of the most ancient families. The things that we have come into contact with might be the most. Regarding the 12 devil gods, Morong Fong flipped through the book and said, "It's rumored that in ancient times, at least 50,000 years ago, the human race was only a very ordinary creature on the continent. The rulers of the continent were countless demons. However, during that time, although there weren't many humans, they were extremely prosperous. That was because that time was called the Age of Gods." Lin Xian frowned. The older the time, the more it was called the Age of Gods. Could it be the same as Earth's Yao Xuanyu's time? During Yao Xuanyu's time, legend said that they were all gods, including Pangu, Niuhua, and so on. However, there were also records that they were just humans. They were just a little more powerful and had great achievements. Because he had been exposed to cultivation, and there was also cultivation on Earth, Lin Xian was sure that Yao Xuanyu and the other two weren't ordinary people. They were peak existences. They might not be gods, but they were close to them. During that time, the entire continent's heaven and earth spiritual energy was extremely prosperous. There were countless heavenly Tao realm existences. The demons were at their peak, and the demons were at their peak. Humans and demons were fighting for territory every minute and every second. It was also during that time that 12 heaven-defying existences appeared one after another in 500 years. They were called the 12 demon gods. Lin Xian stroked his chin. That is to say, they weren't demons? Morong Fong shook his head. From what I read in the records, they might have been demons or even humans. There was no mention of demons, but I'm not sure if demons really exist. It has never been proven. They might have been terrifying existences with special powers that appeared among the demons or humans. Because they brought disaster to the world, they were called demon gods. Lin Xian was enlightened. So that's how it is. Morong Fong then said, according to ancient records, there were a total of 12 of them. They all had different abilities. Later on, wait, Morong Fong suddenly discovered something inconceivable. Chapter 1238. After more than 10 seconds, Morong Fong then said in shock, according to the ancient records, a person called Di Lin appeared later on. I'm not too clear about who he is or how he came about. There are probably no records. It only says that this existence called Di Lin gathered 12 demon gods who had various abilities and brought calamity to the common people. Only then were they officially called the 12 demon gods. They began to form a force. Morong Fong looked and continued. The purpose of their force was to eradicate all life in the world and reform the continent. The demon race, the human race, and other races were forced into a corner by the increasingly powerful 12 demon gods. The various powers of the 12 demon gods could even slaughter 1 million people with a single thought. They were unstoppable. Lin Xian, what happened later on? Lin Xian asked. Later on, in history, the human race and the demon race formed an alliance for the first time. Under the leadership of 8 experts from an organization called the Light Sacred Altar, the demon race, under the leadership of several demon gods, launched a counterattack against the 12 demon gods and Di Lin's forces for the first time. At the end of the war, the experts of the human race and the demon race almost fell. In the end, under the witness of the human race and the demon race, the last remaining expert of the 8 Light Sacred Altar led the 12 demon gods and Di Lin to seal them. The records end here. When Morong Fong saw this, he also took a deep breath. Previously, he had glanced at this thing, but didn't look at it too much. This time, after he finished reading the records, he also felt a little terrified. The main thing was that Lin Xian had just asked about this thing. He even said that someone might be plotting against the 12 demon gods. This was simply shocking. Lin Xian, how did you get the news that someone is plotting against the 12 demon gods? As for whether or not the 12 demon gods have been sealed and what the situation is, I'm afraid that no one in the entire human race knows. We can only find records in a few ancient records. This kind of information can't be spoken carelessly. Murong Feng asked nervously. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and muttered, I think it should be true. As for who it is, it could be the evil fiend Hall, or it could be a person. This is going to be difficult. The entire human race doesn't know anything about where the 12 demon gods are sealed. The ancient books only record that the last severely wounded expert of the holy altar of light left everyone's sight to seal the 12 demon gods and Lin. No one knows what happened after that. How did others know? Murong Feng was truly helpless. This era could be considered as the human race beginning to flourish once again, but it might take 100 years. And it just so happened that their relationship with the Fae was extremely strained. Under such circumstances, no one could stop a third faction from finding information about the 12 fiend celestial seals through trickery. I'm not sure either, but I think Uncle Murong should be more careful. Murong Feng frowned. He refused to believe that Lin Xian would make baseless claims. He must have discovered something for him to contact him in the middle of the night. Lin Xian, if it's really the 12 fiend celestials, the implications of this matter are huge. It's said that the 12 fiend celestials are actually at the heavenly Tao realm. It's nothing much, but what makes them powerful is their miraculous powers. It's likely that according to the records, one of the fiend celestials has an extremely powerful and special pupil. It can instantly strip the souls of all living creatures in its vision before absorbing them. Lin Xian, there's also a fiend celestial that can guide blood. It can instantly extract the blood of all living creatures in a large area. If a fiend celestial of this level were to appear in one of our cities, it would instantly slaughter millions. That's the most terrifying part. Lin Xian was secretly appalled. What sort of powers were these? In short, it's extremely terrifying. It's said that they have been sealed. Of course, they're dead. The 12 fiend celestials have all been killed, but it's unknown why they still need to be sealed. It's possible that they're sealing the 12 special powers in their bodies, but if someone inherits the special powers in the 12 fiend celestials' bodies, that's also possible. Murong Feng said. Lin Xian pondered slightly. All right, I'll pay attention to this matter. If there's any news, I'll definitely contact Uncle Murong immediately. Murong Feng said, Do you have any news? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, but I can't do anything for the time being. Evil Fiend Celestial Temple. Is it? Sigh, this Evil Fiend Celestial Temple is quite difficult to find. I'll increase the number of soldiers in Lin and City. Murong Feng said. All right. Following that, Lin Xian hung up the phone. The current situation was that Lin Xian wanted to look for that senior of the Fiend Celestial race to see if she could help with the divination, but was it possible? Lin Xian didn't know. He could only wait until tomorrow to ask Linglong Shui. This matter was related to the human race and also related to Linya. Lin Xian had to pay attention to it. The next morning, Lin Xian prepared breakfast for them. After eating, he went to Linglong Shui's place. The 12 Fiend Celestials? Linglong Shui pondered for a moment. It's been passed down in the family. Bing looked at Lin Xian and said, Then what happened? Bing shook her head. I don't know. It's said that a human powerhouse who knew how to seal was responsible for sealing the 12 Fiend Celestials in 12 different places. After that, there's no news. Are you saying that someone has designs on the 12 Fiend Celestials? Lin Xian nodded, and it's the person who kidnapped my sister. So I want to see if we should go to that senior of the Fiend Celestial race who knows how to divine and ask. Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui said, When this senior divined your sister's situation, she must have already known about it. But she didn't mention it, probably because she thought they would fail. Lin Xian frowned and thought carefully. That seemed to be the case. After all, Linya was related to them, and they were related to the 12 Fiend Celestials. That senior should know about it, so they would fail? Well, since you said so, then let's leave it to fate. Lin Xian sighed. He just didn't know what little fairy was doing now. Your top priority now isn't this, but to improve your strength. You're not even a heavenly venerable yet. If that day really comes, you need to at least have the ability to fight against your enemies. Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian nodded, I know. After today, I'll go to the martial arts academy and try to advance to the heavenly venerable realm in a week. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. He could only wait and see if he had the chance to encounter this in the future. Now, he needed to go to the Art Pavilion group to attend the press conference. After this matter was over, Lin Xian went directly to the martial arts academy. He didn't care if he had a mission or not. Even if he didn't have one, he had to constantly improve his realm. Chapter 1239. The lobby of the Yixian group had been decorated. At this moment, hundreds of reporters were waiting anxiously. Since the Yixian group was releasing major news, these reporters would naturally squeeze their way over. Some small reporters were not even qualified to enter because there were too many reporters. The controversy surrounding the Yixian group was simply too big. Any random thing could be used for all kinds of interviews. Not to mention that the Yixian group had specially held a press conference for this. This was definitely a major event. At this moment, Lin Xian, Luo Qinxi, and Murong Qing were backstage. There was no one else. The others might be preparing other things. Okay, I roughly know what you're talking about. Leave it to me. Murong Qing nodded and said, then walked out. Luo Qinxi shrugged her shoulders. Am I still going? Anything is fine. Great beauty Murong can handle it alone. It just so happens that I don't want to show my face. Luo Qinxi said helplessly. She, Luo Qinxi, was also a big star. Although she had retired from the entertainment industry for a long time, she had always been a hot topic. If she went out, there would be even more controversy. You just have to be my tool. Lin Xian grinned. Tool? A tool for you to have sex? Cough, cough. No, a tool for work. Lin Xian said awkwardly. TSK. On the other side, after Murong Qing came out, there were clicks and countless flashes on her body. Murong Qing was naturally incomparably used to this. Standing there, Murong Qing smiled slightly and said, Thank you all for attending my company's press conference. Clap, clap, clap. Then there was a round of applause. In addition to the reporters, this press conference was also live broadcast. Miss Murong, may I ask if the Yixian group is going to release a new invention for this press conference? Yes, yes. The Yixian group has held a total of 3 press conferences since its opening. The first was when it first opened. The second was when the virus appeared. This is the 3rd time. The entire mainland is paying attention to the Yixian group. Yes, now that the Yixian group has a very good response among the public, what new invention will the Yixian group release this time that will shock the world? The reporters were discussing crazily one after another. Murong Qing smiled and said, Everyone, don't ask first. Let's move on to the question and answer session later. There are 2 main reasons for this press conference. Hearing Murong Qing's words, everyone quieted down. All the cameras were focused on her. The first thing is that Yixian Group is now officially involved in the pharmaceutical industry. A reporter said the Yixian Group has already developed a drug to restore the entire continent when a virus was raging. I believe that the medical standards of the Yixian Group can be recognized by everyone. Murong Qing smiled and nodded. Thank you for everyone's recognition. At present, the Yixian Group will not launch other therapeutic drugs for the time being. The first drug to be launched is a drug similar to the previous physique improvement potion. Hearing Murong Qing's words, the entire group of reporters and everyone who was watching the live broadcast were all excited. The Yixian Group's gene enhancement medicine had really set off a craze in the mainland. Was it a new type of medicine this time? What is the effect of this potion? A reporter asked. Murong Qing smiled and said, It's very simple this time. After taking it, it can permanently increase the speed, physique, strength, and other attributes of a warrior or an ordinary person. And just like before, there are no side effects. It doesn't overlap with the previous gene enhancement medicine. Hissed at hearing Murong Qing's words, everyone was shocked once again. That's right, this was developed by teacher Zhang Zhihan. It was the gene potion that was secretly developed by the Ouyang family in Tiandu to control others. But this time, the part that controlled others was removed. Only the gene that could improve everyone's comprehensive strength was left. There were no side effects, but there would be no effect if taken more. In fact, it was even stronger than the gene potion that was exchanged. This caused a frenzy all of a sudden. Taking something that could improve one's attributes in all aspects was simply an unexpected gain. Then how much will improve this time? How will the price be set? Murong Qing said, "The comprehensive improvement this time is more than 5 times more than the previous gene potion." Hissed, hearing Murong Qing's words. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this Yuxian group a god? But the price will naturally be higher. It's about 4 times the price of the previous potion. That's still very acceptable. The improvement of all attributes is 5 times more than the previous potion, and the price is only 4 times higher. Oh my god, Yuxian Group is really a company with a conscience. Not only that, during the virus outbreak, Yuxian Group turned the tide and gave out all the potions for free. This has already proved that Yuxian Group is the most conscientious company in the whole continent. There's a reason for them to make money in their rapid development. Perhaps Yuxian Group was the only company in the whole continent that would receive good reviews, even if they increased the price. Then may I ask, Miss Murong, how much of the potion can be provided this time? Murong Qing smiled and said, "For the time being, it can provide the needs of an empire. Later on, research and development will be done. It only needs time, and it will definitely guarantee that you will have what you want." That's great. Ordinary people can also take it. That's great. Then Miss Murong, what's the second thing? That's right, Miss Murong. A long time ago, Yuxian Group said that the potion that can improve the purity of a warrior's attributes hasn't been developed yet. This is something that many people have been asking about. Murong Qing smiled and said, "The second thing is exactly what you asked. That's right. The second thing is that the potion to improve the purity of a warrior's attributes has been developed." What? It's really developed? This news had thoroughly shaken the entire continent. Ordinary warriors who wanted to improve the purity of their attributes could only find various spiritual treasures of various attributes to absorb. Now, a company was telling you that the potion they developed could improve the purity of your attributes. How exaggerated was that? Many people in front of their phones and computers were already ready to pick up their phones to buy it. It's just a pity that this kind of potion to improve the purity of attributes can't be developed and manufactured in large quantities like other potions. The high cost is one reason, and the second reason is the scarcity of raw materials. Chapter 1240. If this thing could really be developed in large quantities, then the Yuxian Group would forward it. However, although it could only be developed in small quantities, this thing could still be sold for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. It was something that could definitely be sold out. Basically, if these two things were sold, Lin and City would be taken over by Lin Xian. Lin and City would basically become Lin Xian's territory. Then how many can be developed? This was definitely a question that everyone was concerned about. On the contrary, they were not too concerned about the price. If they had the capital to buy it, they could always buy it. Murong Qing said, "It is estimated that we could develop 10 million, but can only increase attribute purity by 1%. However, everyone knows that even if it is increased by 1%, when your realm reaches the realm of law, domain, or even higher, this 1% increase is unimaginable." This was indeed not a problem. Even if it was only 1%, those heavenly venerables, absolute virtual realm, and the like would probably fight for it. 10 million, that is actually not a small number. Murong Qing nodded. It is indeed not a small number. The main ingredient, the 9-colored spirit lotus, is too rare. Therefore, if anyone on the continent can provide the 9-colored spirit lotus, our Yuxian Group will naturally buy it at a high price. What about the price? The price is 100,000. The price of 100,000 made many people heave a sigh of relief, because 100,000 to increase the purity of stats by 1% was really cheap. Moreover, even if it was 1 million, 10 million, or even hundreds of millions, many powerhouses would not even blink. Well, that's all for this matter. Actually, there's one more thing. Murong-Ching thought for a moment and then said, "It's like this. The attribute enhancement potion can only be used once. In other words, you can only use one even if you buy more. In addition to the attribute enhancement potion that can increase a martial artist's attribute purity by 1%, our group has also developed some potions that can increase attribute purity by 5% or 10%. Hissed at hearing Murong-Ching's words. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Murong-Ching continued. However, I hope everyone can understand that our group will not sell these potions to the public because there are very few. The Xian group is now in the development stage, and at the same time, it is developing its own forces. Therefore, we need a series of heavenly venerables and even stronger powerhouses. These potions are provided by us for the powerhouses of the continent. We also hope that with this channel, the powerhouses of the continent can come to Lin and City Yashin Group to find us. We will discuss the specific cooperation plan in detail. Everyone, fuck. This Yashin Group is actually developing its own power. Nonsense, of course it's going to develop. Our Xian Group's momentum is so strong. What's the point of earning so much money? Of course, we have to develop our own forces. What scale do you think the Art Xian Group can develop to? It definitely won't be small. The Xian Group has won the hearts of the people, and it also has these tempting things that the entire continent can't offer. At least in the short term, the number of Xian Group's experts will definitely not be small. As long as the Xian Group doesn't make any mistakes in some of its policies, it will definitely become a relatively large force. This kind of news would not cause others to be unhappy. This was the company's own decision, and you had no right to interfere. Moreover, Art Xian Group had won the hearts of the people. Everyone would be able to understand if they explained a little. At this moment, all the powerhouses on the continent who were paying attention to this matter began to take action. Fuck. They were all heavenly venerables and great void stage cultivators. Being able to increase their attribute purity by 5% or even 10% was simply too tempting. With a 10% increase in attribute purity, the combat power of the heavenly venerable realm and the great void realm would increase by 10%. How exaggerated was that? And it was permanent. The temptation to these experts was simply unimaginable. What rights? Money? When one's realm was high, would these things be more tempting than increasing one's strength? Moreover, why did Murong-Ching say 5% and 10%? That was to send a message to these experts. They had to come as soon as possible. If they were late, the items that could increase their attribute purity by 10% would be gone. If they were only left with the items that could increase their attribute purity by 5%, they would immediately lose half of it. Moreover, they had to come and compete with each other. As long as they competed with each other, it would definitely be beneficial to the Yashin Group. So, do you have any other questions now? Murong-Ching smiled. Miss Murong, may I ask? Then, a series of various questions were thrown out, and Murong-Ching answered them one by one. Miss Murong, may I ask where President Lin is? She hasn't appeared for a long time. After answering most of the questions, a reporter asked this question. Murong-Ching hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, President Lin has been too busy and tired recently, so she is resting for a while. You will be able to see her after a while. Yes, where's your sister? It was also the first time Luo Chenxi asked Lin Xian this question. She replaced Linya's job, but she basically never really asked about Linya. She had been doing her job. It's nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. TSK. Luo Chenxi rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Let's go, I'm going to work. Luo Chenxi shrugged. I reckon that after this news is released, many experts will come to the Yashin Group. When the time comes, someone called by a Xian will come. Remember to hand it over. No matter what she does, just agree. Luo Chenxi nodded. Got it. Lin Xian lit a cigarette. Soon, Murong-Ching walked in. It's over. Wait for a while. Lin Xian said, I'll leave it to you. I have to go and raise my realm. Heavenly Venerable Realm? Yes, Heavenly Venerable Realm. Damn, I'm so busy here every day. I don't even have time to raise my realm. Morong Qing said unhappily. Hee, it's okay. As long as your man is strong, it's fine. Lin Xian grinned. You? Lin Xian shrugged. Are you willing? Little brat. Morong Qing finished speaking and walked away. Lin Xian, forget it. He didn't want to think about this for now. He needed to raise his realm to Heavenly Venerable Realm. Then, Lin Xian went to Linglong Shui's place and brought her along. This little girl was very powerful. He brought her along and let her help him deal some damage. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal the finishing blow. After that, Lin Xian drove directly through the martial arts academy and sped further away. Where to? He didn't know. Anyway, he just drove further away. He would definitely meet some demonic beasts, some more powerful ones. At night, Lin Xian's car stopped in a pitch-black valley. What did he see? A ghost floating in the air? Chapter 1241. How should I put it? This location is neither too far nor too close. Normally speaking, this place should have already been explored by the human race because it's not too far away. But there's also the possibility that this place hasn't been explored yet. This world is so big, north, south, east, and west. There aren't many martial artists that can reach this location. The distance between here and Lin and City is actually more than 600 kilometers. In such a big world, 600 kilometers of demon beast territory might not have explored this place. But all of this isn't important. What's important is that Lin Xian feels like he's discovered something extraordinary. Now the sky is dark, the valley is very big, and the surroundings are very quiet. Lin Xian also didn't see any demon beasts. It seems like not many demon beasts are willing to come to this place. Lin Xian can feel it. Big brother, this place, there's an evil aura. Dragoni poked her head out from Lin Xian's arms and sniffed. Then her cute little nose wrinkled slightly. Lin Xian nodded. I also feel it. There might be another kind of creature here. Do ghosts exist? That's for sure. In fact, ghosts are vengeful spirits, demon beasts, or people who die because of some special reason. Their souls don't dissipate and continue to stay in the human world. As for whether or not there's such a thing as hell, no one can prove it. But things like souls definitely exist. The simplest way to prove it is when a martial artist reaches a certain level of Empyrean realm. As long as your soul is strong enough, when you die, your soul will come out. What does this mean? To put it simply, your realm is not low. You are no longer an ordinary person. Your soul has also been cultivated to a very powerful level. If your physical body dies, but your soul doesn't, what will happen? The soul can seize another person's body and live in that body, but the soul is his own. It's the same as not completely dying. Or maybe it's possible to reconstruct the body. So when you reach the Empyrean realm, if you want to completely kill someone, you have to destroy their soul. Although it's possible to not die, but 99% of the time, it's very difficult for the soul to reach a high realm. But a wildfire can't burn it out. It grows again with the spring breeze. Therefore, it was normal for there to be some souls here. That could only mean one thing. There must be something here that was attracting these souls, and something that could allow these souls to exist. Lin Xian had sensed that the soul strength here was not too high. Logically speaking, if he died like this, his soul would dissipate, let alone survive. Lin Xian led Dragoni deeper into the valley. Dragoni blinked her big eyes as she prepared to unleash her power at any moment. Above his head, in front of him, the vengeful spirits were drifting. Lin Xian's entrance attracted their attention. They all turned around and charged at Lin Xian. Boom! A blue light wave was released by a wraith towards Lin Xian. Of course, the soul could possess some of the power of the physical body, and it could even release martial skills. Lin Xian raised his hand, and the power was blocked by Lin Xian. Sai, you're already dead. Why are you still alive and suffering here? Lin Xian secretly shook his head, and then his aura surged. Whoosh! Flames rushed out and turned into dozens of streaks that rushed towards the vengeful spirits. Unable to dodge in time, the vengeful spirits were all hit and turned into nothingness. This can be considered as Lin Xian releasing them from purgatory. Even if you can come back to life, it's not here. Here, it's more like you're living as an evil spirit. Lin Xian walked forward. What he was most curious about was what was so special about this place, and whether or not it had been discovered before. Why did this happen? In front of him, a figure was hiding. Seeing Lin Xian's arrival, the figure raised his head. Lin Xian frowned. He's also a soul body, but he seems to be quite powerful. Trespassers die. The man's eyes narrowed, and with a wave of his hand, a blue light turned into a blade. Then, he rushed towards Lin Xian with incredible speed. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. What the fuck? A soul body has power close to the heavenly venerable realm? Lin Xian was a little dumbfounded. Then what realm was this person when he was alive? At the very least, he should be above the 7 stars of the Great Void Realm, right? But it was useless. Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and the sacred sword appeared in his hand. This sacred sword seemed to be the nemesis of all evil things in the world. Lin Xian could feel the special power in this sacred sword. The moment the sacred sword appeared, the figure rushing over felt a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart. Whoosh! Lin Xian directly slashed at him. Ah! A shrill scream resounded throughout the valley. Lin Xian watched as the soul in front of him turned into nothingness. Secretly praising, he looked at the sacred sword in his hand. This is a sacred weapon, a peak-grade sacred weapon. It can increase Lin Xian's combat power by a lot. This is without a doubt. But even if he's only a soul in the heavenly venerable realm, he can still burst out with the power of a heavenly venerable. It's just that he can't use his elemental powers. But even under such circumstances, Lin Xian's sword directly cut his blade in half along with his body. His experience bar also increased. Big Brother is so strong. Dragoni clapped her little hands in Lin Xian's embrace. Of course, Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks and continued to walk forward. Lin Xian couldn't help but gape at the scene in front of him. It was a black mass. No, it should be a blue mass. The souls of all kinds of demon beasts, as if they were a group of starving zombies that saw a human being, crazily rushed into a huge cave. What kind of power does this huge cave have? To be able to make these things rush in recklessly. Lin Xian was shocked beyond words. Then he condensed his power. Rest in peace. Thunder, surging heavens. ZZZ. Lightning flashed all over the sky. All the souls were destroyed by Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't know what was inside, didn't know what happened inside, but souls are actually evil things. Especially when these souls are like vengeful spirits, and evil spirits, crazily rushing in. Lin Xian knew that there's nothing good inside. After Lin Xian cleaned up the outside, Lin Xian quickened his pace and walked in. The cave was very, very big. It stretched far into the distance, as if it was underground. Moreover, it seemed to have been created by someone. When Lin Xian entered, he felt a cold and powerful soul aura. Lin Xian's soul force was very, very strong. He had lived 2 lives, and at the same time, he had been constantly increasing his soul force by absorbing top-grade spirit treasures of heaven and earth to increase his soul force. In addition, Lin Xian's law of creation was closely related to soul force, and the soul force surging in this place was very terrifying. Chapter 1242. In the depths, 2 figures were standing there. One of them had blood-red eyes, and he was one of the demon gods beside Zhao Mengyue, who had inherited the power of the blood demon. After inheriting it, he had transformed into a powerhouse. The other one was a man with glasses who was trembling in fear. The only special thing about him was that one of his eyes seemed to be blind. And in front of them, there was a stage. On the stage, there was a blue fog that was expanding restlessly, sometimes big and sometimes small. The souls from the outside world were crazily rushing into this fog. "What are you doing?" The bespectacled youth looked at the young man beside him, who looked like a demon in despair. "What am I doing? Let you be reborn from your soul bone. Let you have the strongest power in this world." "I don't want it, I don't want it, I want to go back to study, I want to study." The man glanced at him and sneered. "Study? What's the use of studying?" "I used to be #1 in the school. What's the use? Wasn't I humiliated by the goddess in front of everyone? But now, I fuck her death and drunk all her blood. Delicious." The man let out a long sigh. "Demon, demon." The bespectacled youth swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "You haven't even cultivated, so you haven't felt the power. You can only live for less than 100 years. What's the point of living as a scum at the bottom? Don't tell me you don't envy those people who can leap onto roofs and vault over walls." The blood demon asked. His words made the bespectacled youth hesitate. "Are you willing to be mocked by others because you're blind in one eye? Don't you want to kill those who laugh at you every day? Because they look down on you and laugh at you, but you're not blind, you're just special. As long as you accept this power, you can become a powerhouse. In the future, you'll have the absolute right to speak in the entire world." Ka ka ka. The Enjing youth clenched his fists tightly. "How do I obtain this power? I don't want to be a coward for the rest of my life. I want those who laugh at me to get the punishment they deserve." The blood demon laughed. "That's more like it. It's very simple to obtain this power. You just need enough souls to fuse with it, break through its power, break through this barrier, and directly inherit it." All right. Time slowly passed, but what caused Blood Demon to frown was, where are the vengeful spirits? What about the soul body? He was so close. Why was his soul body broken? Just a moment ago, there was an endless stream of souls pouring in. Why did it suddenly disappear? Why did it suddenly disappear? Because the outside world had been destroyed by Lin Xian. "Wait here. Don't act rashly. I'll go and see what's going on." Then Blood Demon walked out. At the same time, Lin Xian walked over with Dragoni. Turning a corner, the two of them came face to face, and both of them froze for a moment. Lin Xian was stunned. "Damn, there's someone here? And such a young man at that? What are you doing here? Wait, why are his eyes blood red? No, it was an evil thing." The Blood Demon was stunned. How could there be someone here? So young? What the heck? Was that a fairy on his chest? No, I must destroy it. In the next moment, boom, the two of them released their power at the same time. Lightning and blood red energy collided, and the two of them staggered back. At the same time, Dragoni seized the opportunity. Bad god. Boom. A dragon god rupture erupted. Boom. Puffed. Blood Demon didn't have time to dodge because he was still staggering. He didn't expect the little girl in Lin Xian's arms to have such terrifying power. Blood Demon was seriously injured. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, took a step forward, and disappeared on the spot. Lin Xian also wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. Celestial Venerable? And a high-level Celestial Venerable at that. Fortunately, the power he released was strong, and he subconsciously exchanged for strength and defense. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Who was that person just now? Lin Xian frowned. Dragoni was a dragon, and she was very strong. The power of Dragon God Rupture wasn't the same as the power of a normal fire attribute martial art. It was normal for it to seriously injure someone. Fortunately, he brought Dragoni with him. Lin Xian sighed. If he didn't have Dragoni, he would have been in danger. No, it's hard to say because he has the space attribute. Now that he's close to the Celestial Venerable realm, he can still run far away. But he can only run. He can't stay here. That person was very strange just now. Blood-red eyes and a very strange aura. He didn't look like a good person, and his age was about the same as Lin Xian's. His realm was so high. Wait, what's going on here? Big brother, are you okay? Dragoni touched Lin Xian's chest and asked. Lin Xian shook his head. It's nothing, just a small injury. The law of creation will recover soon. Then, Lin Xian walked over and saw a ball of blue mist. He saw a weak human youth who had no spirit energy at all standing there. Lin Xian walked over as well. Who are you? The boy was stunned for a moment when he saw Lin Xian suddenly change into a different person. Dragoni had already drilled into Lin Xian's arms. Who are you? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Then, he looked at the ball of blue mist. What the hell? What the hell is this? How can this soul power be so terrifying? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. What about that master from earlier? The boy asked. You're with him? The boy nodded. And the master said that he wants me to inherit some kind of power. Inherit power? Lin Xian frowned. Then do you know who he is? The boy looked at Lin Xian. Are you with him? In the next moment, Lin Xian grabbed the boy's neck and exerted a little force. Speak, or you'll die, Lin Xian threatened. This was a very ordinary human, not even a martial artist. Strange, why would he appear here? Was he brought here by that person earlier? Cough, 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 I'll speak. I'll speak. Lin Xian released him. He said, he's a blood demon, cough, cough, blood demon? What's that? Lin Xian asked. The boy shook his head. I don't know either. He brought me here for no reason and wants me to inherit some kind of power. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Demon? Blood demon? Is it a title or something else? Lin Xian didn't know. He definitely thought of the 12 demon gods, but he didn't know what kind of demons they had or what they were called. What else? The boy shook his head. Okay, I got it. Go to the back and stay away. Oh. He hurriedly ran away. Lin Xian stared at the ball of blue mist. Chapter 1243. Lin Xian really doesn't know what this thing is. Does it feel like a spirit item? That's because Lin Xian can sense that this thing contains a large amount of soul force. Martial artists have a great thirst for soul force. For example, in the virtualized realm, if your soul force isn't strong enough, then you won't be able to break through even if you're stuck at 10-star Heavenly Sovereign Realm for 10,000 years. Only when your soul force is strong enough can you break through to the virtualized realm. Of course, any realm requires enough soul force to break through. It's just that the virtualized realm has the highest requirement. Do you know what this thing is? Lin Xian asked the bespectacled youth. The bespectacled youth hurriedly shakes his head. I don't know, that person didn't say, but it seems like this thing is very powerful. In any case, he knows where he is. If he goes out, he'll definitely die. But if he doesn't go out, he doesn't know if this person will kill him or not. But at least there's a chance of survival, so he'll just stay here obediently. Lin Xian sensed that this thing doesn't seem to be too dangerous. The main thing is, why is there a seal on the outside? Lin Xian reaches out his hand. Hey! The bespectacled youth called out to Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at him. That person said we can't touch this thing. It seems like there's something unfinished. A lot of blue things poured in and suddenly disappeared. So he said he wants to go out and take a look. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Blue things poured in? Souls. Why did it break? This was because Lin Xian had just exterminated all the souls outside. But this thing's aura is still attracting more and more souls. Soon, a large number of souls poured in from the back. The bespectacled youth quickly hid not far away. Lin Xian stood there without giving any instructions. The souls poured in one after another, and it felt like they were being forcefully sucked in. Dragoni poked her head out to observe. Big brother, there seems to be a lot of soul bodies. Lin Xian nodded. I don't know what it is exactly, but that person seems to want to let this little brother with glasses absorb it. And he doesn't have a realm. Can a person without a realm absorb this? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Boom! In the next instant, the seal seemed to have been undone. Perhaps it was because the amount of souls injected into the seal had reached the required amount. What came next was a terrifying soul attack. Ugh, Dragoni, you go to the back first. All right. Dragoni then flew to the back. The bespectacled youth also hurriedly ran back, looking at Dragoni in shock. Are you an elf? The bespectacled boy asked. Dragoni glanced at him from the sky. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he felt the soul attack coming at him. To be honest, he was very tempted. Such a terrifying soul force. If he were to absorb it, the increase in his strength would be unimaginable. The main thing was, what the hell is this? Based on his initial judgment, this thing didn't seem to be anything particularly strange. Let's give it a try. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and walked forward. Big brother, be careful, Dragoni reminded. Lin Xian nodded and walked in front of the blue mist. With a surge of soul force, he tentatively reached out his hand. Lin Xian's hand came into contact with the blue mist. Icy cold, Scram. Lin Xian? That's right, a woman's voice inexplicably entered Lin Xian's mind. Scram. Lin Xian? What the hell? If the first voice was an illusion, then the second voice was definitely not an illusion. Was it the blue mist that spoke? Motherfucker, telling me to scram? Initially, Lin Xian might have been fearful of him, but now he wasn't. Why? If this was a terrifying thing, it should be trying to forcefully take over his body, desperately trying to get something from him. But now, this voice is telling me to scram. Does that mean it's afraid of me? Then scram? Scram my ass. I'm not scramming today. Lin Xian stuck his hand into the mist. In that moment, Lin Xian seemed to have formed some kind of connection with the mist. Whoosh! The blue mist flew into the air and rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian, in the next moment, the blue mist rushed into Lin Xian's left eye. Ugh! Lin Xian staggered. It's an indescribable feeling. So painful. So painful. Ugh! Lin Xian groaned in pain. The bespectacled boy hurriedly retreated. This looks so scary. If it was me, wouldn't I die from the pain? Big brother. Dragoni looked at Lin Xian worriedly. Lin Xian opened his arms wide, his continuous screams echoing in the air. It hurts. It hurts so much. It's not a physical pain. It's a mental one. It's a mental one. He couldn't take it anymore. Plop. Lin Xian knelt down, but the blue mist continued to rush into Lin Xian's left eye. Big brother. Dragoni flew around Lin Xian, but she didn't know what to do. Soon, all the blue mist rushed into Lin Xian's left eye. Hew. Lin Xian's breathing was extremely rapid as he slowly stood up. His left eye shone with a blue light, and there was even blue water. It looked like light, or perhaps it was mist dripping down from his eye. However, it did not fall down. Instead, it floated in front of his left eye. Ugh! In the next moment, Lin Xian's left eye erupted with a terrifying power. The blue light turned into a laser and shot out. Get out! Boom! The blue energy seemed to be able to penetrate all defenses in the world wherever it hit. Hew! Plop! Lin Xian felt his knees, gasping for air. Then Lin Xian lay on the ground. He didn't die, but it hurt so much. He was so tired that he didn't even want to squat. He just wanted to lie there. 3-star Empyrean Realm. That's right, he's an Empyrean Realm cultivator. Moreover, his soul force had improved by leaps and bounds, just as he had guessed. Just now, there was a consciousness that wanted to erode his will, but he swallowed it. Otherwise, he'd have to switch to someone else. But what the fuck is this thing? He really didn't get it. Lin Xian spread out his hands. The blue ball that looked like water, light, and mist dripped onto his palm. Lin Xian squeezed it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of blue beams shot out through the gaps between his fingers. Hundreds of meters of walls were directly penetrated Lin Xian. Chapter 1244. That's right, Lin Xian was absolutely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Lin Xian then took out his phone to check. Fuck. Lin Xian saw his left eye. Is this still a fucking human eye? Why is it emitting blue light? Lin Xian then used his mind, and a ray of blue light shot out from his eye and floated in the air. Bang! Lin Xian punched it, and the blue light seemed to be able to penetrate everything in the world. It directly pierced through the 100-meter thick wall and flew into the void. Maybe it also flew into the atmosphere or outer space. Fuck. Lin Xian felt that this thing was very powerful, but Lin Xian took a deep breath and tried to use his mind to activate it. Looking at his phone again, his eye returned to normal. Phew! Lin Xian exhaled. That scared me to death. I thought my eye would emit blue light in the future. But what the hell is this thing? Even now, Lin Xian still doesn't understand it. Just now, there was a consciousness that wanted to devour him, but that consciousness seemed to be very weak. But now, Lin Xian knows that this thing contains a large amount of soul power. Lin Xian's soul power has been upgraded. At the same time, the power that shot out is very terrifying. Although it doesn't seem to have much destructive power, its penetrative power is unimaginable. And he reached the sky sovereign realm. Lin Xian is convinced. He came out to kill monsters. Why did he inexplicably encounter such a fancy thing and then reach the sky sovereign realm without much effort? Why? So uncomfortable. So uncomfortable. Big brother, are you okay? Dragoni flew into Lin Xian's arms and touched Lin Xian's face. I'm fine. Lin Xian shook his head. Phew, you scared Dragoni to death. Lin Xian's gaze then turned to the bespectacled youth. If he hadn't interfered, would this thing have been his? However, the man with the blood-red eyes didn't seem to be a good person, and the blue thing didn't seem to be anything good either. It was just that when it landed on Lin Xian's body, it seemed to become something good. Which city are you from? Lin Xian walked over and asked. Tianfeng City. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, I'll send you back. The bespectacled young man revealed an ecstatic expression. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. It's best if you don't tell anyone about what happened today. Otherwise, you might get yourself killed. The bespectacled teenager quickly nodded. Yes, I know. Then, Lin Xian let him out. The difference between the Empyrean realm and the domain realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, Lin Xian's cultivation realm-weakening domain had also been improved. He could now ignore cultivation realms and reduce an opponent's strength by 3 stars. Could it be that it would drop by 10 stars towards the end? WDNMD. When the time came, if he could reduce an opponent's realm by 7 or 8 stars at the Heavenly Tao realm by 1 star, the opponent's mind would explode. Furthermore, the improvement in the Empyrean realm was truly unimaginable. Lin Xian could really sense a qualitative change in strength and other aspects. Furthermore, there was a very crucial point to the improvement in the Empyrean realm, flight manipulation. Although flight manipulation consumed spiritual energy, it was very convenient. Lin Xian drove the bespectacled teenager back. He didn't know anything, so Lin Xian couldn't obtain any information from him. However, Lin Xian had unintentionally done a good deed. How should he put it? Lin Xian's power was the power of one of the 12 demon gods. However, Lin Xian didn't know that if he didn't appear, another demon god would appear in the world. This teenager would also become Zhao Mingyue's subordinate, a chess piece. Perhaps it could change his life, but he would become an enemy of humanity, a threat to the existence of the continent. Whether he wanted such a change or not, from the perspective of Lin Xian and the continent, Lin Xian's appearance wasn't wrong. Big brother, there's a huge demonic beast in front. Dragoni raised her finger and pointed at the darkness ahead of them. So terrifying. The bespectacled teenager looked at the demonic beast in front of him with a horrified expression. It was a demonic beast that Lin Xian was rather familiar with. This was because Lin Xian had interacted with such demonic beasts a long time ago. Netherworld Flaming Lion. It was a powerful demonic beast with a strong bloodline and a large body. It was similar to a lion, but its body was covered in ghostly flames. At this moment, this one was much more powerful than the one he had encountered before. Creak! Lin Xian slammed on the brakes and stopped the car. No matter what, it can't be at the Great Void stage or high-level Empyrean realm, right? Then I'll just test how strong this thing I just obtained is. Lin Xian then got out of the car. The bespectacled teenager stayed in the car in horror. Nothing must happen to him. Nothing must happen to him. If something happened to him, he would die too. Lin Xian used his Eye of Cave Spirit to investigate. 1-star Empyrean realm. In fact, it wasn't easy to encounter an Empyrean realm demonic beast outside, but Lin Xian's luck was good. This Netherworld Flaming Lion was a 1-star Empyrean realm demonic beast. Its destructive power was unimaginable. Roar! The netherworld flaming lion was eating when it saw a human standing in front of it, seeking death. It might not care if you took a detour because it was eating, but now you came down to seek death? Roar. In the next instant, a terrifying blue energy pierced through everything and rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian, what the fuck? The thing released by my isn't as thick as yours. Lin Xian then used the power of space and disappeared. Come on, let me try. In the next instant, Lin Xian's left eye flashed with a blue light again. Then Lin Xian stretched out his right hand and covered his left eye. When he took his hand out, he was holding a blue ball that looked like water and mist. Shoot! In the next moment, Lin Xian let go of it, and the blue ball of light floated in midair. Lin Xian aimed at it, performed an upside-down golden hook, and kicked it. In that instant, the blue ball turned into dozens of stars and shot over. Roar! The netherworld flaming lion didn't believe this and directly exploded with a powerful blue energy. Then, the blue energy released by the netherworld flaming lion was penetrated by the dozens of blue energy released by Lin Xian, which were only a few centimeters thick. That's right. Lin Xian's energy didn't collide with the netherworld flaming lion's energy at all. Instead, it penetrated his energy. Boom! The netherworld flaming lion's energy bombarded the area where Lin Xian was, but Lin Xian dodged it with his power of space. So trashy? Lin Xian was a little dumbfounded. No. Was it because his strength wasn't even qualified to touch the netherworld flaming lion? He was instantly swallowed by the netherworld flaming lion's demonic skill. However, Lin Xian stared. What the fuck? Chapter 1245. Yes, his power had directly penetrated the Netherflame Lion Beast's demonic skill, and at this moment the Netherflame Lion Beast, its body was completely pierced dozens of times, and the penetrating power even left dozens of bottomless but very small holes in the ground. This was the power released by Lin Xian. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Could it be that the blue power released, was it really invincible? Any power in front of this power was like a little brother. Perhaps this power could not give you that kind of visual impact, such as directly blasting a 100-meter wide hole, but its penetrating ability. What the fuck? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. The penetrated Netherflame Lion Beast was probably also dumbfounded. Fuck, this thing can't be used carelessly. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and muttered. It could only be used in front of a great enemy. If it was used in a normal martial arts competition to win, it was very likely that it would directly kill the opponent. No, I have to hurry back and ask Xiao Linglong and the others what the hell this thing is. What? Failed. On the other side, the blood demon lowered his head in front of Zhao Mengyue. Is he dead? Zhao Mengyue frowned and asked. No, it's just that someone suddenly appeared and intercepted it. Someone suddenly appeared? A human powerhouse? Zhao Mengyue asked, puzzled. Lin Ya's beautiful eyes lit up. Was it little Xian? That's not it. He wasn't strong. He seemed to have just reached the Empyrean realm. But he had a fairy-like existence in his arms. It was so strong that it directly injured me. The blood demon said helplessly. Trash. Zhao Mengyue gave him a backhand slap. After being slapped, that person felt so wrong that he couldn't speak. What did that person look like? He looked like he was in his 20s. I don't know the details. Zhao Mengyue clenched her fists. Such a strong power was actually discovered. Damn it. Phew. Since it's already been discovered, let's speed up. Then, she looked at Linya and said, You come with me. Blood demon, you go to the Southern Sky Sea by yourself. Remember to bring the others. And you. Zhao Mengyue glanced at the girl next to her who was picking her nails. You go to the ruins of heaven and try to gather the rest within a month. At this moment, Lin Xian was at Linglong Shui's place. The bespectacled young man was sent back by Lin Xian. Little Linglong, can you help me take a look at my eyes? What exactly are they? Lin Xian moved closer to Linglong Shui. What? Empyrean? Linglong Shui carefully sensed her surroundings. Iren Bing, Bing Lingwei, and Ling Longyue all looked at him. Empyrean, Empyrean. Of gods, of the Empyrean, of Empyrean. Go. It doesn't matter whether you're an Empyrean or not. I'm just worried. Lin Xian said, I refined something. What? Iren Bing sat beside Lin Xian and asked curiously. Refining was just refining. This was very normal. However, looking at Lin Xian's anxious look, what could he be refining that made him so anxious? Lin Xian said, stay away and be careful. The few of them were taken aback. What could he take out to make them be careful? Then, they moved to the side. With a single thought from Lin Xian, his left eye turned blue. With a swipe of his hand, a ball of watery, mist-like energy floated in the air. Seeing this, Linglong Shui and Iren Bing were shocked. Bing Lingwei didn't know, and Ling Longyue didn't know either. What's this? Ling Longyue reached out to touch it. Don't touch it. Ling Longyue glared at her. Tisk. The girl then rolled her eyes and sat there obediently. Is this the void-killing eye? Linglong Shui said uncertainly. It's the void-killing eye. It's exactly the same as the records. Iren Bing frowned and nodded. Why do you suddenly have the void-killing eye? Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, I went to a place and saw many spirits merging into a ball of blue mist. Then, I felt a strong soul power, so I tried to refine it. Although the process was painful and my eyes hurt, it seems to be fine now. Linglong Shui, Iren Bing, you really don't want to live. Iren Bing said helplessly. You don't even know what it is, and you try to refine it. Linglong Shui didn't know what to say. Should she call him ignorant or bold? Was this void-killing eye? Bing Lingwei asked curiously. She felt it and didn't feel much power, but she didn't dare to touch it. Linglong Shui said, it's the strongest offensive power in the world. This void-killing, I is supposed to be born with it, but Lin Xian forcefully absorbed it and turned his left eye into the void-killing eye. This is also possible. The strongest offensive power? Lin Xian was stunned. It felt amazing, but was it really that powerful? Yes, with your heavenly venerable strength. No one below the heavenly Tao would dare to block it. If they did, they would either be seriously injured or die. Lin Xian, so strong. Lin Xian opened his mouth wide. Linglong Shui reached out and pinched the blue mist, dispersing it. Yes, it may not have much destructive power, but its penetrative power is unimaginable. Have you tried it? Lin Xian nodded. Yes. Then you should have seen it. Lin Xian nodded. It's very, very powerful. Ordinary great virtual realm cultivators can't block it at all. Once they can't block it, the released power will directly penetrate the target. If it hits a vital point, it will kill the target instantly. Lin Xian, this was really much stronger than he had imagined. However, there are always drawbacks. Iren Bing thought for a moment and said, this power consumes soul power, and it's much harder to increase soul power than spiritual power. However, this can't be considered a drawback. In future battles, if anyone dares to directly block or collide with this power, they will be courting death. Lin Xian let out a long breath. Are there any side effects? Lin Xian asked. The two girls shook their heads. No, the only thing to worry about is whether it will harm your soul power. Lin Xian nodded. Then it shouldn't be too big of a problem. Damn, it's worth it. It's not just worth it. The strongest offensive power in the world, do you think? Iren Bing was really amazed by Lin Xian's luck. Wasn't this too amazing? But why the hell is that mist? Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian. The last person recorded with the void killing, I was one of the 12 demon gods you told me about. Lin Xian? Chapter 1246. He was blinded, one of the 12 demon gods. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Wait a minute. Lin Xian then said, when I went there was a red-eyed man with a human without any cultivation. It was said that he wanted that human to inherit this power. That means Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Fuck, that person is one of the demon gods. Lin Xian stared with his eyes wide open. What the fuck? He actually brushed shoulders with a demon god, and the 12 demon gods were all sealed, or rather, the powers of the 12 demon gods were sealed. That meant that the power he inherited was the power of one of the 12 demon gods. And originally, the previous person was going to inherit it to the bespectacled youth. Therefore, the red-eyed man was one of the 12 demon gods, and he should have just inherited the demon god's power. Otherwise, it was impossible that he was not particularly strong. Then, he should be working under Zhao Mingyue's orders. This Zhao Mingyue was trying to gather the powers of the 12 demon gods. Got it. Lin Xian understood everything. In addition to the information Lin Yu gave him previously, Zhao Mingyue's current plan was to obtain the powers of the 12 demon gods. With such a level of power as her own faction, she was definitely very powerful. This was especially true for Lin Xian. After inheriting this power, he knew exactly how terrifying this void-killing eye was. If 11 more of this terrifying power were to appear, and all of them were for her to use, it was hard to imagine. Fuck, but how did she know about the sealing points of the demon god's powers? Lin Xian frowned. Linglong Shui said, simple. It's very likely that she obtained something. Fuck, but she got it. That means my sister might have also inherited some demon god's power? Lin Xian frowned. Probably. Is there any danger? Linglong Shui said, you also inherited it. Do you feel any changes? Lin Xian shook his head. That's right. What she inherited was only power, not the possession of the sealed demon god. She is still her, but she simply has some kind of special power. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. So that was the case. Because Lin Yu was not a bad person to begin with, there was no need to worry about her obtaining some kind of power that would cause her to go on a rampage. But there's one thing you need to pay attention to. Iren Bing reminded Lin Xian. What? Because at that time, the Nihility killing, I was a power possessed by one of the 12 demon gods. So if you release this power in front of the world, some people may define you as a demon god. Although the Nihility killing eye is not an evil power compared to the other demon god's power, the person who once wielded this power is evil. So it is inevitable that people will have a preconceived notion. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. Yes, but there aren't many people in this world who still recognize the void-killing eyes. Most of them are seniors. Actually, it depends on the person. It doesn't matter much. Iren Bing said. Got it. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. What do you plan to do next? Iren Bing continued to ask. Next, I'll continue to improve my strength. But I really want to find my sister, but I don't know where the other demon gods are sealed. Lin Xian scratched his head. Don't worry too much about your sister. She's a good person to begin with. You don't need to worry about her becoming an evil person. Besides, isn't she working with you from the inside? Iren Bing said. Lin Xian nodded. I know. I'm just worried that she'll be wronged. She should be the helper of the person you're talking about now. But she hasn't become an evil person. The person you're talking about might not be a match for your sister. He probably used something to restrict your sister. Don't worry too much. Lin Xian nodded. I know. Iren Bing then looked at Linglong Shui and said, if there's really no other way, why don't we go to that senior and help her with the divination? Linglong Shui pondered. It's not impossible. If that senior agrees, we can do it. But she's already divined about Lin Xian's sister. She must have divined about the 12 demon gods. Since she didn't say anything, it shouldn't be too big of a problem, right? Lin Xian said, I think so too. Forget it. Let's continue to observe. It's more important to improve our strength first. Iren Bing looked at Lin Xian. I think the humans and demons are about to start a war. I know. It should be soon, especially after what happened to you. They probably can't wait any longer. Don't worry about it. Just give birth to my baby. Iren Bing couldn't be bothered to look at Lin Xian. After that, Lin Xian went to the martial arts academy. Moronyu had been away from a martial arts academy for some time. She had been frantically improving her realm. She had obtained her body half a year ago, but her realm had stagnated for a long time. Ling Ying, Han Chushue, Wang Xintong, Xiao Xinyue, and the others often went out to farm monsters and improve their realm. The rest were just ordinary daily activities. Why did Lin Xian go to the martial arts academy? Because the martial arts academy had sent Lin Xian a private message. The martial arts academy was about to make a big move. Murong naturally received the message too. She was also on her way back. There was also good news. Han Chuxiue had become a celestial venerable. Ling Ying, Xiao Xinyue, and Wang Xintong were only one step away. As for the others, two of them had also become celestial venerables. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. When Lan Xingxing saw that Lin Xian was finally back, she couldn't help but circle around Lin Xian. What's wrong? Big Sister Murong hasn't been back for so many days. Big Sister was also been out for so many days. I'm so bored. Luckily, I have Big Sister Han and the others to play with. But they all went out today, too. Sob, sob, sob. Lan Xingxing pouted, feeling very wronged. I say, everyone is working hard to improve their realm. What about you? Lin Xian scratched her little nose. I'm working very hard, too. I'm already a 5-star domain realm cultivator. Lin Xian secretly praised. He felt that Lan Xingxing didn't work hard to cultivate. How did she become a 5-star domain realm cultivator? Her talent was definitely not low. If she really worked hard to cultivate, she would probably be a 10-star domain realm cultivator or a celestial venerable. He really couldn't underestimate this glutton. I know. You're just looking for me to cook good food for you. Lan Xingxing stuck out her pink tongue. Happy. Why? Because there was only Lin Xian and herself today. Then, only she could eat Lin Xian's delicious food. Wow, wow, wow. She could eat a lot. So happy. Let's go. I'll go to your place to cook good food for you. Lin Xian thought. Since there was no one around now, could he test the waters and win this girl over? Chapter 1247. Lan Xingxing was now used to having a lot of delicious food at home. She could cook when she had nothing to do. The most important thing was that if Lin Xian came back, she could make delicious food immediately. Your sister Wu hasn't been back for many days? Lin Xian went to their house and asked. Yeah, that's why I'm bored to death. Lan Xingxing pouted. She went to cultivate. Wouldn't it be boring if you want to cultivate too? Lin Xian said helplessly. Xingxing is working very hard to cultivate. It's just that Lin Xian didn't see it. Okay. Lin Xian then habitually put on an apron. Damn it. He had become this girl's nanny. Lan Xingxing's eyes twinkled as she watched Lin Xian cook every dish. Lin Xian, can I go with you to Changfeng City for mission? Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes and asked expectantly. Lin Xian paused in the middle of cutting vegetables. How do you know it's a mission to Changfeng City? Lin Xian asked Lan Xingxing in surprise. One had to know that the martial arts academy only gathered everyone here. No one knew what mission they were going to do. How did this girl know that they were going to Changfeng City? Changfeng City was a city in front of Tianhua City. Lin Xian had been to this city before. Previously, the human race had a big operation against the Goblin clan in Changfeng City. However, because of a traitor, the mission failed. In the end, it was Lin Xian who saved those people and destroyed the Heavenly Void Crystal. This was also one of the reasons why the Goblin clan hated Lin Xian. Lan Xingxing was stunned for a moment. Then, she quickly stammered, I guessed. Lin Xian looked at her. Hurry up and say it. If you don't say it, don't expect me to cook for you in the future. Lan Xingxing pouted. Bad guy. She couldn't help but say. Fine, if you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Lin Xian put down the knife. I'll talk. Lan Xingxing hurriedly grabbed Lin Xian's arm. He had been craving it for so many days. Okay, go ahead. Lin Xian smiled at Lan Xingxing. Lin Xian felt that this girl was not simple. Why? He had never heard her mention where she came from. She was just a little foodie who followed behind others. It's grandfather who told Xingxing. Grandpa? Who's your grandfather? Lin Xian, you can't tell anyone. Lan Xingxing looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry. Grandpa is the Dean. Lin Xian, WDNMD. This girl is the granddaughter of the director of the martial arts academy? No. Lin Xian scratched his head. Lin Xian only knew of two people in the heavenly Tao realm. One was the director of the martial arts academy, and the other was Murong Yu's grandfather, whom he had met in the divine realm. There were definitely more, but Lin Xian had never come into contact with them. Furthermore, the director of the martial arts academy was Lan Xingxing's grandfather. Wow. This girl really kept a low profile. So the director is your grandfather. Lan Xingxing nodded. Grandpa forbade me from saying. I know. Actually, I already knew that you were the director's granddaughter. Lin Xian said. Ah, how did you know? Lan Xingxing expressed that she had never revealed anything. Lin Xian smiled and said, of course I knew. I just didn't say it. I just wanted to see if you were lying to me. Wow. Lin Xian, you're so amazing. Lan Xingxing's big eyes twinkled. She hadn't said anything, but Lin Xian knew that she was the director's granddaughter. Of course, Lin Xian was faking it. This lass was so innocent. He would definitely get his hands on her today. Wow, what an old scumbag. That's right. Didn't you think I was amazing before? Of course you're amazing. You cook so well, and you're ranked first in the academy. Lan Xingxing nodded repeatedly. Lin Xian smiled. Help me wash the vegetables. How many do you want to eat? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Yes, 10. Lin Xian, you're really greedy. Lin Xian smiled. I want to eat. All right, since you're so beautiful, I'll make 10 for you. Wow. It took Lin Xian 2 hours to cook this dish. Although there were only 2 main dishes, it was more than enough. Gulp. Lan Xingxing swallowed her saliva. Too beautiful, too delicious to eat. Lin Xian smiled and handed her a pair of chopsticks. Then, he saw that this girl's hands were stained with oil. God knows how many bites she had taken. Then Xingxing won't be polite. Then this girl turned on her whirlwind mode. Lin Xian opened his mouth. Damn, this girl's appetite was really big. Very quickly, all 10 dishes were finished. I'm satisfied. Lan Xingxing leaned back in her chair with an intoxicated expression. Was there anything more blissful than this? Definitely not. No. Also, she could eat this much every day, and she didn't have to worry about getting fat. Wow. If you weren't a warrior, you would definitely be a fatty. Lin Xian teased. Lan Xingxing stuck out her pink tongue. Lin Xian, can you cook good food for me every day when you're free? Lan Xingxing asked expectantly. No. Lin Xian shook his head. Oh, Lan Xingxing suddenly felt disappointed. Why? I can give you money. I can give you good things. Lin Xian smiled and said, think about it. If I cook good food for you every day, how am I going to find a girlfriend in the future? Oh, Lin Xian, don't you have a girlfriend? Lan Xingxing tilted her head and asked, where did this lass find out about this? Sister Ling Ying, Sister Han. Xintong seems to have one too. Then this girl started counting with her fingers. Lin Xian, cough. Lin Xian coughed and said, so I cook good food for them every day. Oh, Lan Xingxing pouted her little mouth. Actually, it's not impossible if you want me to cook good food for you every day. Then this girl looked at Lin Xian expectantly. As long as you become my girlfriend, I can definitely cook good food for you every day. Lan Xingxing's little mouth opened slightly. At that moment, she was infinitely moved. But Lin Xian, you have a girlfriend. But didn't you say that I have several? Then why can't you be counted as one of them? Lan Xingxing tilted her little head. But AI, forget it. If you don't want to, then don't want to. They're probably coming soon. I have to cook good food for them. Zengdat Lan Xingxing quickly stood up. Yes. She grabbed Lin Xian's arm and said repeatedly, as long as she became Lin Xian's girlfriend, then Lin Xian could cook good food for her every day. Chapter 1248. As for Lan Xingxing, she was a little silly, but she roughly knew what the relationship between a boyfriend and girlfriend was like, kissing and so on. However, she felt that she also liked Lin Xian. The most important thing was that she could eat delicious food every day, and if she didn't agree, then she would eat less. In fact, the main reason she agreed was because she was defeated by Lin Xian's cooking skills. Who said that you can't get girls if you cook delicious food? Then you agree? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Then give me a kiss. Lan Xingxing's little face blushed. Kiss where? Lin Xian said with a smile. It's up to you. Where I kiss, you will decide how many dishes I will cook for you in the future. Lan Xingxing walked in front of Lin Xian. Shy, of course she was shy, but because of her personality, she was more daring. She tiptoed and then kissed Lin Xian's cheek. Okay. Lin Xian smiled. Then you can't play with other boys in the future. Lin Xian was afraid that this girl would play with other boys after establishing a relationship with him, or be fooled by other boys because she was so silly. Xingxing is silly, but Xingxing knows about boyfriends and boyfriends. Moreover, Xingxing doesn't have any other boys to be friends with, just Lin Xian. Lan Xingxing said with a pout. It's good that you know. Lin Xian smiled. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission. Mission reward has been issued. Lin Xian then sensed something in his mind, law of destruction. He also had Murong Yu's law of destruction. Lin Xian had fought with Murong Yu many times before, so he knew how powerful this law of destruction was. Perhaps in terms of functionality, the law of destruction couldn't be compared to the law of creation because the law of creation could do many things, such as releasing one's power, increasing one's realm, healing one's wounds, or even creating something out of thin air. And there is only one law of destruction. Destruction. For example, if a domain realm cultivator was in front of Lin Xian would release the law of destruction and directly destroy the cultivator's heart, killing him instantly. Or if a person uses a martial skill on you, you can also destroy the martial skill. This was where the law of destruction was tyrannical. Each of them had their own unique effects and characteristics, but now Lin Xian had both of them. Lin Xian had too many heaven-defying abilities. It was just that the most awkward thing right now was Lin Xian didn't have any truly powerful divine tier or saint tier martial skills. In fact, if Lin Xian wanted to have a divine rank martial skill, he would definitely have one. This was because his first peak definitely had a divine rank martial skill. Even Lin Xian had not gone up to take a look. Divine ranked martial skills were not weak, but there was a huge gap between divine ranked martial skills. Lin Xian even felt that some divine ranked martial skills were inferior to heaven ranked martial skills. Then kiss me again. Lin Xian smiled and moved his face closer. No. Lan Xingxing's little face turned slightly red. Come on. If you kiss me again, I'll make you another dessert. Lan Xingxing's little mouth opened slightly. Smack. Ha, be good. I'll make dessert for you. Lan Xingxing happily followed behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian, can you not tell Grandpa about this first? Lan Xingxing asked. About us dating? Yes, it's just that Grandpa doesn't allow Xingxing to date early. Lin Xian glanced at this girl. Actually, you're not that young anymore. You're 17 years old, right? Yes. Don't worry, I won't say anything anyway. Xingxing can tell Grandpa when she's 18. Lin Xian thought that it was best if she did not say anything. If Dean Yuan of the Martial Arts Academy knew that he had managed to woo his precious granddaughter, he would probably be furious. This was because Lin Xian probably knew that many of the girls around him were his girlfriends. Someone of that level should know. Even if he didn't know, he should be able to guess. Soon, Murong Yu and Wu Yuhan walked in together. When they walked in and saw Lin Xian, they were stunned for a moment. Hello. Lin Xian smiled and greeted them. When Lan Xingxing saw them, her pretty face subconsciously turned slightly red. Lin Xian glanced at these two girls. Wu Yuhan had already advanced to the heavenly venerable realm, while Murong Yu was at domain realm 10 stars. It couldn't be helped. She had delayed for half a year. Being at domain realm 10 stars now was already very impressive. Wu Yuhan's cold personality was obviously in charge now. After glancing at Lin Xian, she returned to her room. What realm are you at? Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian and asked. Heavenly Venerable. Murong Yu? you're a heavenly venerable now. This Lin Xian's realm was lower than hers before. How did he become a heavenly venerable now? Uh-huh. Wow. Lin Xian, you're a heavenly venerable now. Lan Xingxing's little mouth opened slightly. Yes, I was lucky. I refined something and advanced directly. Not only was he a heavenly venerable, but he was also a 3-star heavenly venerable. Moronyu clenched her small fists. She still lost to him. However, she had already tried her best. I'm only a domain realm 10 stars. However, I hope that this martial arts academy mission will allow me to advance to the heavenly venerable level. Moronyu said, definitely. Don't you know who you are? Lin Xian smiled and said, I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, Moronyu also walked away. Han Chu Xue and the others also came back. After taking a shower, they had dinner. At night, everyone gathered in the square of the Martial Arts Academy. 20,000 students of the Martial Arts Academy were gathered here. This was also a very impressive thing about the Martial Arts Academy. After so long and so many missions, not a single person died. It was really amazing. The main reason was that the Martial Arts Academy was well protected. Every mission would give a student a teleportation crystal. If they encountered danger, they could directly teleport back. Basically, with their abilities, they could teleport back. Where's Miss Xiao? Lin Xian did not see Xiao ruining in the military class, so he asked Moronyu next to him. Moronyu said, I heard that Miss Xiao is advancing. Advancing to the heavenly venerable level? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. She should be stronger than a heavenly venerable. However, being a teacher really took up a lot of her time. Yes. At this moment, the vice president Luo Xiu walked up. Everyone, I'm sure you've all been idle for quite some time. First of all, congratulations to the students of the Martial God Academy for advancing to the heavenly venerate level. I won't go into the specifics. Everyone has grown tremendously over the past year. We've all seen it with our own eyes. Next, I'll directly announce the mission for all of you tomorrow. Then, Luo Xiu said, Tianhua City has been taken back with everyone's efforts. The 3 major forces are already stationed in Tianhua City. Now, what we need to do is to take back Changfeng City. Once Changfeng City is taken back, the people can go and live in Tianhua City. Therefore, for this mission, 20,000 people will march into Changfeng City. Our academy's instructors will also go. The main mission is to protect you and solve the possible great virtual realm monsters in Changfeng City. Lin Xian was excited. Finally, there was such a chance. Chapter 1249. Lin Xian was waiting for such an opportunity. To be honest, he didn't dare to go to a place like Changfeng City alone. Of course, unless he absolutely had to go. Otherwise, why would he go to a city in such a huge beast domain? However, if 20,000 people went there to do the mission, the concept would be different. Luo Xiu said, at that time, everyone will still have a teleportation crystal. Crush the teleportation crystal at the most critical moment, and you can leave the danger and return to the Martial Arts Academy. As for the rest, there's nothing else to say. It's the same as before. Be careful and always be vigilant. Fight freely. Yes. Also, Changfeng City should be more dangerous than Tianhua City. The operation in Tianhua City was successful, but I don't want you to be arrogant. In the beast domain, no matter where you are, you must always be vigilant. Yes. Luo Xiu then said, there's one more thing. After entering Changfeng City, you can choose to fight alone or form a team. It doesn't matter how many people there are in your team. This is a mission for everyone. If you complete it, you will be the heroes of the human race. I hope you can form a team. Even if there are only 2 people, you can take care of each other. Understand? Understood. Okay, then go and prepare what you need to prepare. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we will set off on time. Yes. Then, everyone dispersed. Lin Xian also obtained a new domain, the Law of Destruction and the Void Killing Eyes. Moreover, he had advanced to the 3rd level of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. In fact, he also wanted to take this opportunity to test his real combat strength and continue to improve his realm. He must continue to improve his strength. Without strength, how could he deal with the demon race? How could he ensure that Lin Yu would be fine? Hey, everyone dispersed, and Ling Ying went to Lin Xian's side. Are you a heavenly venerable? Lin Xian asked. Ling Ying shook his head. I'm still a step away, but this time I should be able to become a heavenly venerable in Changfeng City. Then, before we go tomorrow, shouldn't the two of us have some fun? Lin Xian smirked. Go to hell. Ling Ying rolled his eyes and walked away. Lin Xian shrugged. Forget it. He should conserve some energy. Right now, he only had the divine tier martial skill, myriad lightning heavenly prison. Before that, he might have to get some divine tier martial skills. Therefore, Lin Xian came to his first peak. After arriving at the first peak's treasure pavilion, Lin Xian began to search for a suitable martial skill for himself. There were indeed a few deity tier martial skills, but Lin Xian truly did not fancy them. It was still the same old saying. The more martial skills one had, the better. Sometimes, having too many martial skills would be a burden. One should find a martial skill that was more suitable for oneself. Now, Lin Xian also had the dark attribute. However, most of the time, Lin Xian preferred to use the space attribute, even though the two were different. He was still using offensive martial techniques because Lin Xian didn't lack other types of power. Creating laws could make up for a lot of it. What Lin Xian lacked the most was power that could allow him to fight above his level. Little Isis Ice Immortal Art is a terrifying heaven-tier martial skill that can increase the power of ice attribute martial skills by 5 times. Therefore, if I find a powerful ice attribute martial skill now, it should be the most cost-effective. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and paced back and forth. There was an ice attribute martial skill, but it was much worse than he had imagined. All right, little Chu Xue is a top-notch ice attribute martial artist. She should have it. Han Chu Xue picked up the phone. She meant for Lin Xian to find Morongyu. Morongyu definitely had more and more powerful than her. Morongyu. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and called Morongyu. Morongyu was in the room listening to Lan Xingxing's nagging. Wu Yuhan was also listening. When her phone rang, Morongyu felt as if she had been pardoned and quickly picked it up. I'll be right there. After speaking, Morongyu quickly walked away. Big sister Morong, you haven't finished listening to Xingxing. It's okay, I have something to do. Let your big sister Wu listen. Morongyu then quickly left. She arrived at Lin Xian's first peak. She was very familiar with this place because it used to be her territory. Lin Xian was sitting on the lawn, grilling chicken wings and oysters. Oysters with garlic. Do you want some? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Morongyu shook her head. It's all garlic. I'm not eating it. Then if I eat it, you'll eat it too. Why don't you eat some too? Morongyu? What did that mean? Lin Xian then licked his lips. Morongyu understood. She quickly changed the topic. Ice attribute martial skill, right? What kind of one do you want? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, Ice attribute martial skills should all be AoE freezing, right? More or less. There's some more special ones, such as the wall of ice. Morongyu then waved her hand, and a wall like air stood there. This can separate the battlefield. It's fine if you don't go through it, but if you do, you'll instantly turn into an ice sculpture. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't want this. I still want the most powerful one. Morongyu then handed Lin Xian a secret manual. This is one of my Murong family's heirlooms, martial skills, World's Return to Zero. In the entire continent, only Murong family's ice attribute martial artists know this. It might not be the strongest because it's only a 5-star divine rank, but it should be one of the most special ones. Lin Xian took it. Only Murong family's people know this. But you gave it to me. Oh, so in your heart, I'm already a Murong family member. Lin Xian revealed a smirk. Morongyu frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Haha, women are reserved creatures. Morongyu then stood up. I'm leaving. Hey, I'm going to cultivate now. Can't you help me watch over and protect me? Morongyu stopped in her tracks. Helpless. When Lin Xian said this, she didn't know whether to leave or not. It's very difficult to cultivate this martial skill in a short period of time. World's Return to Zero is at least a divine rank martial skill. Moronu said. She wanted to run. She felt that if she didn't run, it would be very dangerous. She would definitely be ruined by this Lin Xian. Then I have to cultivate it too, right? Lin Xian said. All right. Moronu thought for a while. She had cultivated this martial skill for 7 days before she could release it. This Lin Xian should at least spend the entire night cultivating this martial skill. He probably didn't have much time left. After that, Lin Xian opened the martial skill and began to look at it. Then, he began to cultivate according to the martial skill's introduction. At first, nothing much happened. Moronu was bored, so she roasted chicken wings and oysters. Since Lin Xian was cultivating, he probably wouldn't eat, so she kindly accepted it. A few hours later, she was full from eating. Suddenly, the surroundings became cold. Chapter 1250. Moronu looked at Lin Xian. At that moment, the cold aura surrounding him was very familiar to her. Wasn't this the aura of World Return to Zero? It couldn't be. How many hours had it been? He could already condense the aura of World Return to Zero. Moronu was shocked. She had cultivated for a week. Wait, let's see if he could condense the most important power. Crack, crack, crack. Then the surroundings started to freeze. Moronu? All right. She lost. Lin Xian was indeed a monster. After another hour, Lin Xian opened his eyes and retracted the cold aura around him. World Return to Zero was indeed very powerful. This was an ice attribute martial art. It had a large area of effect and was very powerful. The amount of spiritual energy one released was related to the cold aura and area of effect of this martial art. Once this martial art chose an area, it would freeze everything in an instant, including the air. Imagine, if this power was released under the fivefold amplification of Bing Ling Yue's Ice Celestial Art, how terrifying would it be? Even if it was an ice attribute martial art, it was definitely not something a god-level lightning attribute martial art could compare to. You learned it? Moronu asked. Lin Xian stood up and nodded. It's not that difficult. Moronu, it's okay. Moronu nodded awkwardly. Then I'll leave first. Oh, Lin Xian reached out and grabbed Moronu's arm. Little beauty, you're already here and you're still thinking of leaving? Lin Xian smirked and pulled her into his arms. Moronu, let go. Moronu struggled for a moment. Lin Xian smirked and kissed her. After kissing her, Lin Xian let go of her. There's a smell of garlic. Did you eat my garlic oyster? I hate it so much. Moronu, then, Lin Xian kissed her again. Why did you kiss her when you despised her? And then, Lin Xian and Moronu were on the lawn. They were not worried about other people coming over. Then, they started a great battle. After that, Moronu held onto the stone table, the tree. Anyway, she was tormented by Lin Xian in all sorts of ways. The next morning, the two snuggled together on the grass. Lin Xian was the first to open his eyes. TSK, TSK, TSK. It was especially beautiful. Now that the sky was bright, there was nothing on them, nothing covered. Moronu curled up like this. The sunlight shining on her body was simply unimaginably fair. It was too perfect. Moronu rested her head on her hand. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she opened her beautiful eyes. When she opened her eyes, she did not see Lin Xian. She got up to take a look and found Lin Xian standing there looking at her unscrupulously. Moronu, go to hell. Moronu gritted her teeth. Then, a surge of energy surged toward Lin Xian. Roar! Lin Xian flew out. Wow, was this a woman? Moronu ran to the bathroom she was familiar with. After a while, she finished showering and changed into a new set of clothes. Bastard! When she saw Lin Xian, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. But what could she do? She had done that with him in the divine territory for half a year. Even if she came out, Lin Xian would be naughty. She could not reject him at all. Bastard! Hee hee, you're so beautiful. Lin Xian grinned. Scram, Murong Yu said in annoyance. Then, she hurriedly left. Lin Xian followed behind her with a mischievous grin. Don't follow me. Murong Yu gritted her teeth. Why the hell? Murong Yu, then, she directly released her spatial energy and disappeared on the spot. Why the hell? Of course, she was worried that others would see the two of them come out of the same place so early in the morning. Damn, then she would explode. Lin Xian smiled. Sigh women. That's what women are like. After that, everyone gathered in the plaza. Lin Xian and Murong Yu stood together in the military section. Murong Yu felt that something was off as she stood next to Lin Xian. For some reason, she felt uneasy standing next to Lin Xian, especially when people were looking at them. She couldn't shake the feeling that they had been exposed. So annoying. Xiao Runing walked over. Everyone, take this teleportation crystal. Xiao Runing handed out the teleportation crystal. Lin Xian glanced at it. Sure enough, this Xiao Ningning was a heavenly venerable. Miss Xiao, congratulations on advancing to the heavenly venerable realm, Lin Xian said with a smile. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. What about you? I'm also a heavenly venerable. Xiao Runing was stunned for a moment. Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian. Was he really a heavenly venerable? She wasn't sure. If it was true, his advancement was too fast. Then, do well in this mission in Changfeng City, Xiao Runing said. Thinking back, what was this Lin Xian's realm before? Now, he was a heavenly venerable. Thinking about it, his improvement was too great. However, everyone's improvement was great. Wang Xintong, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and so on, they were no longer in the same realm as before. They had all become too strong. Good news. This was all good news. Everyone, get ready to set off. Yes. Then, all 20,000 of them entered the nebula cars one after another and headed to Changfeng City. Changfeng City was much more dangerous than Tianhua City, because Changfeng City had been occupied by the demon race for a long time. Tianhua City had only been established for a few months, so the demon beasts there were much worse than Changfeng City in terms of numbers and stability. Lin Xian and Murong Yu were in the military class, so they were in the same car. When we arrive, let's work together the whole time, Lin Xian said to Murong Yu. Murong Yu nodded. Sure. As for Ling Ying and company, after all, they were not going to Changfeng City directly for the big boss. Otherwise, Lin Xian would definitely gather Ling Ying and company together with the Storm Squad to do something big. At least, there was no need for that now. It was better for them to be separated. At that moment, the 9th Fei God Temple had changed hands. With Xie Qiui dead, there was naturally a new Fei God to succeed him. And the 9th Fei God Temple belonged to the myriad poison sky Python race. Basically, the 9th Fei God Temple was filled with myriad poison sky pythons. The new Fei God was definitely not as strong as Xie Qiui, but he was definitely in existence at the Heavenly Tao realm. Your Excellency, we have received news from the Myriad Fei Alliance that the Humans Martial Arts Academy have entered Changfeng City and are preparing to take it back. Our 9th Fei God Temple is the closest Fei God Temple to Changfeng City. Do you think... The man pondered for a moment. This is indeed a chance to kill the Martial Arts Academy, which poses a great threat to the Fei race. However, as he had just taken office, he was rather timid. Have the tutors from the Martial Arts Academy also entered Changfeng City? Yes. Xie Qiufeng pondered for a moment. Then think about it. The Martial Arts Academy has caused such a huge commotion. Aren't they afraid that our Fei God Temple will find out and wipe them out? Therefore, since they dare to enter, and with the tutors, the Martial Arts Academy might be waiting for our 9th Fei God Temple to send us to our deaths. Chapter 1251. There was no other reason. He was just worried. Damn! After hundreds of years, he finally sat on the seat of the demon god. From now on, he could play with as many women as he wanted. He could do whatever he wanted. How comfortable was that? What if the 9th Demon God's Temple was heavily damaged if they sent troops to Changfeng City. There were so many powerful demons in the demon race. If their 10,000 poison heavenly python clan was heavily damaged, there would be other powerful clans to replace them as the new master of the 9th demon god's temple. Their 10,000 poison heavenly python clan might have to live in some place. He did not want that. But the Myriad Demon Alliance requested us to take action because this is a rare opportunity. Xie Qiufeng thought for a moment and said, "Then send 3 great void stage cultivators. In addition, send 200 heavenly venerables and 1,000 domain realm demonic beasts. Remember, other than the great void stage cultivators, don't send our 10,000 poison heavenly python clan. Otherwise, our 10,000 poison heavenly python clan will be sent to our deaths. When our strength is weakened and we are of no value to the Myriad Demon Alliance, they can kick us out at any time." "I understand." "And 200 heavenly venerables, 3 great void stage cultivators, and 1,000 domain realm cultivators will enter Changfeng City. We should be able to answer to the Myriad Demon Alliance." "Oh, right. The Myriad Demon Alliance said that the main target is to kill someone called Lin Xian." "Lin Xian?" "I know." On the other side, everyone had already entered Changfeng City. Lin Xian and Murong Yu were together the entire time, killing nonstop. Time passed slowly. Soon it was nighttime. Lin Xian sat in a corner and was talking to Ling Ying and the others. Murong Yu had just come over to check. Lin Xian turned off his phone and looked at Murong Yu. "How far are you from becoming a heavenly venerate?" Murong Yu said, "Kill 1 or 2 heavenly venerate demonic beasts, or maybe a few dozen domain realm demonic beasts. Heavenly venerate. Damn it. We have been here for so many hours, but we haven't seen a single heavenly venerate demonic beast." Lin Xian was in disbelief. This was Changfeng City. Could it be that they were all taken care of by the instructors? That's impossible. They should be dealing with the great virtual realm, right? Moreover, the teacher was so young. How could he possibly solve it? "Wait, I know a place." Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. "Where?" Lin Xian. At that time, the human race had a plan to clear out Changfeng City, but it failed. That place was the main battlefield. That was also the place where Wang Xintong's brother died. At the same time, it was also the place where Ling Longyue attacked him for the first time. At that time, most of the demon beasts died there, and that place was filled with corpses. For many demon beasts, it was definitely a good place. Therefore, the rank of the demon beasts in that place shouldn't be too low. Go! Both of them had the space and time attributes, so they were more daring. Up ahead, there were many different kinds of demonic beasts wandering around. In the next moment, their gazes simultaneously turned to Lin Xian and Murong Yu. So, Lin Xian and Murong Yu directly rushed over. Lin Xian expressed his helplessness. He wanted to find a heavenly venerable to fight, but the highest he had encountered so far was the domain realm. There was no pressure at all. Nebula Fist. Lin Xian only released a yellow-grade martial technique and punched the demon beast in front of him. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then, the demon beast's body flew into the distance and directly smashed into a house. "Sai, it's not challenging at all." Lin Xian glanced at the demon beasts on the side of the street. Destruction Law. Boom! In the next instant, all the demon beasts exploded and shattered. Murong Yu, she looked at Lin Xian. Destruction Law? She looked at Lin Xian in shock. N. Murong Yu, no. Didn't he have the creation law? How could he have the destruction law? Could it be that he had 2 laws from the beginning? Murong Yu's realm was not that of a heavenly venerable, so releasing the destruction law on these demon beasts consumed a lot of energy. But because she had advanced to a heavenly venerable, she could really kill those domain realm and so on with just a thought. "You actually have 2 laws. That's why I'm stronger than you." Murong Yu nodded. She admitted this point. Their aura and power attracted a lot of demon beasts. If it were others, they would be scared to death. But the 2 of them were really invincible when working together. You can boldly use the destruction law and directly kill these demon beasts. I will use the creation law to help you create new spirit energy. You don't have to worry about spirit energy consumption. The most important thing is to advance to the heavenly venerable realm first. Lin Xian. Thank you. More on you, then closed her eyes. Roar, boom. A small netherworld flame lion spat out blue flames at Lin Xian, but Lin Xian reached out and blocked it. Damn it. The power of a heavenly venerable was really powerful. In all directions, there were probably close to 100 demon beasts. Some rushed over, while others watched vigilantly from afar. Release. Murong Yu's beautiful eyes suddenly opened. Boom. In the next moment, all the demonic beasts within their line of sight, including those who were watching, fell down in unison. That was because their hearts had all been destroyed by Murong Yu's law of destruction in an instant. This was the terrifying part of the destruction law. If you're talking about other powers, even if you couldn't beat it, you could try to block it, right? You could at least see the power released towards you, right? But the destruction law was just a thought. If I want you to lose an arm or a leg, you'll lose an arm or a leg. If I want your heart to explode, I want your entire body to explode, then you won't be able to live. As long as your realm is lower than mine, you are definitely within the killing range of the destruction law. Murong Yu knelt on the ground in the next instant, gasping for breath. Such a large release exhausted her spiritual power in an instant. Lin Xian then created a law to help her improve. Because Lin Xian was a 3-star heavenly venerable, his spiritual power was really, really thick. The main thing was that he hadn't met a more powerful heavenly venerable yet. In the next instant, a powerful force erupted from Murong Yu's delicate body. She was advancing to a heavenly venerable. Finally, Lin Xian looked at her and smiled. She should have become a heavenly venerable long ago. If the current Murong Yu was 10, then she would be 100 as a heavenly venerable, or even more. While Murong Yu was advancing in rank, Lin Xian's gaze was focused on his surroundings. Lin Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong, as if something was missing. There were many demon beast corpses here, and they had all been eaten. Although there was still a stench in the air, the remains and bones were left here. Lin Xian remembered that many people from the 3 major forces had died here. But where were their corpses? Not to mention corpses, where were the bones? Where were the bones left behind? Why was there not a single one? Chapter 1252. Lin Xian had been here before, so Lin Xian knew what the situation was like. But now, the human corpses were gone. Even if they were just bones, there should still be bones here. Could it be that some demonic beast was eating bones? Something was wrong, very wrong. Lin Xian then ran into the shop. Lin Xian still remembered the place where Lin Xian's brother died. After reaching there, Lin Xian's gaze fell on the spot. There were still dried bloodstains there, but the person was gone. Wait, Lin Xian suddenly saw something. He saw a very faint but obvious drag mark on the ground. This mark was as if someone had dragged his bloodied corpse out. The reason why there was no trace of it outside was because it had been covered and washed away by the wind and rain. With his suspicions in mind, Lin Xian went to the other houses to look for signs of being dragged. Sure enough, it seemed that some demonic beast had dragged all the human corpses away after the battle. Normally, no one would suspect anything. So what if they saw the drag marks on the ground? But Lin Xian just couldn't make head or tail of it. At this moment, Murong Yu walked over. What's wrong? Murong Yu asked curiously. Previously, this was the main battlefield of the battle between the human race and the demon race. Many people died here, but now the corpses are gone. There are drag marks here, so the demon race should have gathered the human corpses. But why? Lin Xian expressed his confusion. Did the demon race gather the corpses? Murong Yu pondered for a moment. Could it be that some demonic beast likes to collect human corpses and eat them? Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know either. You're a heavenly venerable now, right? Murong Yu nodded. Being a heavenly venerable feels really good. Does that mean that you'll be able to last longer? Lin Xian smirked. Last longer? What do you think? Murong Yu, she understood. Bastard. This person was always spouting dirty words. Continue. It is estimated that we will stay in Changfeng City for more than 5 days. Morongyu said. Their mission was not to kill a few beasts, but to reclaim Changfeng City back to the human race's territory. Therefore, they needed to kill all the beasts they could see. It was normal that they couldn't kill all of them, but it wouldn't be a problem if the 3 major forces came in later. Therefore, they might have to stay here for a week or so. During this week, they would have to kill and kill. Shall we continue? Morongyu asked. All right, 1 day. 2 days passed just like that. Lin Xian also successfully advanced to the 4 stars of the Empyrean realm. Really, in his memories, Lin Xian had never experienced such a situation where he had to fight nonstop for several days straight. Phew, rest. It was nighttime again. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Then he released his water attribute power and took off his clothes in front of Morongyu. Then he dived into the water that was constantly gushing out to take a bath. Morongyu looked at this scene with longing. Although Lin Xian's thing was disgusting, she wanted to take a bath after fighting for 2 days. Her body was soaked in sweat and blood. She felt that her clothes were smelly and uncomfortable. Now that Lin Xian actually had the water attribute, she couldn't bear to take a bath so comfortably. I want to take a bath too. They were now in a well-decorated apartment, and no beasts had entered yet. There was only some dust. Of course, there was definitely no water coming out of the tap. Even if there was water in the water heater, after such a long time, the water inside would have probably become embroidery water. Then come and take a bath. It's not like I don't want you to take a bath. You get up first. Morongyu said. Lin Xian, oh, I won't get up today. Let's see if you want to take a bath or not. Lin Xian said with a smile. You. Morongyu gritted her teeth. After hesitating there for more than 10 minutes, Lin Xian refused to get up. So comfortable. All the pores on my body are open. It's so good. Lin Xian sighed. Morongyu gritted her teeth and took off her clothes. Anyway, they had been naked so many times. No, she had to take a bath. It was so uncomfortable. Usually, it was easy to find some rivers to take a bath outside, but it was rare, because the battles outside were not as intense and frequent as here. Morongyu entered that place. Lin Xian made a bubble on the top of his head, and water kept flowing. Hee. In the next moment, Lin Xian hugged Morongyu from behind. You, come in. Then Lin Xian slightly pushed his head against her. Morongyu. 20 minutes later, Lin Xian washed up and changed into a new set of clothes. He looked at Morongyu, who was leaning against the wall and panting. You. Morongyu pointed at Lin Xian. She was so angry that she could not speak. This person was the devil. Damn, we've been killing monsters for 2 days. Can't we relax? Lin Xian grinned. Bastard. Morongyu gritted her teeth. Then, she washed up and quickly put on a new set of clothes. Let's rest and continue fighting. Lin Xian stretched lazily, then lit a cigarette and sat there, puffing away at the smoke. Morongyu let out a sigh. Little Yu, just agree to be my girlfriend. Morongyu glanced at Lin Xian. You already have a girlfriend, she said indifferently. Then we'll be boyfriend and girlfriend like this every day. Are you used to it? I won't in the future. Don't even think about it. Lin Xian smirked and walked in front of Morongyu. Morongyu frowned. That won't do. Either you'll be my girlfriend for the rest of your life and not be my girlfriend, or you'll be my girlfriend for the rest of your life. It's your choice. You, how could he be so shameless? Aya, don't be so rigid. Lin Xian pinched her beautiful face. Morongyu turned her face to the side. Let's not talk about this anymore. She was really conflicted. If you don't agree, then I'll have to do it again. Lin Xian took off his jacket. Morongyu quickly retreated. He still want to run? Time stop. Because Lin Xian's realm was higher than Morongyu's. No matter how powerful Morongyu was, she would still be controlled by him. Then Lin Xian hugged her. Time stop ended. Morongyu was about to go crazy. A despicable person is invincible. Suddenly, she frowned. Look outside. Lin Xian looked outside. on the street outside, people were rushing in all directions. They weren't members of the martial arts academy, and they couldn't be from a third party. What was the most important thing? They were wearing the clothes of the three major forces? Although some weren't, most of them were from the three major forces. The three major forces? Murong-yu shook her head. No, they're not human. Murong-yu's eyes flashed with blue light. Chapter 1253. Thousand Ice Eyes was a special kind of pupil. Other than creating wind and snow, it could also see things that normal people couldn't. What's that? Lin Xian couldn't see anything out of the ordinary from where he was standing. He only felt that their movements were very strange. It was obvious that they were a third party. However, Lin Xian didn't know if they were a third party because they were orderly. They walked to a certain position and then rushed in all directions. It was as if a third party had received some kind of mission and started to spread out. They weren't normal martial arts academy students. Some of the movements they showed and the image they showed. Murong-yu frowned and said, I'm not sure, but they seem to be different. We'll know once we catch one of them. Lin Xian rubbed against her, but, Murong-yu, then, will you be my girlfriend? Idiot. Murong-yu couldn't take it anymore and scolded Lin Xian. Then, she disappeared on the spot with her space attribute. Lin Xian, damn it. Lin Xian was just curious. He didn't know what Murong-yu's reward for a successful confession would be. Who knew what the reward would be? However, there were more important things to do now. Lin Xian also disappeared on the spot with his space attribute. Spirit King, we've sent out all our subordinates. There are a total of 18,000 people. They will deal a fatal blow to those humans. A woman knelt in front of a man. We can't deal a fatal blow. Those are human martial arts academy members. Now, the weakest among them is at the domain realm. Tens of thousands of domain realm cultivators. Damn it. The man's eyes were vicious. He was one of the three kings of Longwind City, which meant that he was the monster king of the three forces that controlled Longwind City. Naturally, he was in the great virtual realm. Because of his clan's special ability, he was able to occupy a territory in Longwind City. In addition to them, there were still two big Goblin Clan forces in Chongfeng City. Almost 1/3 of Chongfeng City, and then there were some scattered goblin beasts. They were organized, so they didn't suffer any losses. Therefore, the Martial Arts Academy basically killed the scattered goblin beasts, but there were also some powerful ones. And they lived in Chongfeng City, so how could they just give up Chongfeng City? They didn't belong to the Demon God Temple. It was just their own race that occupied this place. Have the other two forces made a move? Reporting to your majesty. They have taken action. It's hard to say to what extent I can do, but the people from the Martial Arts Academy are not bad. I just hope that I can scare them away and drive them out of Chongfeng City. Oof. Even if the people from a Martial Arts Academy aren't ordinary, I will still make them tremble. On the other side, Lin Xian and Murong, you caught a person, then time stopped. Murong, you released the time attribute and rushed over with Lin Xian. They tied the person up and threw him aside. And, let me go. That person then kept struggling. This was very obvious. At least now, he was showing a very ordinary human, and he was wearing the clothes of the three major forces. He gave people the feeling that he was from the three major forces. But something was very wrong. The three major forces didn't make a move. Who are you? Lin Xian asked. My name is Wang Ping. I'm from the Holy Palace of the three major forces. Cheat out in the next instant. Murong Yu's sword slit his throat. Damn, you killed little Yu just like that? Aren't you afraid of killing the wrong person? Lin Xian opened his mouth. In the next moment, to Lin Xian's disbelief, the place where his throat was cut actually recovered quickly, and then he raised his head again. No, no. Murong Yu's aura surged and directly froze him, and then his body turned into nothingness. At this time, a blue soul-like creature flew out and was then nailed to the wall by Murong Yu's sword and disappeared. What is this thing? Lin Xian expressed that he had never seen this thing before. It seemed to be a soul, but something was wrong. Spirit's addiction. Morong Yu looked at Lin Xian and said, "What?" Lin Xian really didn't understand. He had never heard of it before. Morong Yu said, "I've seen it in ancient books before. It's a creature that has existed on the continent for a very long time. It belongs to the demon race, but it doesn't belong to the spirit race because the spirit's addiction is a soul-like creature, but it has a physical body." Lin Xian, Morong Yu then said, "The most powerful thing about the spirit's addiction is that it can take over the corpses of humans, demons, and even dragons. And then you will inherit their memories from when they were alive, and even their cultivation, including their martial skills and so on. That's why you saw that person just now. What he said was true. He is Wang Ping, and he is a member of the temple. But that's what the lust of the spirit said after searching his memories from when he was alive." Lin Xian, "Isn't that too fucking exaggerated?" Morong Yu nodded. "It is exaggerated. As long as it can find a powerful corpse, it can become a powerful existence. It's a very special and powerful creature. It can even quickly repair the corpses of the dead. You saw it just now. Its recovery speed is very fast." Lin Xian frowned. "So as long as it takes over a person's corpse, it can obtain that person's memories. Sometimes you can't even see it, and it can even live in the human world like a person?" Morong Yu nodded. "Yes." Hiss. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. "Fuck, what kind of monsters are these?" "So," Morong Yu said, "that's why they're already dead. It's just that their souls have been taken over by someone else. However, they're still dead. Normally, you wouldn't be able to see any clues, but if you test them, their bodies will still be ice cold. So they can't live in the human world." Morong Yu shook her head. "Because they need a stronger corpse. The stronger the corpse is when it was alive, the stronger they will be. So generally speaking, they will only appear in more chaotic places where there are frequent battles. In that case, once they find a corpse stronger than the one they're possessing, they will abandon the one they're possessing and take over another stronger one." Lin Xian, "What's their weakness?" Morong Yu said, "They have a weakness too. If they use absolute strength to directly destroy the body, then the lust of the Yin spirit will escape. At this time, the lust of the Yin spirit will have almost no room to resist, so it can only be destroyed at this time. If it's just a simple injury to the corpse, or even a broken heart, it can be recovered because it's a corpse to begin with. It can't feel pain. If it's possessed by a powerful character, it'll be very troublesome." Chapter 1254. Lin Xian felt like he was in a faint. There were all kinds of strange things in this world. There are all kinds of fancy things. Damn, those people just now should be the dead soldiers of the three major forces. They're all moving together. Morong Yu then said, "Because of these abilities of the lust of the spirits, they don't die easily and become stronger easily. That's why it's easier for the lust of the spirits to become a territory. For example, one of the leaders of Changfeng City. They're moving together, so they're probably attacking our martial arts academy. But they're only possessing ordinary soldiers, and they're not that strong. Why would they want to possess people?" Morong Yu said, "There are only a few powerful ones who can possess people, and the human form is the most perfect form of all things. Otherwise, why would those monsters transform into human forms? They might not be able to win in a fight, but if they use their human form to attack the martial arts academy students, it's very possible. Damn, I'll quickly tell little Ying and the others." Then Lin Xian sent them a message in the group chat on his phone. Light sunspot. Somewhere in the night, a very powerful light attribute power flashed. Then, many monsters in the surroundings were instantly illuminated by the powerful light attribute power. Their bodies melted, and they all fell down. Wang Xintong let out a long sigh of relief, then wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Soon, I'll be able to advance to the sky venerable realm." Then, she took out a bottle of water from her space ring and drank a few mouthfuls. Whoosh! In the shadows not far away, a figure passed by. Wang Xintong frowned and looked over. Then, the power of light gathered in the sword in her right hand. Boom! In the next moment, she slashed with her sword. A figure flew out. Wang Xintong frowned. Xintong, it's me. The figure stood up and looked at Wang Xintong. Thud! The sword in Wang Xintong's hand fell to the ground. She looked at the person in front of her in disbelief. Bro! Her body trembled and her eyes turned red. Brother! At this time, this girl did not consider any reason at all, because her brother was standing right in front of her. Wang Xintong then ran over crying and threw herself in his arms. Big brother! Wang Xintong burst into tears. Tong, Big brother is not dead. Big brother has always been here. But Lin Xian said he saw you die with his own eyes. Wang Xintong's eyes reddened. He killed me. He thought he had killed me. Wang Xintong hugged him in disbelief. Tong, that Lin Xian is the worst. Wang Xintong looked up at the familiar face in his arms. She didn't say anything. She just hugged him and buried her head in his chest. He was the one who wanted to kill Big Brother. Do you know him? Can you help me get close to him and kill him? Wang Xintong hugged him and didn't say anything. She seemed to miss the feeling of this moment. Why aren't you saying anything? Big brother, Wang Xintong said softly. Perhaps the old Wang Xintong would believe this. But now, I'm no longer the old Wang Xintong. Whoosh! The sword flew over and pierced through his back. At the same time, Wang Xintong pulled away. She wiped her tears. She hugged this person because he was her brother. She missed the moment when she saw him. She wanted to feel the feeling of being in her brother's arms. But she wasn't stupid. Lin Xian was a bad person. Lin Xian killed her brother. She would rather die than believe it. Also, his body was ice cold. Wang Xintong reached out and clenched her fist. Thank you for letting me see Big Brother again. But you're not Big Brother. In the next moment, the sword exploded with golden light. Ah! That person let out a shrill scream. Then his body was burned and a blue figure flew out. Flare! Wang Xintong raised her hand. Boom! A force blasted out and killed him. After doing all this, Wang Xintong knelt there in tears. Big Brother! Wang Xintong's body trembled. He wasn't her brother, but his physical body was her brother. Her brother was already dead, and she had attacked her own brother. The feeling in her heart was indescribable. Wang Xintong wiped her tears and stubbornly stood up. Whoosh whoosh! At this time, two figures landed beside Wang Xintong. They were Lin Xian and Murongyu. Xintong. Lin Xian saw Wang Xintong kneeling there and hurriedly called out. Wang Xintong wiped her tears and stood up, looking at Lin Xian. I'm fine. She shook her head gently. Lin Xian looked at the corpse in front of him that had turned into white bones and guessed what had happened. Scared the hell out of me. I knew he would come for you. Lin Xian hurriedly hugged the crying girl. She wasn't a strong girl. She had been trying to make herself stronger. Lin Xian. Wang Xintong wailed in Lin Xian's arms. Murongyu looked at this scene and sighed softly in her heart. It's okay, as long as you're fine. Lin Xian patted her back gently. I saw Big Brother. Wang Xintong said, I know. He's not Big Brother. He is your brother too, Lin Xian said. Xintong knows. Lin Xian patted her shoulder. This girl had grown up so much more than he had imagined. At that time, Lin Xian suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wang Xintong didn't reply. Although there were a few girls who didn't reply, Lin Xian was most worried about Wang Xintong. Lin Xian knew that Wang Xintong's brother's corpse was here. He also knew that the spirit's lust would obtain memories. Under normal circumstances, the spirit's lust that had devoured Wang Xintong's brother would try to find Wang Xintong. Therefore, Lin Xian was worried that this girl might have been ambushed after seeing her brother. He was thinking too much. Wang Xintong's growth had exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. Lin Xian, I want to bury Big Brother here. Wang Xintong looked at Lin Xian with red eyes. I'll go with you. Then, they found a place and placed her brother's bones inside. After that, Lin Xian and Murongyu stood in the distance. Wang Xintong stood there with red eyes and said her last words to her brother. Actually, Wang Xintong was very happy. She didn't expect to see her brother again, even if that soul wasn't her brother. How good would it be if there were no more wars in this world one day? Lin Xian let out a long sigh. Morong Yu shook her head. That's impossible. Maybe there will be no more wars between humans and monsters one day. Maybe there will be internal strife among humans. Peace is only temporary. Ambition is everlasting. There will always be humans and monsters with huge ambitions. Chapter 1255. After that, Lin Xian, Murong Yu, and Wang Xintong gathered together. Lin Xian, what are those things? Wang Xintong also recovered from some of her emotions. In fact, Wang Xintong was also very grateful for those things. Because of them, she was able to see her brother again and even talk to him. It could be said that her wish had been fulfilled. Lin Xian said it's a kind of creature that can enter the body of a dead person or monster and then take over the body. Wang Xintong's little mouth opened slightly. Then the people we met, are they people from the martial arts academy or people who are possessed by the spirit of the devourer? After all, there were 20,000 people in the martial arts academy. They didn't know everyone. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, if they were smart, they would change their clothes. Otherwise, it would be easy to recognize them. It's fine if they're from the three major forces, and Lin Xian looked at the people in front of him and opened his eye of spiritual insight. Moreover, he had the ability to detect the spirit of the devourer. The three people in front are all spirit of the devourer. Lin Xian said. Whoosh! Murong Yu and Wang Xintong took out their spiritual weapons at the same time, and then the two of them directly rushed over. Of course, they didn't doubt Lin Xian's words. There was no need to ask for the reason. If Lin Xian said they were spirit of the devourer, then they were. The spirit of the devourer wasn't very strong, because it was really difficult for them to possess a strong human body. Murong Yu and Wang Xintong attacked together. They could easily destroy the body and then destroy the spirit of the devourer. How many are there? Wang Xintong asked. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know, but Murong Yu and I saw hundreds of spirit of the devourer moving together. Including the ones we didn't see, there should be at least a few thousand. I don't know if there are any martial arts academy people who are affected. Murong Yu said, let's see if we can find the spirit of the devourer's headquarters. Lin Xian, why don't we catch a spirit of the devourer and ask? Murong Yu nodded. Let's try. Let's go. 10 minutes later, Wang Xintong's explosion of holy light surrounded a member of the three major forces who was possessed by the spirit of the devourer. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The spirit of the devourer was quite a human being possessed was frantically begging him. Your headquarters, which is also your boss, is there. I. And ants to the Xintong twos, the S2s. This was the power of the spirit of the devourer. Moreover, he couldn't feel any pain at all. He didn't even scream when the sword slashed down. This was normal because this was a corpse, and it wasn't even his body. How would he feel pain? Over there, that person then pointed at a place while trembling in fear. Why'd he have to point? Fuck, otherwise would he be dead? Moreover, Boss was there. Boss would definitely be able to destroy them. Lin Xian and the others looked over. Got it. Then the three of them got up and walked in that direction. The spirit of the devourer heaved a sigh of relief and suddenly exploded with holy light. Ah! With a scream, the spirit of the devourer was destroyed. Wang Xintong's holy light was indeed very powerful now. Moreover, holy light seemed to be able to restrain this kind of evil creature. Half an hour later, they arrived at a location. This is the Heptagon building. Lin Xian looked at the building and raised his eyebrows. This was a very large office building with more than 30 floors. It was possible that this place was occupied. Lin Xian. A voice came from the side. Then, Linging waved and ran over. It was nighttime now. It was Ling Ying's time to shine. However, her dark attribute was already maxed out. There was not much difference between day and night. However, night was definitely better. Why are you here too? Lin Xin asked. Yes. Ling Ying pointed at the heptagon building. Ling Ying said, didn't you say there was a spirit of the devourer? I made one and forced them to tell me their location. Then, I came over. Then, you came here alone? Cough, cough. It's okay. I have the dark attribute. If there's any danger, I can just run away. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. All right, let's go. You and Shintong are probably about to become heavenly venerables, right? They nodded. We're still a little short. Let's see if this heptagon building can give us any surprises. Then they walked over. No one had been here before because there were no traces of battles or corpses of monsters around. However, there were very few monsters here. Why were there so few? Because this was the territory of the spirit of the devourer. The territorial consciousness of monsters was still very strong. Moreover, the spirit of the devourer was one of the 3 clans that ruled Chongfeng City. There were definitely not many monsters around. As for why they only encountered weak monsters, that was purely a matter of luck. In this kind of place, there would definitely be domain realm and law realm monsters possessed by the spirit of the devourer. However, it was a little difficult for heavenly venerables because it was very difficult for heavenly venerables to die. However, the spirit of the devourer could be cultivated. Entering corpses many times could improve their abilities. For example, this spirit of the devourer was only at the law realm, and that corpse was only at the law realm. After entering, it would be at the domain realm when it woke up. It had to be said that it was quite powerful. However, thinking about it, it was actually quite low level. It looked very strong, but it didn't even have a living body of its own. Wasn't that low level? Roar. At the door, 2 huge monsters stopped there. Iron-armored rhinoceros, dark demon scorpion. Are they possessed? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian nodded. And yes. Domain realm 5 stars and above. Tisk, that's it. A dagger appeared in Ling Ying's hand. Leave it to me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, her figure flickered like a ghost. Countless attacks landed on the 2 monsters in a second. Then, she stopped in front of Lin Xian and played with the dagger in her hand. Daggers were indeed very suitable for dark attribute martial artists because they were the sharpest, and dark attribute martial artists were the sharpest. However, Ling Ying also used a sword. It depended on the situation. Plop. Then, before the 2 monsters could fight back, they fell to the ground and were cut into countless pieces. Then, 2 blue spirit of the devourer appeared. Whoosh whoosh. The 2 daggers flew over and nailed them to the wall. After struggling for a few times, they turned into nothingness and died completely. Amazing, Lin Xian said with a smile. I feel that you're going against your will. Ling Ying couldn't help but kick Lin Xian's calf. Let's go in and see how powerful this spirit of the devourer is. After saying that, Lin Xian walked in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before they entered the door, hundreds of figures rushed out. At the same time, many figures climbed out from dozens of floors of the building and quickly approached them on the walls. Chapter 1256. Everyone began to fight. On the top floor, the man looked at the battle below with his hands behind his back. 2 heavenly venerables with only 2 domains dare to come here. The man snorted coldly. Why don't I go down and finish them off? Okay, go. Yes. Then, the woman's figure flashed and rushed down. Lin Xian looked up and frowned. The aura of a heavenly venerable. Destruction law. Boom. Then, the woman's figure rushed into the air. Before she could do anything, her body exploded in midair. The man? What the hell? Damn it. 3-star heavenly venerable. But Lin Xian was a 4-star heavenly venerable, and this was not even her physical body. Do you think Lin Xian's destruction law could kill her directly? Of course, the destruction law was not that perverted. For example, Muronyu was a 3-star heavenly venerable, and Lin Xian was a 4-star heavenly venerable. Lin Xian might not be able to kill Murongyu even if he released the destruction law at full force. Anyway, it depended on the gap between the two sides. The bigger the gap, the easier it was to die. It was just that the woman was too trashy. Even her physical body was not hers. Lin Xian could, of course, destroy her directly. Little Ling Ying, kill her. Are you sure? Ling Ying hesitated for a moment. Don't worry, just focus on advancing. Leave the rest to us. Okay. Whoosh. Ling Ying's figure appeared in front of the lust of the spirits, as though he had teleported. A black light flashed and killed it instantly. Then, Ling Ying landed on the ground. Myriad flower lotus explosion. Whoosh, countless daggers flew out and instantly cleared a large area around them. I'm advancing, Ling Ying shouted to Lin Xian. Okay. Then, Ling Ying sat down on the spot. He had absolute trust in Lin Xian and the rest and began to advance to the heavenly venerable realm. Damn it, the man was dumbfounded. What would happen if his Empyrean realm subordinates rushed down to the ground? No, the strongest below was only a 4 stars heavenly venerable. She was a 3 stars heavenly venerable. How could? Ling Ying needed about a minute to advance. Lin Xian looked up and saw the figure at the top. Little Yu, little Xian Tong, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going up. All right. Because Murongyu was there, her ability was indeed very scary. So Lin Xian was very relieved. Releasing the power of space, Lin Xian arrived behind that person. What are you looking at? Lin Xian replied. Then he used his cave spirit eye to take a look. What the heck? Unable to detect anything? Looks like this is the most awesome one. A mere Empyrean dares to be so impudent. The man stared coldly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian? A mere Empyrean? In other words, this person was a higher void? Lin Xian was stunned, but he could try. Although the difference in realm was huge, and at this realm, the difference of 1 star was not the same as 1 star of the domain realm. If this person was 1 or 2 stars of the higher void realm, it should not be a problem. Because of what? Because this was not himself. Possessing someone else's body, his strength was definitely not what it looked like on the surface. It looked like the higher void realm, but his true strength might be that of an Empyrean. However, this race was troublesome because of their recovery ability. Did Lin Xian have the ability to kill him in an instant? And there was another reason why Lin Xian was so confident. Shua. Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and myriad evils turned into the sacred sword. That's right. It was this sacred sword, a sacred weapon. Lin Xian might not be able to unleash much of its power as a domain realm cultivator, but he was a 4 stars heavenly venerable. Lin Xian might not be able to completely control all of the sword's power, but he should be close. After all, he was an Empyrean. He should be able to control all of its power as a higher void realm cultivator. But now it was enough. This sword had at least doubled Lin Xian's battle prowess, or even more. Otherwise, was it a sacred weapon? Was it a supreme weapon? When a man saw the golden spirit weapon in Lin Xian's hand, his pupils shrank. There was a sudden sense of fear, but he was a higher void realm cultivator. You're courting death. Lightning fist. He roared angrily. Lightning wrapped around his body and suddenly blasted toward Lin Xian. Lightning. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Then he released his spatial power and opened up a distance, standing in the void far away. The power of a higher void realm cultivator and an Empyrean was really strong. Ling Ying was still advancing below, so Lin Xian did not dare to fight on this building. Run! The man roared and pointed to the sky. Lightning come! Rumble. Then, above the void, there was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. A cloud of thunder wrapped around. Boom! Then a bolt of lightning struck Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure disappeared again. Boom! Below, a huge crater with a radius of 100 meters was formed. Lin Xian? Was this the fucking great virtual realm? Anyway, Lin Xian had seen many higher Void Realm cultivators, but to be honest, he had only seen a few higher Void Realm cultivators in action. In fact, Lin Xian had only seen a few Empyreans in action, but now that he saw it, it seemed quite powerful. But Lin Xian felt that this idiot was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Although he was very strong and Lin Xian did not dare to block, Lin Xian felt that he was very weak. That was indeed the case. This was a higher Void Realm 1-star cultivator, but because he was possessing a corpse, his actual attributes were not really at the higher Void Realm. Go to hell, kid! The man roared and rushed toward Lin Xian. Test my strength? In fact, Lin Xian did not dare to try, but he really wanted to try. Come on, Realm Reduction Domain. In the next instant, Lin Xian released his domain for the first time. Because Lin Xian was already a 4-star Empyrean, this domain could ignore the realm and forcefully reduce the opponent's realm by 3 stars. What? That person could not believe that his strength had suddenly weakened. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. This domain was really much stronger than he had imagined. There was just one thing, and that was that it consumed too much spiritual energy. Come on, double the strength, God-tier martial technique, myriad lightning heavenly prison, creation law. Boom! Then, the two people's strength collided. Boom! That person's figure was directly destroyed in the lightning, and the Een Soul's lust that came out was also destroyed. There was no other way. Think about it. Lin Xian was at the 4 stars of the Celestial Venerable Realm, and that person was reduced to the 7 stars of the Celestial Venerable Realm. Then, Lin Xian's 4 stars of the Celestial Venerable Realm power attribute exchange doubled. How terrifying was this? This was almost the power of a 7-star, right? In addition to the God-tier martial technique, creation law, and increasing the strength. Could it be insta-killed? Of course it could. The pitiful person did not even have a God-tier martial technique. So, how was he going to fight Lin Xian? Lin Xian did not want to drag it out, because he felt that there was no need to drag it out, and it was also meaningless. Instead, it would be very dangerous. Following that, Lin Xian's aura rose. 5-star Empyrean Realm. Chapter 12, 57. After all, this was the Great Void Stage. Lin Xian had killed a Great Void Stage expert and had accumulated so much experience previously. It was reasonable for him to advance to a 5-star Heavenly Venerable. Whoosh! Lin Xian rushed down. Destruction Law. Boom, boom, boom. All the creatures within sight were instantly killed. Moron, you looked at Lin Xian. You advanced again? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I killed a Great Void Stage expert. Moron, you? She was stunned. It's very trashy. Moron, you did not know what to say. A 4-star Heavenly Venerable killed a Great Void Stage expert, and then said it was very trashy? Sorry to disturb. Wang Xintong also advanced there. They had been stuck at the 10-star domain realm for a long time. It was normal for them to advance. Domain? Moron, you asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, domain. She knew that Lin Xian's laws were creation and destruction. The creation law could increase one's power, but it was not to the extent that Lin Xian could kill a Great Void Stage expert in such a short time. The only possibility was Lin Xian still had a very powerful domain. Ling Ying stood up. I'm a Heavenly Venerable now. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. The difference between a Heavenly Venerable and a domain shocked her. Congratulations, Lin Xian said with a smile. Wang Xintong also stood up with a look of disbelief. I'm also a Heavenly Venerable now. Then shouldn't we go and have a good meal? Lin Xian said with a smile. Yes, Wang Xintong was probably the one who felt like it was a lifetime ago. Her talent was not very high. Although she was in the intermediate class in Tianhua Academy, she never thought that she would advance to the Heavenly Venerable Realm in such a short time. The Heavenly Venerable Realm was almost equivalent to standing at the peak of the continent. Moreover, Their age was right there. Other than the people from the Martial Arts Academy, how many people could become celestial masters in their 20s? Take a rest. This area should have been cleared out. Lin Xian said. All right. Lin Xian also needed a rest because he had just used up a lot of his spiritual energy. In this kind of place, it was best to maintain a relatively perfect state to fight. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. And at this moment, one power after another silently poured into Changfeng City. That's right, the reinforcements sent by the 9th Fei God Temple had finally arrived. Their most direct target was Lin Xian. This was because even though Lin Xian wasn't a very important enemy to the demon race, he was still more important to the demon race compared to the nameless people here. The four of them found a relatively quiet and clean place to sit down. Lin Xian took out some delicious food and then ate. Although they didn't need to eat much after reaching the heavenly venerable realm, it had to be said that although they wouldn't be hungry, they would be tired after fighting nonstop. Food could still replenish their physical strength. I heard that there are 3 forces in Changfeng City. One of them seems to be the one we destroyed. After all, there's a great virtual realm cultivator, so it should be true. There are 2 more. Should we go? Linging looked at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian, I don't even know where they are, and what race are they? Linging said, one of the branches of the Netherworld Flaming Lion clan is also here. Netherworld Flaming Lion. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. This Netherworld Flaming Lion was much more powerful. Let's go take a look later. Okay. At this moment, boomed a terrifying force bombarded over. In the next moment, the place they were at was directly destroyed and burned with flames. Fortunately, Lin Xian reacted quickly and brought them away with the space attribute. Fuck! Lin Xian looked at the person in front of him. A monster beast that transformed into a human was basically a heavenly venerable. This was because only those with very high bloodline could transform into a human form. And basically, they would retain some characteristics of a monster beast even after transforming into a human form. This was a woman. Finally found it. The woman licked her scarlet lips and looked at Lin Xian. Her eyes were filled with greed, as if she wanted to swallow Lin Xian whole. Lin Xian glanced at her. Fuck. 3-star Heavenly Venerable Realm? No. 3-star Heavenly Venerable Realm. Why the fuck are you pretending to be a tyrant? Lin Xian said. And? Boomed out in the next moment. One of her arms exploded. Ah! A scream spread far and wide. Boom! Then another arm exploded. Lin Xian scratched his head. Fuck! When he came over, he felt that she was a king and thought that she was very awesome. Then, he took a look and found her to be a 3-star Heavenly Venerable. What kind of trash are you? Then, Lin Xian disappeared from the spot and appeared behind her, killing her instantly with a sword. That's it? And? That's it? Lin Xian looked at the woman who had turned into a corpse with a heartless expression. That's it? However, Lin Xian was really amazed by how terrifying the laws were. This law was the same as the creation law. One might not feel much when one's realm was low, but once one's realm was high, one would realize, fuck, so invincible. That's right. Lin Xian killed a 3-star Heavenly Venerable Realm monster venerable without much effort. Fuck, what ability is this? Linging walked over and looked at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian smiled and said, Call me daddy, and I'll tell you. Scram. Linging rolled his eyes. But did you hear what she said just now? Morong Yu walked over with a frown. And Wang Xintong said, she said she finally found. Who is she looking for? Lin Xian frowned and tried to recall. This woman was looking for them, which meant that she was looking for one of the 4 of them. Who was the most likely? Fuck, it must be him. It can't be, right? She can't be. Someone from the Monster God Temple, right? Lin Xian said in shock. The Monster God Temple definitely hated him. The Monster God Temple? What should we do? Morong Yu frowned. I don't know who they are, but we can't run away. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Whoosh, at this moment, figures appeared around them one by one. The 4 of them quickly became vigilant. They gripped their spirit artifacts tightly and stared at them. Heavenly Venerables, heavenly venerables. Heavenly venerables, there were a total of 25 people, and all of them were heavenly venerables. The lowest was a 1-star heavenly venerable, but the highest was a 10-star heavenly venerable. The 4 of them were surrounded by more than 20 heavenly venerables. Huh, Lin Xian snorted. Looks like they came prepared. Lin Xian glanced coldly in front of him. Sister. A man saw the woman's corpse on the ground and stared at Lin Xian viciously. I want you dead. Arg. In the next instant, he roared and turned into a fiery red lion. Lin Xian, this was troublesome. Chapter 1258. The 4 of them clenched their weapons tightly. To be honest, whether it was Murong Yu, Ling Ying, Lin Xian, or Wang Xintong, none of them had encountered such a situation before. They were surrounded by 25 heavenly venerables. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Roar! The fiery red lion roared and pounced toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian checked and found that this bee was a 5-star heavenly venerable, the same as him. Looks like I have to take a gamble. Lin Xian's aura surged. Realm reduction domain. In the next instant, Lin Xian released his own domain. Everyone, except for his allies, had their realms reduced by 3 stars. Some even fell from the heavenly venerable realm to the domain realm. Destruction law. In the next instant, Lin Xian released the destruction law at his limit. Puff! Boom! A total of 10 figures, including the fiery red lion, were all killed instantly. Ling Ying and Wang Xintong were shocked. Lin Xian staggered backward. What? What kind of power is this? The others were shocked. Ling Ying hurriedly supported Lin Xian. Lin Xian hurriedly swallowed a pill. Quick! Go! Go! Lin Xian's move had displayed an extremely terrifying and unimaginable power, instantly killing 10 of the 25 heavenly venerables. The fiery red lion that had charged over was also killed, but they still didn't have any chance of victory in this situation. However, it had to be said that the destruction law was unimaginably terrifying. This was not a kind of power that was released. In front of the destruction law, you were like data that had no time to react. Then, this data was wiped out. This was the most terrifying part of the destruction law. Lin Xian also realized that the destruction law had a miraculous effect when combined with his realm reduction domain. Murong Yu released her space attribute, and the 4 of them disappeared. Why didn't Lin Xian release his space attribute, but instinctively use the destruction law? Lin Xian felt that they were coming for him. They must know that he had the space attribute, so there must be a space attribute demon beast among them that could stop them. Yes, there was. Then, the demon beast released its space attribute to pull them back, but found that WDNMD, his realm, did not suppress them. He could not do it. It was mainly because he was still in the domain of realm reduction just now. Otherwise, he could have given it a try. However, he released it too quickly. If he had been a little slower, he wouldn't have been able to lock onto their position. Therefore, it was Lin Xian who saved everyone's lives. Actually, there was another great heavenly venerable realm's space attribute. Fuck, they don't have any space attribute experts? Lin Xian asked in confusion. A few of them appeared in an abandoned apartment. Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian. Don't forget, they don't have any great heavenly venerables. Lin Xian, I forgot. I'm used to it. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead helplessly. He was really used to being targeted by such experts, and then being imprisoned by a space attribute expert. But now that he thought about it, they were heavenly venerables. They were not the domain realm from before. They're here for you. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian nodded. Maybe, damn. Dozens of heavenly venerables. They probably didn't expect me to advance to the 5-star heavenly venerable realm in such a short time. What kind of power did you use just now? How did you instantly kill 10 heavenly venerables? Ling Ying asked in shock. Call me daddy and I'll tell you. Ling Ying rolled his eyes. La, Lin Xian said. Ling Ying, wasn't this too fucking scary? But now that we've been targeted, they definitely won't just send out heavenly venerables. There must be great heavenly venerables. Moreover, if such experts hide and look for us, we can't do anything. Moron, you said with a frown. Actually, as long as we don't encounter great heavenly venerables, everything is fine, Lin Xian said. After all, he had killed great heavenly venerables before. Moron Yu was also very smart. She knew that Lin Xian's power just now had definitely emptied his spiritual power. If they didn't choose to escape, Lin Xian would have no combat power, and they would be in danger. Lin Xian sat there and recovered his spiritual power. Ling Ying said, "Actually, I can find them." Huh? Ling Ying then took out his phone. When I slipped away just now, I left a detector on one of them. Then he looked at the phone. The red dot on the phone was that person. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and there was a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. "Since they're looking for us, we'll take the initiative to kill them." They looked at Lin Xian. "So crazy? My domain can restrict their cultivation level to 3 stars. There are still 15 of them left. Under my domain, it's not impossible to fight, and everyone has the ability to fight beyond their cultivation level." "Are you serious?" Lin Xian gritted his teeth. "Damn it, the demon god temple came looking for me as soon as I came out. This time, I'll make sure they don't leave. Little Ying, contact the others and see if they're heavenly venerables." Ling Ying nodded. Lin Xian continued to recover his spiritual power. Moron Yu glanced at Lin Xian. To be honest, this Lin Xian was the craziest person she had ever seen. There were 4 of them. 3 of them were 1-star heavenly venerables, and 1 was 5-star heavenly venerables. Even if some of them had advanced to heavenly venerables, they would only be 1-star heavenly venerables. A few 1-star heavenly venerables against a dozen demon venerables who were at least 4-star heavenly venerables. Anyone who heard this news would go crazy. But she was very excited, because she wanted to do the same. It was just that she didn't dare to say it out loud. Yes, they all had the ability to fight beyond their cultivation level. This was the most important thing. Moreover, I didn't need to kill them. They could just wait for Lin Xian to kill them. They just needed to delay him. When the time comes, all of you will be around me. I have a domain around me that can reduce the opponent's cultivation level by 3 stars. Actually, Wang Xintong whispered. Then Wang Xintong said, "My domain can raise everyone's cultivation level by 2 stars. Lin Xian, wow. Sis, you should have said so earlier." Lin Xian revealed a look of pleasant surprise. "That means it can only be raised at the Heavenly Venerables realm. I reckon that when we reach the Great Void realm or the Heavenly Tao realm, it can only be raised by 1 star. That's still a very powerful domain. If I lower it by 3 stars and you raise it by 2 stars, that's a 5-star gap. What's there to be afraid of? Once my spiritual power recovers, I'll make them die." Lin Xian clenched his fists. "Fuck Grass Tower." Then, Ling Ying said, "Xinyue is rushing over. Yuhan is also rushing over." Chapter 1259. Ling Ying's meaning was clear. Xiao Xinyue and Wu Yuhan had both become heavenly venerables. Then, our storm team will make the demon god temple feel despair. Lin Xian sneered. After that, Xiao Xinyue and Wu Yuhan came over one after another. Han Chuxue also came over. After chatting for a while, they more or less knew what to do. Just like the others, they were stunned for a moment. A few low-level heavenly venerables went to look for more than a dozen higher-level heavenly venerables. However, when they heard about Lin Xian and Wang Xintong's domains, they said they had to go. Damn it! How could they let the demon god temple continue to be so arrogant? Lin Xian's spiritual force had also recovered. "I'll be in charge of the main attack. Little Xinyue, little Chuxue, and Morong, you will be in charge of protection and control. Xintong will be in charge of interference. Ling Ying and Xiao you will fight if they can. If they can't, just stall for time. Why can't we fight when they're 3 stars lower and we're 2 stars higher?" Ling Ying rolled his eyes. "All right, Then let's go find them. Then the 7 of them walked out. Over there, Ling Ying pointed to the rooftop of a tall building. At the same time, someone on the rooftop looked at them. They're here. There are 7 of them. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Xian, Murong Yu, Ling Ying, and Wu Yuhan disappeared. In the next moment, the 4 of them appeared in 4 different directions. Lin Xian glanced at them. His luck was pretty good. He had caught a powerful one. 8 stars, heavenly venerables. Domain. In the next moment, Lin Xian released his domain. Fixed shadow. Double fixed shadow. Dark cage. Double dark cage. Ice prison. Ling Ying and Wu Yuhan's dual control forcefully landed on him. Whoosh! Ling Ying and Wu Yuhan began their fierce attacks. Lin Xian summoned his saint's sword. Just one. Eat shit. Lin Xian's lightning flickered. Extreme thunder sky flash. Boom! Chi! Then Lin Xian slashed out again. That person didn't even have a chance to resist. He was killed by the 4 people's sharp slashes without any fancy moves. So powerful. Wang Xintong looked up at the scene with her mouth slightly agape. It is indeed very powerful. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Han Chuxue was also helpless. She had no choice. She wanted to rush up as well, but there were 2 people in the space and 2 in the dark. They were naturally the fastest. Then, the 4 of them landed beside them again. He's here. Lin Xian's expression changed. So. Figures appeared one after another beside them. How did they become so strong? A red-haired man looked at the person beside him. They're all in the heavenly venerable realm. This martial arts academy is indeed something. Everyone, release your power. Don't underestimate the enemy. Yes. In the next instant, the entire night was lit up by all kinds of power. The power of more than 10 heavenly venerables erupted at the same time. How terrifying was that? Xintong, they're here. Amplification realm. In the next instant, everyone's realm increased by 2 stars. Realm reduction realm. Lin Xian released his power at the same time. The gap between them instantly shortened by 5 stars. Some of them even had a higher realm than the other. Let's start the battle. So. Then, the 7 of them began to fight the 14 of them. 5 thunder, celestial phenomenon. Thunder, surging heavens. Lin Xian rushed over and grabbed a person. That person was covered in fire and was struck to death by Lin Xian. You're courting death. Space lock. He sealed Wang Xintong there alone. Then, he held his sword and rushed toward Wang Xintong. Holy light, illumination. Suddenly, a burst of golden light shone in his eyes. At the same time, Lin Xian appeared behind him. Space, right? Chi. Lin Xian held the holy sword with both hands and stabbed down, piercing through his body. Destruction law. Before that person could even get up, his injured hands were destroyed by the law of destruction. Following that, Lin Xian chopped off his head with a single slash. Piercing cold. Han Chuxue faced 2 opponents. Although she kept retreating, there was definitely not much of a problem. In an instant, the 2 of them were eroded by the cold power. Although they broke free in an instant, but little Chuxue used another martial technique. Okay, 1,000 miles, I seal. Then, the cold power rushed toward the 2 people in front. Creation law. The 2 of them were not so easily frozen. But Lin Xian's creation law could not only create more power for his martial technique, why couldn't it help others? Under the amplification of Lin Xian's creation law, Han Chuxue's cold power instantly froze the 2 people in front of her. Whoosh whoosh. At the same time, Wu Yuhan and Ling Ying broke free from their opponents and rushed over. Chi. With a flash of cold light, the 2 heavenly venerables were dealt with. The coordination between them was quite impressive. It was really impressive. They were all heavenly venerables. The power they could unleash was too strong, but they did not have time to do so. The initiative was completely in the hands of these 7 people. Courting death. Touch of death. In an instant, countless dark tentacles rushed toward them. It was extremely terrifying. Destruction law. The next moment, those tentacles seemed to have gone soft. That's right. It was not that the other party could not release a big move, but Lin Xian's destruction law could forcefully destroy the other party's demonic technique. How could one fight against that? Lin Xian alone was the main attacker, the teammates' amplification, and the teammates' protection. There was no other way. With 2 laws and his own highest realm, he should be the one. 1,000 icicles. Xiao Xinyue condensed a powerful icicle and rushed toward that person. Creation law. That person tried to block it, then suddenly realized, what the fuck? How did she suddenly become so much stronger? Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. His chest was penetrated and nailed to the ground. Explode. Boom. Following that, the icicle turned into countless small ice crystals and pierced his body full of holes. Running? Lin Xian looked at the 2 people who were trying to escape. Fixed image. Wu Yuhan and Ling Ying released their powers at the same time. Frost Cage. At the same time, Han Shuxiue and Xiao Xinyue released their frost power. Whoosh! Lin Xian rushed over. 5 Thunder. Celestial phenomenon. Lin Xian grabbed 2 frost cages with both hands. Lightning flashed. Ah! Lin Xian then retracted his hands. Awesome. Exciting. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Although his spiritual power consumption was huge, there was not much left now. But he had to admit that it was really fucking exciting. Isn't your law too powerful? Ling Ying came over and said in surprise. It's all right. Lin Xian smiled. I want to continue fighting like this even now. It's so awesome. My spiritual power consumption is quite high. If I come again at this time, it won't be so easy, Lin Xian said. At this moment, a bolt of lightning lit up the darkness in the void and fell toward them. Morong Yu reacted quickly. She immediately released her space attribute and distanced herself from it. When the dust settled, a huge pit dozens of meters wide appeared. You're quite capable. A woman appeared behind them. Space lock. Then, 2 old men appear in front of them. 3. Virtuous Realm. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.